Chapter 1437. Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base had reached the half-step Immortal King realm. She waited until her cultivation base was completely stabilized before stopping. Wu Ningzhu slowly opened her eyes, feeling her current cultivation base and power. Even with her temperament, she couldn't help but feel excited. Little Qinzi, I have advanced to the half-step Immortal King realm. Wu Ningzhu leaped up all of a sudden and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. She used to be a saint girl. No matter how cold she used to be, she would always show her womanly side in front of Jiang Chen. Advancing 3 realms in a row, advancing to the half-step Immortal King realm from Golden Immortal realm. Anyone would be incomparably excited by such a huge leap in progress. It was only natural for Wu Ningzhu to be excited. After all, she was once weak and knew the feeling of being weak. Having been in the immortal world for such a long time, Wu Ningzhu had already understood everything about the immortal world. She knew that the vast immortal world was far more complicated than she had imagined. The road that she had to walk on was still very, very long and endless. It was extremely difficult to grow up in such an extremely competitive environment. Every improvement she made would bring her a pleasant surprise. This was the biggest surprise she had ever experienced since she entered the immortal world. Not only did she break free from her predicament, but she had also advanced her cultivation base. Moreover, she was able to see the person she had always dreamed of meeting. Although she had never thought that she would be able to do so, her cultivation base had improved, and she was able to meet the person she had always dreamed of meeting. Congratulations, Sister Ning. Your current cultivation base has completely stabilized at the half-step Immortal King realm. Plus, your foundation is solid. Given your current talent, I'm afraid that it won't take long for you to advance to the Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu was happy and Wu Ningzhu appeared in front of him unscathed, Jiang Chen felt very relieved. He had found his family and friends from Saint Origin World, Han Yan Tyrant and even Yan Qinyu. However, there was no news of Wu Ningzhu. Now that he could find Wu Ningzhu in East Xuanyu, the stone in Jiang Chen's heart was finally lifted. This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you didn't appear in that manner, I'm afraid that you won't be able to see me again. Wu Ningzhu spoke. Her words were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Other than that, it was also filled with deep love. Ever since this man unveiled her veil, her fate was destined to be tied with this man. No matter what happened in the future, Wu Ningzhu would have no regrets. If I didn't appear this time, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. In the future, no one will be able to hurt you because I won't allow it. Because you are my Jiang Chen's woman. Jiang Chen held Wu Ningzhu's shoulders with both of his hands. He rarely said sweet words, but he knew what love was and what protection was. Wu Ningzhu nodded. Her eyes were slightly moist. She believed in every word of this man more than she believed in herself. In the following time, the two of them hugged each other and sat on top of a rockery. While looking up at the full moon in the sky, they chatted happily. Both of them were not good at talking, but they chatted endlessly. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly relaxed and cozy. This kind of life was what Jiang Chen had always dreamed of. Jiang Chen told Wu Ningzhu everything he had experienced. From Yan City to One Line Sky, to East Xuanyu, Han Yan's matter, Tyrant's matter, and finally Yan Qinyu's matter. Jiang Chen had never seen Yan Qinyu. What he saw was a female corpse that looked exactly like Yan Qinyu. What did you say? Little Yu is lying in a coffin? What the hell is going on? Hearing the news about Yan Qinyu, Wu Ningzhu couldn't suppress the shock in her heart. She and Yan Qinyu were like siblings. She knew that in Jiang Chen's heart, she and Yan Qinyu were the two most important women. Something happened to Yan Qinyu. Jiang Chen was afraid that he would go crazy. I don't know about it yet, but it's very likely to be related to Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian. What I need to do now is to improve my cultivation base and strength. The realm of Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian is beyond my reach now. If little Yu is really related to these two great sovereigns, I think her safety won't be a problem. When I reach that realm one day, I will naturally find out about it. For now, neither you nor I can do anything because that realm is just too far away. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. Back in Saint Origin World, he was an old ancestor standing at the peak of the heaven and earth. There was nothing that he didn't know, but everything was different in the immortal world. He was a complete newbie here. The realm of Great Sovereign was just too far away for him. However, Jiang Chen was still very confident in himself. He believed that with his ability he would reach that legendary realm sooner or later. He could stand at the peak of Saint Origin world and he could do the same in the immortal world. In Jiang Chen's subconscious, there was no such thing as impossible. I never thought that little you would be related to two great sovereigns. No matter what, I just hope that little you will be safe and sound. Wu Ningzhu said. She was trying to comfort herself. It was impossible to say that she wasn't worried and nervous at all. Don't worry. I will find little you sooner or later. Great sovereigns are nothing. If we can stand at the peak of Saint Origin world, we can do the same in the immortal world. It's just a matter of time. I like this process and am looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably confident. As a matter of fact, De Huang Dog must know something about Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian. Jiang Chen was well aware of this, but since De Huang Dog didn't say anything, he didn't ask too much. Jiang Chen knew that the reason why De Huang Dog didn't say anything was that he was still too weak. When he became stronger, De Huang Dog would naturally tell him about it. Brr. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the room. A reddish-gold pillar of light rushed out of the room, directly overturning the roof. The huge golden pillar of light rushed into the sky, illuminating the dark night. In the sky, an indistinct shadow of a celestial horse bloomed with endless brilliance. It was extremely mystical. De Huang has advanced to the Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen's face was filled with surprise. The movement caused by De Huang Dog's advancement to the Immortal King realm was just too great. Although it didn't alarm the entire imperial capital, it had alarmed the entire King Fan prefecture. Of course, for King Fan prefecture, which was filled with experts, the emergence of an immortal king wasn't a big deal. Therefore, even though De Huang Dog had made a huge movement, it didn't cause any great disturbance or impact. Chapter 1438. Of course, others might not care about a newly advanced immortal king, but there was one person who would, and that was Yang Bufan. As soon as De Huang Dog made his move, Yang Bufan appeared. He had once witnessed the terror of De Huang Dog in Evil Abyss. He knew that this dog wasn't as simple as he looked. Even though his current cultivation base had reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, he wouldn't dare to underestimate De Huang Dog. He landed beside Jiang Chen and lifted his head to look at the heavenly horse hovering in the sky. It was an incomparably mystical dragon horse. Its body was covered with golden scales. It was a divine and courageous mutated dragon horse, possessing an incomparably noble bloodline. The heavenly horse raised its head to the sky, showing its proudest side. What a powerful chi of divine beast. This is an ancient heavenly horse that can fly in the sky and the earth. It's omnipotent. I have long seen that De Huang is extraordinary, but I never thought that he would be a rare ancient divine beast, an existence that possesses the complete bloodline of a divine beast. No one can estimate his future achievements. Yang Bufan wasn't stingy with his words of praise for De Huang Dog. No one would dare to doubt the potential of a divine beast. Which of those mighty demon sovereigns in the 9 immortal domains of the immortal world wasn't famous? All of them were existences that could make people tremble with fear. Every divine beast that possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast had the potential to become a demon sovereign. De Huang Dog was a mutated dragon horse. His bloodline was even more powerful and precious. No one would doubt that he would become a demon sovereign one day. Very soon, De Huang Dog retracted his chi. It seemed that he didn't want to be too high profile. Plus, he had also realized that an immortal king was nothing in King Fan Prefecture. The place where he and Jiang Chen were now was the most powerful place in East Xuanyu. It could be said that it was the central zone of East Xuanyu, far from the border zone like Fu City. There were as many experts as there were clouds in this place, especially in the imperial capital where there were true immortal venerables. A powerful immortal venerable was in existence that was second only to the great emperor. They were below one person and above tens of thousands of people. They were the true rulers of the immortal world. Not long after that, De Huang Dog walked out of the room. Although he had advanced to the Immortal King realm, De Huang Dog's appearance didn't change at all. If it wasn't for the shadow of a heavenly horse, even Yang Bufan wouldn't have associated him with a divine beast dragon horse. Haha, congratulations on advancing to the Immortal King stage, brother dog. Yang Bufan laughed heartily. After sensing the divine beast bloodline in De Huang Dog's body, his attitude towards De Huang Dog had become even more polite. If his previous politeness towards De Huang Dog was due to his relationship with Jiang Chen, it was completely different now. In this immortal world, Yang Bufan wasn't the only one who longed to befriend a divine beast. A divine beast with a complete bloodline alone was enough to have an unparalleled status. One should know that divine beasts were extremely rare even in the immortal world. Not to mention Yang Bufan, even the Emperor of Great Qian Empire and the powerful immortal venerables behind him wouldn't dare to despise a divine beast. He's just an immortal king. What's there to congratulate? De Huang Dog rolled his eyes and said casually. Yang Bufan smiled and didn't take it seriously. He turned his eyes to Jiang Qin and Wu Ningzhu. When he saw the current state of Wu Ningzhu, his eyes were filled with undisguised astonishment. He remembered very clearly that Wu Ningzhu was still an early golden immortal 2 days ago. In just 2 days she had already advanced to the half-step immortal king realm. If he didn't see it with his own eyes he wouldn't be able to imagine it. Yang Bufan understood that this wasn't because of the power of his Yi-Yang soul transformation pill, but because of Wu Ningzhu's innate talent. If she was replaced by an ordinary person, even if she was given a venerable grade pill, she wouldn't be able to make such a great progress. Perhaps she wouldn't even be able to absorb the medicinal power of the pill. It seems that there are always geniuses around geniuses. Yang Bufan couldn't help but comment. What he said was true. He had long known about Jiang Chen's innate talent. Many people who had come into contact with Jiang Chen had seen it with their own eyes. As for the people around Jiang Chen, each and every one of them was insanely powerful. Each of them could be described as monstrous geniuses. Whether it was De Huang Dog tyrant from Evil Abyss or Wu Ningzhu, all of them were geniuses with extraordinary talent. Brother Yang, I heard that the king conferring ceremony will be held in a dozen days. I wonder how the preparation is going? Jiang Chen asked. He was very interested in this king conferring ceremony. There's nothing much to prepare, but there will certainly be some troubles during the ceremony. Brother, you don't know about the matters of the empire. It's far more complicated than you can imagine. Yang Bufan shook his head and said, in my eyes only those who can go through great storms will have the last laugh. That year, Brother Yang was able to abandon everything and go to a place like Evil Abyss. Such great perseverance isn't something the other princes can compare to. Jiang Chen said, but this wasn't a compliment. Jiang Chen would never compliment others. He was just speaking the truth. Before knowing Yang Bufan's identity he didn't think highly of him. But after knowing he felt deep veneration for him. As a matter of fact, I don't like this kind of imperial life. In fact, I don't like this kind of emperor's life. The reason why I decided to leave back then was that I was tired of the open and veiled strife between my brothers. There's no familial love here. Here you'll only see mutual deceit. That's why I chose to leave back then. However, this is my route after all. I still have to return in the end. Everything here is unavoidable for me. Even if it's mutual deceit, I still have to experience it. Yang Bufan sighed, but from his tone, it wasn't hard to tell that he had really matured a lot. His every move showed great calmness. This was probably the gap between him and the other princes and princes. There's nothing wrong with deceiving each other. The immortal world is a place of deceiving and deceiving each other. Only through constant fighting can one grow. You can defeat the evil clan, so why should you be afraid of this imperial capital? Jiang Chen smiled. He knew very well what kind of strife these princes were. Sometimes blood brothers would turn against each other and become enemies. Now that Yang Bufan had returned, he was conferred king conferring ceremony. Naturally, many people would be envious of him. Currently, the Crown Prince Palace and King Ping are the biggest competitors of the successor. As for the other kings and princes, they won't put them in their eyes. Now that I've risen to power, they will certainly regard me as their biggest threat. The king conferring ceremony will certainly not be peaceful, but I, Yang Bufan, am not afraid. No matter what means they use, I'll take them on. Chapter 1439. As long as there were people, there would be strife, let alone a place with power and influence. Jiang Chen was very clear about this. The strife of the imperial clan was unavoidable even if they were from the same sect. In fact, it might even be more tragic. Jiang Chen could almost imagine that the king conferring ceremony would be as Yang Bufan had predicted. At that time, both King Ping and Prince Bai wouldn't let the ceremony go smoothly. As for what kind of trouble they would look for, Jiang Chen had no idea. Even Yang Bufan didn't know. After all, Yang Bufan had been away for more than a decade. He needed to familiarize himself with everything in the imperial capital. Jiang Qin didn't speak, but he was sure that he would stand on Yang Bufan's side as long as Yang Bufan needed it. However, Jiang Qin felt that given his current ability he might not be able to help much. After all, he was only a late golden immortal, not even an immortal king. What's the cultivation base of the Crown Prince and King Ping? Could it be that they are stronger than you? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Of course. The cultivation base of the Crown Prince and King Ping has already reached the Immortal Emperor realm, said Yang Bufan. Even though they were opponents, he had to admit that the Crown Prince and King Ping were indeed very strong. Putting aside the strength of their forces, their cultivation base alone was already frightening enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. It seemed like the geniuses of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu were much more powerful than they had imagined. They had no idea how many true immortal emperors there were. To be able to reach the Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age wasn't just a matter of talent, but also a matter of great perseverance. In the following time, Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog were cultivating in Qingfan Prefecture, living a peaceful and comfortable life. Qingfan Prefecture was brightly lit day and night. It was very busy. Everyone was busy preparing for the king conferring ceremony. At this time, Jiang Qin really couldn't provide any help. Eastern Profound Domain had been in a state of unrest recently. While the king conferring ceremony was busy, Nanbei family didn't calm down either. The entire Eastern Profound Domain was filled with the shadows of Nanbei family's experts. Those with discerning eyes could already feel the abnormal atmosphere, but since the people of Nanbei family didn't say anything, no one knew what was happening in Nanbei family. Apart from that, the death of young Master Futian had also caused a great upheaval in that area, because not only young Master Futian had died, but many other geniuses had also died. It could be said that all the major powers in that area were infuriated. They couldn't wait to eat Jiang Qin alive, but as old man Bai Weng had already taken Jiang Qin away, there was nothing they could do. After Jiang Qin left, Fu Kuei went to Corpse Yin sect and begged the higher-ups of Corpse Yin sect to avenge his son. However, after hearing that Jiang Qin was Yang Bufan's friend, the experts of Corpse Yin sect didn't give a clear answer. They only said that it wasn't the time to provoke King Fan yet, but they would certainly avenge Jiang Chen's death. As long as they had the chance, they would definitely kill Jiang Qin. After all, the people of Corpse Yin sect weren't people that anyone could kill or get away with it. The attitude of Huangquan Gate was the same. The death of Hua Ying had infuriated them. In other words, regardless of whether they would provoke Yang Bufan or not, it was a fact that Jiang Qin had offended these two major powers. Perhaps it could be said that young Master Futian and Hua Ying were nothing to Corpse Yin sect and Huangquan Gate. Losing such geniuses wasn't a big loss, but this was a matter of face. In any case, young Master Futian and Hua Ying represented the face of Corpse Yin sect and Huangquan Gate. Killing them was equivalent to slapping the faces of these two major powers. What did the major powers care about the most? It was face. A puny golden immortal dared to provoke these two major powers. If they let this matter go, wouldn't they become a laughing stock in the future? Fu City. A white cloth was hung outside the city lord mansion. The atmosphere of the entire mansion was incomparably oppressive. Everyone in the mansion was as silent as a cicada in winter. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. Ever since the death of young Master Futian, this place had never been peaceful. The roar of Fu Kuei could be heard every day. At this moment, in the main hall of the city lord mansion, a green-robed youth was standing there with a face full of anger. Standing opposite him was Fu Kuei. Fu Kuei's eyes were still glowing with red light. He hadn't calmed down from his anger. Not being able to kill Jiang Qin that day was the thing he regretted the most. What he regretted even more was that he didn't arrive a step earlier. Even if he did, his son wouldn't have to die. Of course, he didn't know that if Jiang Qin was determined to kill Futian, even if he, Fu Kuei, arrived earlier, Futian would still be dead. Dad, we must avenge second brother. So what if they are King Fan's men? Our divine line sect isn't afraid of them. The green-robed youth spoke angrily. He was none other than the eldest son of Fu Kuei, Fu Wei. He was a genius of divine line sect. His cultivation base was much more terrifying than Futian's. At such a young age he had already reached the late immortal king realm. Such a cultivation base would give him a certain status even in divine line sect. This was because such a genius had the highest chance of breaking through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Every young Immortal Emperor was the hope of a major power. After Fu Kuei felt that it was hopeless to rely on Corpsine sect, he summoned his eldest son back. When Fu Wei heard that his brother was killed, he was naturally infuriated to the extreme. "Wei, just like what you said, we must avenge this. We can't rely on Corpsine sect anymore. For the time being, they won't offend King Fan for a dead man. So if we want to avenge our brother, we can only rely on ourselves." Fu Kuei spoke. "Dad, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I will certainly kill him with my own hands to avenge my brother." Fu Wei clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He had a belly full of anger that he had nowhere to vent. He felt that if he met Xianxia now, he would definitely tear him into pieces. "Wei, do you have any ideas? That brat should be hiding in King Fan Prefecture. Even if you are from Divine Line sect, you won't have the chance to kill him." Fu Kuei spoke. He had never thought that Xianxia would have a relationship with King Fan. "Dad, King Fan's king conferring ceremony will be held in a few days. This will be my chance. With White Tiger and King Ping present, the ceremony won't be peaceful. I have a good relationship with King Ping. When the time comes, I will follow King Ping into King Fan Prefecture. As long as that Xianxia appears, I will find a chance to kill him." Chapter 1440. All right. Wei, I will leave the revenge of your brother to you, but don't be careless. Don't underestimate that Xianxia. That man is the most terrifying genius I have ever seen. Although he's only a late golden immortal, he already has the strength to kill an intermediate immortal king. Your brother died in his hands because he underestimated him. Fu Kuei reminded. He had seen Xianxia with his own eyes. Although he hated Xianxia very much, he had to admit that Xianxia was indeed the most terrifying genius he had ever seen. "Don't worry, Dad. He's just a puny little golden immortal. No matter how powerful he is, how powerful can he be? I really don't know what's wrong with Fu Tian that he died in the hands of a golden immortal. Given my ability, if I meet that Xianxia, I will certainly beat him until he begs for mercy." Fu Wei was incomparably confident. From his words, it could be seen that he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. After finishing his words, Fu Wei left. The king conferring ceremony would be held in a few days. He had to get in touch with King Ping now. Fu Wei vanished. Fu Kuei knitted his brows. For some reason he had a bad premonition. This premonition came from Fu Wei's contempt for Xianxia. He had seen Xianxia before. Such a man must never be underestimated. However, the only thing that reassured Fu Kuei was Fu Wei's strength. He believed that a late immortal king wouldn't have any problem killing Xianxia. After all, the gap between a late golden immortal and a late immortal king was just too huge. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could surpass so many levels to fight. There were only a few days left before the king conferring ceremony. To immortals, a few days was just too short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the king conferring ceremony. It was a big day for Yang Bufan and the entire imperial capital. It was a big day for any prince of Great Qian Empire to be conferred the title of king conferring. This itself had a certain symbolic meaning. Among the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu, whenever a genius disciple advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, the sect would arrange a grand ceremony to announce it to the world. This was a kind of glory, a supreme glory. Although Yang Bufan hadn't advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, his king conferring ceremony was equally glorious. As a matter of fact, it was because Yang Bufan wasn't a true immortal emperor that people were jealous of him. Whether it was the crown prince, King Ping, or the other young princes, every one of them was conferred the title of king when they advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. The Immortal Emperor Grand Ceremony and King Conferring Ceremony were held at the same time. In other words, in Great Qian Empire, only immortal emperors were qualified to be conferred the title of king. Reaching the Immortal Emperor realm was the standard threshold to be conferred the title of king. Yang Bufan hadn't crossed this threshold, but he was already conferred the title of king. King Fan Prefecture was very large. There was a huge square in the middle. At this moment, the square was filled with red lanterns and silks. At the center of the square was a towering altar. The altar looked very grand. On top of it was a statue of an old man who seemed to be in his 80s or 90s. Despite his doddering appearance, The fact that this old man could be placed in the most important place of the ceremony was enough to show that this old man had an extraordinary identity. That's right. This statue was the old ancestor of Great Qian Empire, the old great emperor of the old great emperors, the first founder of Great Qian Empire. Today Yang Bufan was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, standing at the forefront of the procession, giving off the demeanor of a king. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were standing beside Jiang Qin. Old Man Bai Weng and the other two immortal emperors were standing beside Yang Bufan. The other higher-ups of King Fan Prefecture were standing behind them. The scene was very quiet. Brother, that's the ancestor of Great Qian Empire. Even I haven't seen him before. Father won't be attending the king conferring ceremony. When Father's imperial edict arrives, we just have to kneel and greet the ancestor. Yang Bufan spoke. Just the statue alone is already filled with majesty. To be able to create such a powerful empire, how could such a person not be admired? I wonder if this ancestor is still alive? Jiang Qin sighed. Everyone in the world worshipped the strong. Jiang Qin was no exception. Every true expert had something that made people admire them. The ancestor has been glorious all his life, creating countless glories. However, the foundation of Great Qian Empire is very strong. It has existed for thousands of years. There are two rumors about the ancestor. Some say that the ancestor is dead. Some say that the ancestor has gone to the immortal court. In any case, the ancestor is just a legend to the entire Great Qian Empire. Yang Bufan spoke. Mentioning the ancestor, Yang Bufan's expression was filled with awe. As soon as Yang Bufan's voice faded, a whirlwind suddenly rose from the sky, stirring up a whirlpool in the calm void. Then a sturdy middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged man seemed to be in his 40s. He was wearing a green robe and there was an incomprehensible pattern on his chest. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, everyone was filled with awe. The entire King Fan Prefecture fell into complete silence. The middle-aged man didn't deliberately emit any pressure, but many of them were already sweating profusely. Even though it was just an invisible pressure, they still couldn't stand it. Very powerful. Jiang Qin was shocked. This middle-aged man was just too powerful. He had seen immortal emperors before. Fu Kuei was an early immortal emperor, but compared to this middle-aged man, Fu Kuei was nothing. The gap between them couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. A late immortal emperor. No, this man is a half-step immortal venerable. The foundation of Great Qian Empire is truly powerful. A random bastard can actually be a half-step immortal venerable. De Huang Dog said. Although a half-step immortal venerable wasn't a true immortal venerable, it had already far surpassed an immortal emperor. It was as difficult as ascending to the heaven to meet such a figure, but today he had appeared in King Fan Prefecture. This showed that the emperor of Great Qian Empire still attached great importance to him. Greetings, Master of Prefecture. No one dared to be negligent. Under Yang Bufan's lead, everyone in the prefecture bowed deeply. No one dared to be disrespectful to this big shot. Yang Zhanqing was the person in charge of Genius Prefecture in the imperial capital. He was the favorite of the current emperor, second only to the emperor. Even Yang Bufan didn't expect that Yang Zhanqing would appear in person today. Such treatment was too high, which made Yang Bufan feel flattered. Who in the entire Great Qian Empire didn't know the name of Yang Zhanqing? Back then, Yang Zhanqing was the general of the empire and had the title of ever-victorious general. His meritorious deeds were innumerable. Once, in the war against Great Cloud Empire, he annihilated millions of enemies and beheaded the generals of the enemy. The imperial edict has arrived. Yang Bufan received the imperial edict. The emperor of Great Qian Empire has conferred the title of King Fan to Prince Yang Bufan. The ancestral worship ceremony begins now. Yang Zhanqing was holding an imperial edict that was radiating golden light and read the content aloud. Chapter 1441. The whole scene was incomparably solemn. Everyone was looking up at the altar in the sky with eyes full of awe. Yang Bufan received the imperial edict and came to the statue of the ancestral master with a solemn face. Then he knelt in front of the statue and kowtowed 3 times. No matter how arrogant the disciples of Yang family of Great Qian Empire were, they wouldn't dare to show any disrespect or neglect in front of the ancestral master. Even if the current emperor was here, he would have to kowtow to the ancestral master. The king conferring ceremony was very simple. There wasn't any complicated process. It only required an imperial edict from the emperor and Yang Bufan to kowtow to the ancestral master to complete the ceremony. In other words, after these 3 kowtows, Yang Bufan would become the real King Fan. From then on, he would have a pivotal position in Great Qian Empire. Bufan, I've thought highly of you in the past. Sure enough, you didn't let me down. Among the many princes, you're considered a promising young man. That year, when you left Genius Prefecture, it seems that you didn't bring disgrace to the prestige of Genius Prefecture. Today you've been conferred the title of King Conferring. I'm happy for you. This is the gift I've prepared for you. Yang Zhanqing said. His words were full of praise for Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan felt honored to be praised by Yang Zhanqing. He knew Yang Zhanqing's ability and character very well. Across the entire Great Qian Empire, there weren't many people who could be praised by him. Being praised by him was something to be proud of. Yang Zhanqing's hand was like a magic trick. A medicinal herb appeared in his hand. It was a jade-like ginseng. Its whole body was milky white. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Snow Jade King Ginseng. Master of Prefecture, this gift is too precious. How can Bufan afford it? Yang Bufan's expression changed. The Snow Jade King Ginseng was a rare medicinal herb. It had reached the venerable grade. It was simply a rare treasure. But Yang Zhanqing took it out and gave it to Yang Bufan. Even a fool could see how important Yang Zhanqing was to Yang Bufan. Although Yang Bufan was a prince and had been conferred the title of King Fan, he didn't dare to slight Yang Zhanqing in the slightest. He even addressed Yang Zhanqing as Lord. This showed how high Yang Zhanqing's status was in Great Qian Empire. Gosh. It's a rare venerable grade spiritual herb, Snow Jade King Ginseng. Such a treasure is extremely beneficial even to Master of Prefecture. I didn't expect him to gift it to King Fan. Even Elder Bai Weng was unable to hide his astonishment. The Snow Jade King Ginseng is too precious. It will bring unimaginable benefits to King Fan. King Fan has just advanced to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. After a period of time, when his cultivation base reaches the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, this Snow Jade King Ginseng will help him break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Master of Prefecture is truly considerate. There are as many geniuses in Genius Prefecture as there are clouds in the sky. King Fan is the first to be treated like this by him. Let's just wait and see. Even Yang Zhanqing thinks highly of King Fan. King Fan will surely achieve great things in the future. The faces of the experts of King Fan Prefecture revealed a look of surprise. Apart from the preciousness of the Snow Jade King Ginseng, it also represented the importance that Yang Zhanqing attached to Yang Bufan. One should know that King Ping and Crown Prince were both from Genius Prefecture, but Yang Zhanqing didn't even present them with any treasures on the day of their conferring ceremony, let alone the Snow Jade King Ginseng. What the hell is Genius Prefecture? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. Although they were talking about the Master of Genius Prefecture, both De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin knew nothing about this Genius Prefecture. However, they could also imagine that Genius Prefecture should be a very important department of Great Qian Empire. Brother Jiang, you might not know this, but Genius Prefecture is a place that specializes in cultivating geniuses in Great Qian Empire. Many aristocrats, princes and grandsons, descendants of high-ranking officials and the outstanding geniuses selected from the countless sects of Great Qian Empire will be sent to Genius Prefecture for cultivation. In other words, Genius Prefecture is the gathering place of the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. The Crown Prince and Crown Prince are from Genius Prefecture. King Fan also left Genius Prefecture from that place. You can imagine Yang Zhanqing's status in Genius Prefecture. Old Man Bai Weng explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were enlightened. They couldn't help but feel deep respect for Yang Zhanqing once more. At the same time, Jiang Qin couldn't help but have some interest in Genius Prefecture. One should know that as one of the 11 major powers, Great Qian Empire's sphere of influence was just too vast. Putting aside the princes and grandsons, there were also countless sects under the empire. Each sect was cultivating geniuses for the empire. Every year, there would be top geniuses selected to enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. It was the most appropriate word to describe Genius Prefecture as the gathering place of geniuses. This was the foundation of an empire. It was the foundation of a powerful empire. However, the emperor of Great Qian Empire had entrusted such an incomparably important place to Yang Zhanqing. Apart from showing the emperor's trust in Yang Zhanqing, it also showed Yang Zhanqing's ability. This point could be seen from King Fan's incomparably respectful attitude towards Yang Zhanqing. "Take it." Yang Zhanqing casually waved his hand and threw the snow jade king ginseng into Yang Bufan's hand as though he was throwing rubbish. Yang Bufan hastily and carefully received the snow jade king ginseng. This was a peerless venerable grade herb. Even ordinary immortal venerables would treat it as a treasure, let alone Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan was touched. He knew that although Yang Zhanqing seemed to have thrown the snow jade king ginseng casually, he was actually feeling very distressed in his heart. If he was in Yang Bufan's position, he would also feel distressed. "Thank you, Master of Prefecture." Yang Bufan bowed to Yang Zhanqing once more. When he raised his head again, he found that Yang Zhanqing had already disappeared. The king conferring ceremony was just that simple. It ended just like that, but in fact it was just the beginning. Crown Prince has arrived. King Ping has arrived. King Yun has arrived. 9th Prince has arrived. 13th Prince has arrived. Young Master Zhao of Grand Preceptor Prefecture has arrived. As soon as Yang Zhanqing left, the loud voice of the guards outside was heard. Then a large number of people began to rush towards the square. Upon seeing this, the corner of Yang Bufan's mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He knew that what should come would come sooner or later. He couldn't stop it. These people had been here for a long time. The reason why they didn't come in directly was that Yang Zhanqing was here. Most of these people were from Genius Prefecture. Who would dare to disrespect Yang Zhanqing? Even the crown prince had to be as docile as a kitten in front of Yang Zhanqing. Now that Yang Zhanqing had left, they came in without any hesitation. They came in the name of congratulating Yang Zhanqing. So the king conferring ceremony had just begun. Chapter 1442. With a sway of his body, Yang Bufan descended from the sky and stood in front of the camp of King Fan Prefecture. "Brother, the guests have arrived. We have to welcome them." Yang Bufan said with a smile. "Of course we have to welcome them." Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't know whether Jiang Chen was lucky to encounter such a grand scene as soon as he arrived in Great Qian Empire. Anyway, Jiang Chen's passion and fighting spirit had been aroused. He had seen the demeanor of the true geniuses. This was the real immortal world. One Line Sky was on a totally different level compared to this place. A large number of experts were marching towards them. The one in the lead was clad in a golden robe and a purple gold crown with a spiraling dragon embroidered on his chest. In the entire Great Qian Empire, apart from the emperor, only the crown prince was qualified to wear a dragon-shaped robe. He was the crown prince. He seemed to be around the same age as Jiang Chen. He had a dignified look on his face. His body exuded the qi of an immortal emperor. Jiang Chen discovered that this crown prince wasn't an ordinary genius. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm, but he was afraid that even an ordinary intermediate immortal emperor wouldn't be a match for him in terms of combat strength. This is the crown prince. He controls a major power called White Tiger, which is very prestigious in Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan said in a low voice. "Look at that. He's King Ping, also a peak early immortal emperor. His power in Genius Prefecture and the imperial capital isn't any weaker than the crown prince. Although the other princes are also immortal emperors, their power and influence are far inferior to the crown prince and King Ping. Look at their unsightly faces. Do you know why?" Yang Bufan pointed to another man in white and said. The man was tall and handsome. His gestures were filled with the aura of a superior. He was a true emperor. He was King Ping called Yang Buping. He and the crown prince's face looked incomparably unsightly. The other princes didn't look too good either. Because they saw Yang Zhanqing giving you the snow jade king ginseng. How smart was Jiang Chen? He could naturally guess the reason behind this. That's right. You should know that even the crown prince didn't receive any gift from Yang Zhanqing when he was conferred as the crown prince. But today, King Fan received a rare venerable grade snow jade king ginseng. This naturally made them jealous. Of course, apart from jealousy, they also felt threatened. King Fan is a potential threat to them. Bai Weng said as he stroked his beard out of habit. Old man Bai Weng's words were easy to understand. The return of King Fan had already made them feel a strong sense of competitiveness. Now even Yang Zhanqing was praising Yang Bufan, which further showed Yang Bufan's potential. How could Crown Prince and King Ping bear it? At this time, Jiang Qin knitted his brows and shifted his gaze to King Ping's camp. He could sense a murderous intent that was directed at him, not Yang Bufan. Sure enough, when Jiang Qin looked over, he saw a green-robed young man staring at him with a venomous gaze. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Who's this? Why does he have such a murderous intent towards me? Jiang Qin knitted his brows in puzzlement. He had only been here for a short period of time. He didn't know these people at all. Moreover, whether it was the Crown Prince or King Ping, both of them were here for Yang Bufan. Even if they had killing intent, it should be directed at Yang Bufan, but this young man was obviously targeting him. Others might not be able to sense the hidden killing intent, but given how sharp Jiang Chen's senses were, even the slightest change in the environment wouldn't be able to hide from him. Humph. No matter who you are, you need to have the ability to kill me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly in his heart. Although this man had the cultivation base of a late immortal king, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. He might not be able to defeat such an expert, but it was absolutely impossible for this man to kill him. The Crown Prince and the others had indeed been here for some time, waiting for the end of the king conferring ceremony. Unexpectedly, they saw the snow jade king ginseng that Yang Zhanqing gave to Yang Bufan, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. They had already made up their minds. Since Yang Zhanqing thought highly of Yang Bufan, they must embarrass Yang Bufan today. Congratulations, King Fan. Today is such a joyous day. If we don't come, wouldn't it be impolite? King Ping was the first to speak. He laughed loudly, looking incomparably sincere on the surface. Such a man was the most shrewd and also the scariest. From this point alone, it could be seen that this King Ping was scarier than the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's unkind face hadn't changed since he came in. This alone showed that he wasn't as good as King Ping. The presence of the Crown Prince, King Ping, and my royal brothers has brought light to my humble abode. Yang Bufan clasped his fists. In the face of the pressure from so many experts, Yang Bufan's face remained calm. There wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. He had the demeanor of a great master, which was admirable. Old Man Bai Weng and the others nodded silently and praised him. In any case, King Fan's chi didn't lose to them at all. Even though he was only a half-step immortal emperor, the chi of a king in his body was on par with the Crown Prince and King Ping. They could even feel a kind of chi from Yang Bufan that the Crown Prince and King Ping didn't have. It was a sense of steadiness, the chi of a superior, and the domineering aura that could control everything with just a wave of his hand. Of course, a man who had been the Lord of Evil for 10 years wouldn't be comparable to the Crown Prince and King Ping in terms of experience and temperament. Those who hadn't stayed in that kind of tragic environment would never know the horror of that place. Only the superior who had walked out of that kind of place could be called a true superior. King Fan, today is your wedding day. If there's no program to liven things up, wouldn't it be imperfect? Since you have been conferred the title of king, I'm sure that there must be a lot of extraordinary people under your command. Our great Qian Empire advocates the martial Dao and pays particular attention to the strong. The establishment of Genius Prefecture represents the prosperity of our geniuses. Every king must have some geniuses by their side. Why don't we select some geniuses for a competition? What do you think, King Fan? The Crown Prince spoke. Without any extra congratulatory words, he went straight to the point to make things difficult. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, the facial expression of Old Man Bai Weng and the others changed instantly. This Crown Prince is too shameless. How dare he use this trick to make things difficult for King Fan? He knows that King Fan has just returned and hasn't even returned to Genius Prefecture. He doesn't have any geniuses following him. On the other hand, Crown Prince and King Ping have gathered a large number of geniuses, many of whom are from Genius Prefecture. Chapter 1443. The atmosphere on King Fan's side changed all of a sudden. On the other side, everyone's face revealed a mocking smile. That's right. They came here today to watch King Fan make a fool of himself. If Yang Bufan made a fool of himself in his own king conferring ceremony, he would become the laughingstock of Great Qian Empire. He would never be able to raise his head again and lose the qualification to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. He might even lose the qualification to compete with the other kings and princes. Only the Crown Prince, King Ping, Yang Bufan and everyone else present were as clear as a mirror about this. Old Man Bai Weng and the others' faces turned incomparably unsightly. Only they knew the current situation of King Fan Prefecture. Compared to King Ping Prefecture, King Fan Prefecture was still very weak, but it had great potential for development. Yang Bufan had just returned to Great Qian Empire not long ago. It was already very good that he could win over so many experts in such a short time. As for those geniuses of Great Qian Empire, they were basically in Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan hadn't been to Genius Prefecture since his return. Therefore there wasn't a single genius following him. This in itself was a great irony. Great Qian Empire respected the strong and overflowed with geniuses. The existence of Genius Prefecture itself represented the importance that Great Qian Empire attached to these geniuses. Therefore, although the Crown Prince's request of letting the geniuses compete seemed excessive, it was also reasonable. At least Yang Bufan had no reason to refuse. In other words, Yang Bufan could admit defeat directly, but he couldn't refuse. However, could Yang Bufan admit defeat directly? That was impossible. Admitting defeat was equivalent to losing everything. He was afraid that the emperor would strip him of the title of King Fan tomorrow. A king of Great Qian Empire couldn't admit defeat, especially in the king conferring ceremony. This was no longer just a matter of face. It had already involved the future development of King Fan. This was also the most awkward situation King Fan was in. Old Man Bai Weng and the others understood his situation. The Crown Prince and King Ping also understood it. If Yang Bufan couldn't find a genius to fight for him, the Crown Prince and King Ping would take this opportunity to mock him. If a dignified king was defeated in the king conferring ceremony, how was he going to show his face in the imperial capital in the future? What? King Fan doesn't dare? Do you want this Crown Prince to lend you a few geniuses? My white tiger doesn't lack geniuses the least. The Crown Prince said sarcastically. Isn't it a bit too much for the Crown Prince to do this? He clearly knows that King Fan doesn't have any genius under him. Isn't this a slap to King Fan's face? King Ping said with a smile. This guy was really a shrewd person. He had directly mocked both his opponents. First he mocked the Crown Prince for purposely making things difficult for him, and then he mocked King Fan for having no subordinates. This was a truly terrifying opponent. Since the Crown Prince is interested, how could I refuse? Yang Bufan burst into laughter. His expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. He was extremely calm because he wasn't afraid at all. He had a trump card and that was Jiangchen. Old Man Bai Weng and the others couldn't understand why King Fan could still smile at this moment. Could it be that he had really found a genius to fight? Could it be that Jiangchen? That's right. There was a Jiangchen here. The others might not know much about Jiangchen, but Old Man Bai Weng did. A person who could kill young Master Futian could indeed hold the fort. War God Yang Bufan looked at Jiangchen and patted Jiangchen's shoulder. Brother, I'm counting on you this time. Yang Bufan shrugged, showing a look of helplessness. Jiangchen smiled. He could see the current situation very clearly, so he didn't decline. Yang Bufan needed him. Of course he wouldn't refuse. You trust me that much? Jiangchen asked with a smile. Of course. Big brother's future depends on you. Yang Bufan's smile was very clear. It was a kind of trust. Jiangchen could feel that Yang Bufan trusted him without the slightest doubt. Jiangchen knew that the reason why Yang Bufan asked him to fight was not only for himself but also for Jiangchen. He wanted to make Jiangchen famous. It was impossible to stay low-key in the imperial capital. All right. Jiangchen nodded and took a step forward. Crown Prince, this is my brother. His name is Jiangchen. He's also the most powerful genius by my side. Today I'll send him to fight. Yang Bufan spoke in a clear voice. In front of so many people he admitted that Jiangchen was his brother and not his follower. This point alone was enough to prove that he really regarded Jiangchen as his brother. As a matter of fact, he was most relieved to send Jiangchen to fight. Even if there were other powerful geniuses by his side, he would still send Jiangchen to fight. Compared to Old Man Bai Weng, he was the one who truly understood Jiangchen. This was an extremely terrifying guy with astonishing explosive power. His performance in Evil Abyss was enough to prove it. Yang Bufan was most relieved to bet his future on Jiang Chen. What? Everyone, including Crown Prince and King Ping, couldn't help but exclaim when they saw a golden immortal. Shortly after, they burst into laughter. There was only one person who didn't laugh. He was the green-robed man who stood beside King Ping and revealed killing intent towards Jiang Chen. Wasn't this a joke? What was Yang Bufan thinking by sending a golden immortal to fight? This is hilarious. King Ping, you should have just said it if you don't have any subordinates. Why did you send a puny little golden immortal to humiliate us? That's right, King Ping. We are all from Genius Prefecture. The lowest cultivation base among us is an early immortal king. Isn't this a humiliation to us by sending a golden immortal? King Ping, don't force yourself if you can't find anyone. We will understand. You just have to lower your head and admit defeat to His Highness the Crown Prince. This puny golden immortal isn't even worth a slap. In their opinion, this was just too funny. Which one of them wasn't an immortal king expert? They couldn't even find a half-step immortal king expert. If they were asked to fight a golden immortal, they wouldn't have the slightest interest in it at all. The faces of the people of King Fan Prefecture turned incomparably unsightly. They couldn't do anything to be humiliated like this. Look at your pathetic faces. Let them have some fun first. They will cry later. Old man Bai Weng reprimanded in a low voice. Bai Weng, could it be that you have so much confidence in this Jiang Chen? An immortal emperor beside him asked. I don't know anything else. I only know that he has really killed young Master Fu Tian. Old man Bai Weng said. Based on this point alone, he believed that Jiang Chen would certainly surprise them today. Chapter 1444. Old man Bai Weng seemed to have a lot of confidence in Jiang Chen, but the others didn't have that much confidence. All of them were skeptical, but at least someone was going to fight. It was better than no one at all. Otherwise, King Fan Prefecture would lose a lot of face. King Fan, I hope you will be more serious. This competition isn't a joke. You are sending a puny little golden immortal to fight? The weakest genius here is an early immortal king. Wouldn't it look bad if he was killed with a slap? The Crown Prince spoke sourly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look Jiang Chen in the eye, but this was understandable. After all, Jiang Chen was merely a golden immortal. How could a high and mighty Crown Prince put him in his eyes? Crown Prince, I'm very serious. I hope you will treat this seriously as well. By the way, let me kindly remind you that this brother of mine doesn't have a good temper. He doesn't know how to control his strength. You'd better not send an early immortal king genius out. If my brother can't control himself and kills him with a slap, it won't look good. Yang Bufan said with a smile. These words sounded like a humiliation to the Crown Prince, but he was speaking the truth for the sake of the Crown Prince. If the other party really sent an early immortal king, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to defeat him with a finger. King Fan, you're just a puny little golden immortal. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. In that case, I won't be polite anymore. In any case, you're the one who asked for this humiliation. The Crown Prince's face was cold. He had decided not to be polite to King Fan anymore. In any case, he had come here today to humiliate King Fan. He wouldn't say anything even if he killed this brat. After all, it was very hard to control the battle between an immortal king and a golden immortal. After killing Jiang Chen, he would like to see who else King Fan would send to fight. Today's trouble had just begun. Which one of you is willing to fight? The Crown Prince spoke to a dozen geniuses who had walked out from Genius Prefecture. Those geniuses exchanged glances with each other. None of them had the slightest intention to fight. It could be seen that they looked down on Jiang Chen, thinking that Jiang Chen wasn't qualified to be their opponent. Yin Hong, come and fight. The Crown Prince spoke. A young man in black robes walked out. This young man had an extraordinary demeanor. His cultivation base was at the early immortal king realm. Such a character wasn't considered anything in Genius Prefecture, but such a young immortal king was already something to be proud of. Your Highness, I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill him and embarrass King Fan. Yin Hong said with a frown, looking extremely impatient. From the looks of it, he did not want to fight. He felt that fighting a golden immortal would lower his status. You don't have to worry about this. Just use your full strength. If you have the ability to kill my brother, I will give up my title of King Fan. King Fan said. What? King Fan's words caused another round of exclamations. No one had thought that King Fan would have such great confidence in Zhou Xian. He even took out his title of King Fan. Wasn't this bet a little too big? King Fan, don't be impulsive. This isn't a joke. King Ping reminded. King Fan, do you mean what you said? The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes. Of course it counts. King Fan said solemnly. Good. In Hong, don't hold back. Kill him directly. The Crown Prince issued a killing order. He absolutely didn't believe that In Hong couldn't defeat a puny little golden immortal. No matter how talented the opponent was, how heaven-defying could he be? Even the Crown Prince himself could only fight a half-step immortal king when he was a late golden immortal. He wouldn't be a match for a true immortal king, let alone a genius like In Hong. Brother, in that case, don't hold back. Yang Bufan spoke to Zhou Xian. In terms of cruelty and mercilessness, the Crown Prince was still no match for him. Yang Bufan had seen many life and death situations in Evil Abyss. So what if he killed someone? Today he wanted to make a name for himself. No matter what the opponent's moves were, he would take them all on. Since the Crown Prince wanted to kill, he didn't mind using blood as a sacrifice for his king-conferring ceremony. All right. Zhou Xian nodded. He hated being restrained the most. There was no need to be polite in a battle. In that case, let's begin, said the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince spoke, he waved his hand and struck out a sheet of golden light. The golden light formed a huge light shield in front of him. The inside of the shield was the location of the battle. This was a very good method. After all, the combat strength of a battle between immortal kings would be very shocking. If there weren't any protective measures, perhaps the entire King Fan prefecture would be turned upside down. The Crown Prince didn't care about the destruction of King Fan prefecture, but he couldn't ignore the rules of the imperial capital. No large-scale battle was allowed in the imperial capital. It was a crime to destroy the buildings of the imperial capital. With this light barrier, he wouldn't have to worry about the impact of the energy overflow. This was a light barrier deployed by a peak early immortal emperor expert. Even the most powerful immortal king wouldn't be able to break it. This was almost certain. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Xian strode into the light barrier. At the same time, In Hong, who was on the opposite side, walked in with a sneer. Zhou Xian, I advise you to admit defeat now, then kneel down and kowtow to me. In this way you can still keep your life, In Hong spoke. He was eager to see the scene of Zhou Xian kowtowing and admitting defeat. One should know that Zhou Xian represented King Fan now. If Zhou Xian knelt down and kowtowed to him, King Fan's reputation would be ruined and he would no longer be able to show his face in the imperial capital. You are thinking too much. Zhou Xian shook his head. Bah. I really don't know where a puny little golden immortal gets his confidence from. Asking me to fight personally is an insult to me. I've decided to slap you to death to save me the trouble. In Hong spat on the ground. In his eyes, Zhou Xian was just like an ant. The gap between them was just too huge. If he couldn't kill Zhou Xian with a single slap, then he would lose all his face. You talk a lot of nonsense. I don't want to take advantage of you. You make the first move. Zhou Xian said in an indifferent tone. His disdainful attitude had completely infuriated In Hong. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. In Hong was infuriated. He fully unleashed the chi of an early immortal king. His palm radiated golden light. With a sway of his body, he launched an attack at Zhou Xian. No one knew how much force was contained in that terrifying slap. It seemed that if Zhou Xian was hit by this slap, he would certainly die. Chapter 1445. Not only White Tiger's side, but the others also had the same expression. Even King Ping couldn't help but sigh. Just like Crown Prince, he wouldn't believe that a late golden immortal could fight against an immortal king. Only King Fan and Old Man Bai Weng looked calm. De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu were even more indifferent. They didn't even have the interest to watch the battle because they already knew the result almost without the need to fight. In such a battle there would indeed be an instant kill, but it would never be In Hong who could kill Zhou Xian in a second. The chi in the battlefield was overwhelming. Zhou Xian stood there without moving. When In Hong's palm was about to touch him, Zhou Xian moved. His movement was very simple. He raised his palm effortlessly and the void was shattered by him. But two palms collided in an instant. However, the scene that everyone imagined didn't happen. Jiang Chen wasn't killed by Yin Hong's slap. Yin Hong's palm couldn't even shake Jiang Chen. The next moment, a bone-breaking sound was heard. Everyone was horrified to see that Yin Hong's palm was broken like a toy under Jiang Chen's palm. On Yin Hong's wrist, the white bone was pierced through the skin. Blood kept flowing out along the pierced skin. It looked incomparably ferocious. Arg. Even with Yin Hong's powerful cultivation base, he couldn't bear such a huge pain. It was a pain that penetrated deep into his soul. He felt that he had lost all his combat strength in an instant in the hands of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, as though he had experienced such a scene too many times. The blood of his opponent couldn't affect him in the slightest. His eyes were incomparably cold like a god of death. Yin Hong struggled violently, but he couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's grasp at all. He was like a weak rabbit that was firmly controlled by Jiang Chen. Only now did Yin Hong realize how foolish he was. He really shouldn't have underestimated this young man in front of him. He believed that as long as he didn't underestimate his opponent, even if he lost, he wouldn't end up like this. In reality, Yin Hong's thoughts were just wishful thinking. He simply did not understand just how big of a gap there was between him and Jiang Chen. Even if he unleashed his full strength, the outcome would still be the same. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Jiang Chen grabbed Yin Hong's broken hand with one hand, then raised his other hand and slapped Yin Hong's face fiercely. Pop! The crisp sound of a slap reverberated throughout the entire square. This slap landed on Yin Hong's face, but the crown prince who was outside felt a burning pain on his face. This was no different from slapping him in the face. Thump! Yin Hong was heavily slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen. Half of his face was smashed into a bloody mess. After Yin Hong fell to the ground, he wriggled violently but did not have the strength to stand up. By God! How is this possible? Countless people exclaimed. Whether it was White Tiger Qingping Prefecture or the others, including the people of Qingfan Prefecture, all of them had their mouths wide open in disbelief. To them this was like a dream. It was completely unbelievable. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Where did this bastard come from? His cultivation base is only at the late Golden Immortal realm. How could he defeat an early Immortal King so easily? Abnormal. This is just too abnormal. Even the Crown Prince and King Ping couldn't do this at this realm. Could it be that this young man's talent is even higher than the Crown Prince and King Ping? How could there be such an abnormal figure around King Fan? This is too horrifying. A late Golden Immortal could defeat an early Immortal King. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. No one wasn't shocked. Exclamations were everywhere. This was just too shocking. Amazing. This Jiang Chen is just too amazing. No wonder King Fan wants him to take action and even bet his king title. This is confidence. What a good Jiang Chen. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint us. The Crown Prince wanted to use Yin Hong to slap King Fan's face, but now his face was slapped instead. How satisfying. The faces of the people of King Fan Prefecture were filled with excitement. Their worries just now were gone. They had completely believed the fact that Jiang Chen had killed young Master Futian. That early immortal King Yin Hong wasn't even worth a fart in front of Jiang Chen. It seemed like a fart from Jiang Chen was enough to kill Yin Hong. Yang Bufan stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing an unchanging smile on his face. This scene was within his expectation. On the battlefield, Yin Hong's body was twitching and screaming. Jiang Chen gave him a contemptuous glance, then raised his foot and stomped on Yin Hong's face. Bah! Who do you think you are? How dare you clamor in front of me? I won't kill you because you don't even have the qualification to die in my hands. Jiang Chen imitated Yin Hong's action of spitting. His saliva landed directly on Yin Hong's face. Yin Hong rolled his eyes and fainted. He had fainted due to the humiliation. He was a dignified immortal king, a genius of Genius Prefecture. But now he was told that he didn't even have the qualification to die in his opponent's hands. How humiliating was this? Fainting just like that. Trash. Jiang Chen showed a look of disgust, then casually kicked Yin Hong out of the light shield, landing right at the feet of the Crown Prince. The reason why he didn't kill Yin Hong was to humiliate the Crown Prince. This was even more excessive than killing Yin Hong because this was the most direct humiliation. It was like slapping the Crown Prince's face. Moreover, even if Yin Hong wasn't the crown prince, he was basically crippled, and the crown prince wouldn't let him have an easy time. Useless thing. The crown prince spoke with incomparable anger. Then someone dragged Yin Hong away from the back. It was really shameful for Yin Hong to stay here. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Chen. No one dared to look down on this young man anymore because Zhang Chen had given them too much of a shock. What a powerful guy. He's really abnormal. If such a genius grows up, his future will be limitless. King Ping thought to himself, already feeling jealous of Yang Bufan. In his point of view, if such a genius could come to his side and help him, he would rise to the top sooner or later. Crown Prince, thank you for letting me win. It seems like my title of King Fan has been preserved. Chapter 1446. Yang Bufan was very happy. Old Man Bai Weng was equally happy. He was glad that he had saved Zhang Chen half a month ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with today's situation. Old Man Bai Weng felt that a single Zhang Chen was more useful than a dozen geniuses in Crown Prince Palace. In the camp of King Ping Prefecture, the green-clothed man's blade-like eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen. He wanted to see through Zhang Chen and see how terrifying this man who could kill his brother was. After witnessing how Zhang Chen dealt with Yin Hong, the green-clothed man no longer looked down on Zhang Chen, but he was after all a late immortal king. Even though Zhang Chen's performance was very powerful, he still didn't put Zhang Chen in his eyes. Crown Prince, I've just reminded you not to send any early immortal king geniuses, but you didn't listen to me. What a pity. If it wasn't for my brother's mercy, that man would have been dead by now. Yang Bufan continued. The Crown Prince's face darkened, but he had no way to fight back because what Yang Bufan said was right. He did warn him just now, but that kind of warning was the same as ridicule. Your Highness, let me fight this Zhang Chen. If Yin Hong didn't underestimate his opponent, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. I would like to see how powerful a golden immortal can be. Another black-clothed youth from the Crown Prince Palace stood out. His name was Zhou Xian, an intermediate immortal king, much stronger than Yin Hong and comparable to young Master Fu Tian. All right. Xuangting, go and fight him. There's no need to hold back. The Crown Prince said. He also wanted to see how powerful this Zhang Chen was. The reason why he asked Zhou Xian not to hold back was because he could see the potential threat of Zhang Chen. Although Yin Hong had indeed underestimated his opponent in the battle just now, it was impossible for the Crown Prince to not see it. Even if Yin Hong didn't underestimate his opponent, he still wasn't a match for Zhang Chen. Both of them weren't on the same level at all. The so-called underestimating one's opponent only applied to two parties with similar strength. When there was a huge gap between the two parties, underestimating the opponent or not wouldn't change the outcome. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely get rid of this person for you. As Zhou Xian spoke, he strode forward and directly entered the battlefield that was sealed by the barrier of light. Your Royal Highness, you're going to take turns fighting him. Isn't that unfair to Zhang Chen? Old Man Bai Weng said. He was a straightforward person and he would speak up if he disliked something. There were still more than 10 geniuses in the Crown Prince's palace and King Ping's side. If they continued to fight in this way, even if Zhang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be exhausted to death. Elder Bai Weng, you're wrong. His Highness didn't say that you have to send Zhang Chen to fight. It's fine if you can find another genius. Prince Yun spoke. Under normal circumstances, he seldom spoke when the Crown Prince and King Ping were around. Although they were all kings, Prince Yun knew that his strength wasn't comparable to the two of them. But recently Prince Yun and the Crown Prince had been very close. It seemed that he had the intention of getting closer to the Crown Prince's palace. Therefore he spoke up for the Crown Prince. Prince Yun's words made Old Man Bai Weng swallow his words. Although it was shameless, Old Man Bai Weng couldn't find any reason to refute it because what Prince Yun said was right and reasonable. He also didn't mention that Zhang Chen had to fight the battle. Unfortunately, King Fan Prefecture couldn't find another genius. They couldn't let King Fan fight the battle himself. Therefore only Zhang Chen could fight the battle. It doesn't matter. Zhang brother can handle it, Yang Bufan said indifferently. His confidence in Zhang Chen couldn't be understood by others because none of them had seen Zhang Chen's means. Geniuses didn't need many. Zhang Chen alone was a genius who could withstand the combined forces of the Crown Prince and King Ping Prefecture. This was strength. Inside the light shield, Jiang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Zhou Xian expressionlessly. Zhou Xian's body was radiating golden light and his qi was incomparably powerful. This man's qi is very strong. If I don't use my dragon transformation, I won't be a match for him. Jiang Chen hesitated inwardly. Although Zhou Xian had the same cultivation base as Futian, the way he dealt with him was completely different. The reason why he was able to kill Futian without using his dragon transformation half a month ago was because Futian's cultivation method had been firmly restrained by Jiang Chen. During the battle with Jiang Chen, Futian couldn't even exert half of his combat strength. That was why Jiang Chen was able to win the battle so easily. However, it wasn't enough to deal with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's cultivation method was of the purest yang attribute, which made it hard to exert that kind of restraint. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he was able to deal with ordinary intermediate Immortal King experts without using his dragon transformation, but it wasn't enough to deal with a genius like Zhou Xian. Of course, Jiang Chen still decided to give it a try. He wanted to know what level his combat strength had reached. Jiang Chen, you go first. Zhou Xian spoke to Jiang Chen with an arrogant face. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. He didn't stand on ceremony with Zhou Xian. With a sway of his body, he turned into an invisible gust of wind, lunging at Zhou Xian. With a swipe of his hand, the void was torn apart. A huge blood-red dragon claw lunged at Zhou Xian. So fast. Zhou Xian was startled. Jiang Chen's speed was beyond his imagination. Immediately, he didn't dare to be negligent and retracted his contempt towards Jiang Chen. He wasn't a fool. He knew what the so-called expert looked like. Judging from the speed of Jiang Chen's attack, he knew that this man wasn't simple. Even though he was an intermediate Immortal King, he couldn't afford to be careless or negligent when facing this opponent. Honglong. Zhou Xian's attack was also extremely fast. He used an extremely violent punch to collide with the true dragon palm. The violent collision created a large number of sparks and cracks in the void. Dang dang dang. Under such a violent collision, Jiang Chen also suffered a powerful backlash. He was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. He then looked at Zhou Xian, who was still standing at the same spot. It seemed like Zhou Xian had gained the upper hand in this confrontation. However, Zhou Xian didn't show the slightest excitement. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen with even more astonishment. What kind of monstrous genius is this kid? Why is he so powerful? Chapter 1447. Not good. It seems like Jiang brother isn't a match for Zhou Xian. The people of King Fan Prefecture frowned. Everyone present was an expert, so they could see the situation of the battle very clearly. They were a little worried about Jiang Chen, but they also felt that it was excusable. After all, Jiang Chen was only a late golden immortal. It was already very shocking for him to be able to defeat an early Immortal King, so it was normal that he couldn't defeat an intermediate Immortal King. Fundamentally speaking, they didn't have much hope for the battle between Jiang Chen and Zhou Xian. On the other hand, the people of Crown Prince Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Although Jiang Chen's performance had shocked them, they didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Xian still managed to suppress him. Otherwise, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept it. After all, if a golden immortal was too strong, it would be very difficult for them to accept it. Jiang Chen, I have to admit that you are very powerful. I have never seen a golden immortal reach such a level. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is still too weak. You are not my opponent at all. Zhou Xian said. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Make your move. Jiang Chen put on an impatient look. He hated this kind of person who kept talking nonsense during a battle the most. The nonsense that came out of his mouth wasn't nutritious at all. Humph. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Just now it was just a casual blow from me. Next it will be your doomsday. Zhou Xian snorted coldly. It seemed like he didn't want to waste time. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible to regain the face of the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince was in a good mood at that time, he would definitely reward him greatly. Starlight Fist. Zhou Xian drew a profound arc with his hands. Blue starlight lingered around him. Huge fists began to condense. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with the shadows of his fists. Starlight Fist was an incomparably powerful combat skill. Zhou Xian had used the Starlight Fist right from the start. It was clear that he wanted to kill Jiang Qin directly. Facing such a powerful attack from Zhou Xian, the people of Qingfan Prefecture started to worry. There was no way they wouldn't worry. After all, Zhou Xian was much more powerful than Yin Hong. They weren't on the same level at all. Come, Golden Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Facing the powerful Starlight Fist, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He immediately shot out 3 golden dragons. The Golden Dragon Seal was the most powerful attack of the 5 elements Battle Dragon Seal. When used purely as an attack, it was even more terrifying than directly using the 5 elements Battle Dragon Seal. With a dragon roar, 3 lifelike golden true dragons set off a torrential storm and collided with Zhou Xian's Starlight Fist. Rumble. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Even the light shield outside was trembling. Cracks were constantly appearing in the void. The sparks from the collisions on the entire battlefield were almost converging into a sea of fire. The Starlight Fist continued to evolve. The powerful Immortal King Qi soon submerged the 3 golden dragons. Then the Starlight Fist and the true dragons continued to collide. The collision lasted for 2 minutes before it stopped. When all the energy waves disappeared, Jiang Qin was forced to the edge of the light barrier and was almost knocked out. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, was still high-spirited and full of battle intent. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. What the hell is the background of this Jiang Qin? I wonder where this monster came from. He's so powerful. Zhou Xian's Starlight Fist couldn't even kill him. It seems like he couldn't even injure him. This is too inconceivable. Yeah, this guy is too abnormal. Even in the genius prefecture of Great Qian Empire, there has never been such a powerful figure. If the prefecture lord sees this kid, I'm afraid he will immediately treat him as a treasure. That's right. I wonder where King Fan dug out this treasure from. If this Jiang Qin is allowed to grow, Jiang Qin will be of great use to King Fan. Unfortunately, this Jiang Qin's outstanding performance isn't a good thing. The Crown Prince and King Ping won't let him go. With such a person by King Fan's side, the Crown Prince and King Ping won't feel at ease. No one wasn't shocked. Although Jiang Qin was at a disadvantage in the battle just now, no one dared to mock him. Even if he was defeated, how many people could do this? They knew that they couldn't do it, so they had no right to mock Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression changed drastically. Chuangting, don't hold back. End the battle quickly. The Crown Prince said impatiently. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the battle between Zhou Xian and Jiang Qin for so long. In his opinion, Zhou Xian should be able to kill Jiang Qin in an instant. Brother, don't hold back. His Highness Crown Prince likes to end the battle quickly. Yang Bufan also reminded him. As soon as these words came out, the people of King Fan Prefecture suddenly felt refreshed. Looking at King Fan's expression, it seemed that Jiang Qin still had a powerful trump card that he hadn't used yet. Originally, they didn't have any hope for Jiang Qin, but now they suddenly had a feeling. All right. Zhou Xian and Jiang Qin responded at the same time. Zhou Xian was responding to the Crown Prince, while Jiang Qin was responding to King Fan. Jiang Qin, do you still have a trump card? You are just a puny golden immortal. Even if you have a trump card, how powerful can it be? My trump card is not something you can withstand. Zhou Xian said. Is that so? The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth overflowed with a sneer. Immediately, an incomparably powerful aura suddenly rushed out of his body like a tide, covering the sky and earth. Immediately, Jiang Qin let out a dragon roar towards the sky. A terrifying power erupted like a volcano. Under countless shocked gazes, Jiang Qin's body turned into a half-human half-dragon, completing the dragon transformation in an instant. What? Seeing this, everyone present, including Zhou Xian, couldn't help but exclaim again. Everyone present was an expert. They were keenly aware that Jiang Qin's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times after using the dragon transformation. A 10-fold increase in combat strength was unimaginably terrifying. What kind of skill is this? A transformation skill? A 10-fold increase in combat strength? How can there be such an abnormal skill in this world? 10-fold increase in combat strength, even the legendary taboo technique can't achieve this. Generally, It's already extremely terrifying to be able to increase one's combat strength by 2 to 3 times. Tenfold is simply unimaginable. Damn it, where did this freak come from? Why have I never heard of him before? Chapter 1448. The Crown Prince's facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. He thought that there was no suspense in this battle, but the situation had been reversed in an instant. Just now he had asked Zhou Xian not to show any mercy. This was like slapping his own face. It was impossible for the Crown Prince not to see that given Jiang Chen's current state, no matter how hard Zhou Xian tried, he wouldn't be a match for him. At this time the one who was truly shocked was Zhou Xian. He had the urge to spurt out blood. He had never thought that he would be defeated by a puny little golden immortal one day. What made him even more confused was how a golden immortal could have such a powerful combat strength. Great Qin Empire had as many geniuses as the clouds. They had seen all kinds of abnormal people, but this was their first time seeing someone as abnormal as Jiang Chen. To Zhou Xian, however, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. If he took the initiative to admit defeat now, it would be equivalent to slapping the Crown Prince's face. The Crown Prince would never spare him. Plang. Zhou Xian's arm shook. An incomparably lethal combat sword appeared in his hand. The power of this combat sword was extraordinary. It was exuding king's qi. One look and anyone could tell that it was a king-grade immortal weapon. A king-grade immortal weapon was a priceless existence. Plus, the immortal weapon used by the geniuses of Genius Prefecture was certainly not an ordinary one. Initially, Zhou Xian didn't intend to use his combat weapon, because he still had other powerful means, but after seeing Jiang Chen's dragon form he had clearly seen the gap between them. Even if he used his immortal weapon he wouldn't necessarily be able to gain an advantage. Jiang Chen, come on. So what if you have a transformation skill? I don't believe that you can sustain this skill forever. Plus, no matter how powerful you are still just a puny little golden immortal. I don't believe that a golden immortal can fight an intermediate immortal king. Zhou Xian shouted. As a matter of fact he said these words to cheer himself up. As an intermediate immortal king expert he was no fool. It was impossible for him to not see the situation in front of him. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. Jiang Chen shook his head. To him the dragon form state was equivalent to raising his combat strength by 1 level. In other words, he was now a late golden immortal. Under the dragon form state he would have the combat strength of a half-step immortal king. To Jiang Chen, killing someone who was 2 levels higher had always been a very easy thing, including geniuses. Swoosh. Zhou Xian made his move. The sword in his hand was raised high up in the air, emitting a sky-piercing sword cry. The might of a king-grade immortal weapon was completely unleashed. Zhou Xian was truly tyrannical. It seemed like he was going to use an incomparably powerful sword art, causing his aura to fuse together with his sword, greatly increasing his might. Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod silently. This Zhou Xian was indeed a genius. If the opponent was a late immortal king, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for him even if he used the dragon form state. Unfortunately, Zhou Xian was only an intermediate immortal king. No matter how powerful his sword art was, he was no match for Jiang Chen. Under Zhou Xian's control, the sword turned into a beam of light, slashing towards Jiang Chen. The speed of the sword was so fast that a crack appeared in the void. Jiang Chen moved. No matter how fast Zhou Xian's sword was, it was just slow motion in front of Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen was even faster. With a swipe of his dragon claw he struck out with the true dragon palm. The unparalleled might of the grand palm print was like a cage, grabbing Zhou Xian's battle sword. Even when that invincible sharp sword slashed against the blood-red dragon claw, it could only produce a spark. It couldn't even move the dragon claw. Zhou Xian was shocked. He wanted to retract his sword and continue his attack, but to his horror he discovered that no matter how hard he tried he couldn't move the sword at all. His sword had already been firmly controlled by the dragon claw of his opponent. Give it to me. Jiang Chen pulled forcefully. The sword in Zhou Xian's hand flew away and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Bastard! Give me back my sword. Zhou Xian's eyes were red. This sword was more important than his life. Now that it had been taken away by someone, how could he feel good about it? Immediately he lunged at Jiang Chen like a madman. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The sword in his hand slashed at Chu Shuangting. The speed was countless times faster than when Chu Shuangting executed it. Tila. Only to hear a swishing sound, the long sword slashed on Chu Shuangting's arm, leaving a deep gash that could even reach the bone. Blood gushed out from the wound, and the tearing pain caused Chu Shuangting, who had lost his mind, to recover. He stopped his body and found that a long sword was already pressed against the center of his eyebrows. If it moved forward even an inch, it would pierce through his head. Chu Shuangting's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked down at the wound on his arm. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him not to see that Jiang Chen had shown mercy. Otherwise, that sword wouldn't have just left a wound on his arm. He was afraid that he would have lost his entire arm. No, it should be said that the sword could have cut through his body and split him in half. Even if it was right in front of him, it would have pierced through his glabella. Why did you show mercy? Chu Shuangting asked, puzzled. He had been showing that he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but the other party didn't kill him. This made him very puzzled. Plus, Jiang Chen didn't look like a merciful person no matter how he looked at him. It's very easy for me to kill you, but since you are a genius of Genius Prefecture, I will spare your life. Jiang Chen spoke plainly. He did this out of consideration for Yang Bufan. It was easy to kill Chu Shuangting, but Chu Shuangting was, after all, a genius of Genius Prefecture. Today was Yang Bufan's king conferring ceremony. If he killed a genius of Genius Prefecture as soon as he arrived, it would make Yang Bufan seem too cruel. Therefore, he didn't kill Chu Shuangting because he wanted to spare Yang Bufan's life. Thanks a lot. The corner of Chu Shuangting's mouth revealed a faint smile. Then he shook his head helplessly, turned and walked out of the light shield. At this time, even if he was unwilling, he couldn't say anything. The other party had already spared his life. What else could he say? As for the Crown Prince, Chu Shuangting felt that the Crown Prince wouldn't punish him. After all, he hadn't admitted defeat. He had already tried his best. I don't like your sword. Jiang Chen tossed the sword to Chu Shuangting. This sword wasn't on the same level as his Heavenly Saint's sword. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't like it. As such, he simply gave it to Chu Shuangting. Even if Chu Shuangting didn't say it out loud, he would never forget this favor. Perhaps it might be useful in the future. After all, Yang Bufan and the Crown Prince were enemies. It would be best if he could plant a foreshadowing in the Crown Prince's palace. Even if Chu Shuangting was loyal to the Crown Prince, killing one less intermediate immortal king wouldn't bring any loss to Jiang Chen. It wouldn't cause any harm to him. Chu Shuangting returned to the camp of the Crown Prince with a gloomy face. The Crown Prince didn't blame him, nor did the others ridicule him. After all, they had seen the battle clearly. Chu Shuangting's failure couldn't be blamed on him. If it was any intermediate immortal king on the scene, the result would be the same. This was almost certain. Haha. Good. Very good. Jiang brother is truly incredible. That's right. Jiang brother is merely a golden immortal. Not even an intermediate immortal king is a match for him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm afraid that genius of the Crown Prince's palace would have been killed. Jiang brother is truly benevolent. He's too powerful. I have never seen such a powerful person. This is what a true genius should be like. Cheers rose one after another in the camp of King Fan Prefecture. Old man Bai Weng was the happiest, stroking his beard with both hands. At this time, everyone felt that it was a wise choice for Yang Bufan to invite Jiang Chen into King Fan Prefecture. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, King Fan wouldn't have been able to deal with the situation today, and would certainly become a laughingstock in the future. Crown Prince, I have already won 2 matches in a row. Do you want to fight again? Yang Bufan burst into laughter. Seems like King Fan is in high spirits. In that case, we naturally have to fight again. I would like to see how powerful this Jiang Chen is. Crown Prince Ling Ling spoke. Today he was supposed to humiliate Yang Bufan, but he was humiliated instead. He had lost 2 matches in a row. It could be said that he had lost all his face. If he were to return like this, where would he put his face in the future? Brother, can you still fight? Yang Bufan looked at Jiang Chen and asked with a solemn face. Of course, I'll keep you company until the end. Jiang Chen shrugged leisurely. He knew what today's battle meant to Yang Bufan. Everything today was destined to be irreversible. Jiang Chen had no intention of backing down. He knew very well that today's battle wasn't just to resist the humiliation of Crown Prince and King Ping, but also to help Yang Bufan gain fame and spread the name of King Fan. This was the most important thing. Your Highness Crown Prince. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the camp of King Ping Prefecture. A green-robed man walked out and clasped his fists at Crown Prince. Your Highness Crown Prince, can you let me fight the third match? This Xianxia has killed my brother Futian not long ago. I have an irreconcilable feud with him. I hope your Highness Crown Prince can do me a favor. The green-robed man who spoke was none other than young Master Futian's elder brother, Fu Wei. He had followed King Ping into the camp, but didn't have the chance to fight. Seeing that the Crown Prince was infuriated, he must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, Xianxia might die in the hands of others. In that case, wouldn't it be easy for Xianxia? Chapter 1449. The Crown Prince almost spurted out blood as he glared at Fu Wei. Did this bastard purposely come here to piss him off? He clearly knew that the opponent had the strength to kill an intermediate immortal king, but he only said it now. If he had said it earlier, he wouldn't have to lose face twice in a row. Fu Wei cursed inwardly. Looking at the expression of White Tiger, he knew that he had said something wrong. He really wanted to slap himself, but unfortunately he couldn't take back his words. Crown Prince, you have already fought twice. It's time for our King Ping Prefecture to fight. Otherwise, King Fan will laugh at us for having no one capable. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little awkward, King Ping stood up and spoke. At this time he had to stand up. Fu Wei's words had angered the Crown Prince. Given the Crown Prince's character, he wouldn't give Fu Wei face, even if Fu Wei was a disciple of Divine Line sect. After all, Fu Wei was merely a genius of Divine Line sect. Compared to the Crown Prince's status in Great Qian Empire, they weren't on the same level. Only the Holy Son of Divine Line sect could be compared to the Crown Prince. Fu Wei, go ahead. You must kill this brat to vent the anger of His Highness. King Ping did not give the Crown Prince a chance to react and said directly to Fu Wei. As long as Fu Wei entered the light shield, the Crown Prince could not say anything. After all, today's battle was a battle between geniuses, not just the Crown Prince's business. Anyone could participate. If the Crown Prince could send someone, King Ping could do the same. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will definitely kill him to vent your anger. After Fu Wei finished speaking, he took a step forward and entered the light shield. Upon seeing this, the Crown Prince's eyes were about to spurt out fire. He looked at King Ping as if he was going to eat him alive. This Yang Buping really knew how to pick up the loopholes. Now that Jiang Chen's strength had been fully revealed, everyone knew that a late immortal king genius was enough to kill Jiang Chen. Now that Fu Wei had represented King Ping Prefecture and killed Jiang Chen, the Crown Prince would lose face and the Crown Prince would lose face. How could the Crown Prince not feel gloomy? Despite feeling depressed, the Crown Prince couldn't say anything more. He looked at the battlefield within the light barrier and actually had an impulse to hope that Jiang Chen would continue to win. Of course, he knew that this was impossible. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be a match for a late immortal king. Jiang Chen is dead for sure. At this time, many people thought so. After all, Jiang Chen had killed Fu Tian, so there was an irreconcilable enmity between him and Fu Wei. Fu Wei was a rare genius expert of the Divine Line sect. Now that he had attacked with hatred, his goal was to take Jiang Chen's life. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy. The Crown Prince nodded. Although he felt very depressed, he had to admit that Fu Wei was the most suitable person to take action. After all, Fu Wei had a deep hatred for Jiang Chen. His means would certainly be brutal. Besides, even if the Crown Prince sent a late immortal king to kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't gain any glory. After all, there had been 3 battles in a row, and the last one was a late immortal king killing a late golden immortal. It wouldn't be a glorious thing if this news spread out. Because the people of the world weren't fools. Everyone could see that no one in the entire Great Qian Empire could be a match for Jiang Chen in a battle of the same level. This was what a true genius should be like. Jiang Chen looked at Fu Wei, who was standing opposite him. He finally understood why this bastard had such strong killing intent towards him. It turned out that this bastard was Fu Tian's elder brother. It seems like you have put in a lot of effort in order to kill me. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't affected by the power of Fu Wei at all. The matter was already very clear. After he was taken away by Old Man Bai Weng, he had entered King Fan Prefecture. No matter how much Fu Wei hated him, he wouldn't be able to come to King Fan Prefecture for revenge. Today was the day of the king conferring ceremony. Naturally, Fu Wei wanted to seize this opportunity to get rid of Zhang Chen. As such, he followed King Ping to King Fan Prefecture. It's good that you know that. Do you think this matter is over after killing my younger brother? Today, I will use your life as an offering to my younger brother's soul. Fu Wei gritted his teeth and spoke. Although he and his younger brother cultivated in different sects, the relationship between them was still very good. Plus, both of them were talented geniuses and were the pride of his father. He had never thought that his younger brother would die one day, especially in the hands of a puny golden immortal. This had infuriated him. He could only vent his anger on Zhang Chen. Only by killing Zhang Chen could he resolve the hatred in his heart. King Ping, I'm afraid this battle isn't fair, right? Fu Wei is a disciple of Divine Line sect. He isn't from Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. What qualifications does he have to fight in King Fan's king conferring ceremony? Could it be that King Ping doesn't have any more subordinates? Old Man Bai Weng spoke. He had long been unable to put up with today's matter. Even if it was too much, it shouldn't be this excessive. Zhang Chen had already won 2 matches in a row, but the opponent still wanted to shamelessly take turns to fight him. If this went on, who could stand it? Even if Zhang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be defeated. Moreover, Old Man Bai Weng knew the capability of Fu Wei. In addition to the hatred of Fu Tian, such a battle would be very disadvantageous to Zhang Chen. That's right. This is too much. The people of King Fan Prefecture were infuriated. Each of them began to feel sorry for Zhang Chen. In their hearts, the image of Zhang Chen had begun to change. I don't think so. It's true that Fu Wei isn't from Genius Prefecture. Could it be that Zhang Chen is from Genius Prefecture? Today's competition is only between geniuses, but it doesn't mean that only geniuses from Genius Prefecture can participate in the battle. Although Fu Wei is from Divine Line sect, he has a good relationship with me. That means he is one of the geniuses around me. Therefore, he is qualified to participate in the battle, isn't it? King Ping said with a smile. He was cultured and elegant, but he was too shrewd. Old Man Bai Weng wanted to say something, but couldn't because he couldn't refute King Ping's words. It was true that Fu Wei wasn't a disciple of Genius Prefecture, but neither was Zhang Chen. If Fu Wei couldn't participate in the battle, then Zhang Chen wouldn't be qualified to participate either. Yang Bufan raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop talking. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Chen. How is it? Can you fight? Yang Bufan's tone had become very solemn. Although he knew the capability of Zhang Chen, this Fu Wei was just too powerful. He was afraid that Zhang Chen wouldn't be a match for him at all. Besides, Fu Wei was bent on killing Zhang Chen, which made Yang Bufan very worried. Although retreating at this time would affect Yang Bufan greatly, Zhang Chen's life was more important. As long as Zhang Chen said that he wouldn't fight, he would absolutely protect Zhang Chen and not give Fu Wei the slightest chance. I'm eager to fight. Chapter 1450. Yang Bufan didn't speak anymore because he knew Zhang Chen very well. He knew that Zhang Chen wouldn't change his mind once he made up his mind. He also knew that Zhang Chen was a battle maniac. An intermediate immortal king genius could no longer pose any pressure to him. Fighting with a late immortal king genius was exactly what Zhang Chen wanted. Moreover, today was his king conferring ceremony. He couldn't shrink back. Apart from letting Zhang Chen continue to fight, Yang Bufan had no other choice. Of course, the final deciding factor of letting Zhang Chen fight was Yang Bufan's trust in Zhang Chen. He believed in Zhang Chen's means and Zhang Chen's character. Although the outcome of this battle was unpredictable, it was absolutely impossible for a late immortal king like Fu Wei to kill Zhang Chen. Yang Bufan was almost certain of this. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became solemn. Everyone's eyes fell on the battlefield that was shrouded by the golden light once again. Although no one believed that Zhang Chen could fight Fu Wei, no one would laugh at Zhang Chen anymore. After 2 consecutive battles, Zhang Chen had conquered everyone with his strength. Even his enemies wouldn't look down on him. Buzz. Fu Wei unleashed his killing intent, causing his entire body to emit a buzzing sound. That dense killing intent was about to condense into a solid substance. Crackling sounds rang out in the void as cracks appeared in the void, causing one's scalp to go numb. Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. His face was somewhat solemn. After all, Fu Wei wasn't Fu Tian. The cultivation method of Divine Line sect was more orthodox. The dragon transformation skill couldn't really restrain Fu Wei. In order to fight against Fu Wei, he would have to rely on his own ability. If he was fighting against Corpse Yin sect or Huangquan Gate, even if the opponent was a late immortal king, Zhou Xian would be able to deal with them, but now Zhou Xian wasn't afraid. In his mind there was no such thing as fear. Pong. The huge dragon chi condensed into airwaves and spread out like a tide, creating layers of ripples in the void. Fu Wei regarded Zhou Xian as his mortal enemy, so he didn't say anything unnecessary and was ready to attack. His palm blossomed with a 7-colored brilliance, and countless energy began to gather in his palm. Soon the terrifying energy reached a peak. Fu Wei roared and abruptly lifted his palm. The boundless might of an immortal king was unleashed as Fu Wei slashed out with a palm blade. Swoosh! Ear-piercing sounds could be heard from the friction of the air. Everyone could see a 7-colored beam of light piercing through space. It was like a resplendent rainbow, arriving before Zhou Xian in the blink of an eye. This was a powerful battle skill, a king-tier immortal skill. Its might was not to be underestimated. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been cleaved into two on the spot, just like the space here. Fu Wei had displayed such a sharp attack right from the start, which was enough to show his determination to kill Zhou Xian. He did not want to give Zhou Xian the slightest chance. Just in time. Zhou Qian's reaction was also very fast. He had already made sufficient preparations. The true dragon palm was unleashed, and the terrifying blood-red dragon claw directly grabbed towards the 7-colored beam of light. Rumble. Two kinds of terrifying energy collided with each other. The impact of the energy was like a raging wave, causing the golden light barrier outside to tremble, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Of course, that was the energy barrier personally set up by the Crown Prince. No matter how much it trembled, it wouldn't collapse. Qila. In the end, the terrifying true dragon palm was still unable to resist the divine light from Fu Wei. The dragon claw was torn apart on the spot. The divine light continued its attack, slashing towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian flickered with a cold light, and the heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand at lightning speed. Only with a slash did he manage to destroy the remaining power of the divine light. However, it wasn't easy for Zhou Xian. He had already been pushed to the edge of the light barrier. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He felt a stuffiness in his chest, and his blood and qi were churning inside his body, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. However, such an injury was nothing to Zhou Xian. With the help of the wood's spiritual qi, he recovered in an instant. Sure enough, it's still very strenuous for me to fight against a genius like Fu Wei. I'm no match for him. If I use the great divination art and the Qilin divine arm, I may be able to fight against him. Zhou Xian thought. This was his first time fighting against a late immortal king expert. Plus, Fu Wei wasn't an ordinary late immortal king expert. Therefore, it was still incomparably strenuous for him to fight against Fu Wei. Good boy. You can actually withstand such an attack of mine? Fu Wei, on the other hand, was truly astonished. He knew very well how powerful his attack was, but even such a powerful attack was blocked by Zhou Xian. Additionally, the injury he had just suffered had recovered in the blink of an eye. How could this not surprise Fu Wei? Fu Wei wasn't the only one who was shocked. Almost everyone had the same thought as Fu Wei. They were once again astounded by the power of Zhou Xian. What's the background of this boy? How can he be so abnormal? It seems like even a late immortal king expert would find it hard to kill him. That's right. I have never seen such an abnormal being before. He must be someone that King Fan knows outside, but no matter how abnormal he is, he can't be a match for Fu Wei. As the supreme genius of Divine Line sect, Fu Wei must have a lot of means. It shouldn't be a problem for him to kill Zhou Xian. See, this Zhou Xian has killed Fu Tian. Fu Wei will never let him live. The show has just begun. I'd like to see what kind of powerful means Zhou Xian will use to fight Fu Wei. No one wasn't surprised, but it didn't mean that they were optimistic about Zhou Xian. No one dared to deny the power of Zhou Xian, but at the same time they couldn't deny the power of Fu Wei. Xianxia, I have to say that you have really surprised me, but this won't save your life. Next I will use my true killer move. You have already exhausted all your means. I will let you have a taste of the power of my Rakshasa three palms. Fu Wei's chi was even more powerful than before. He was going to use his most terrifying means. The Rakshasa three palms was Fu Wei's famous ultimate skill. He would transform into a Rakshasa and each palm would be more powerful than the last. Come on. I'd like to see how powerful your Rakshasa three palms is. Xianxia spoke. The more powerful Fu Wei was, the more excited he was. His left arm had already begun to move. Similarly, his eyes were filled with great heavenly secret. Facing the powerful Fu Wei, Xianxia couldn't hold back anymore. Little Qinzi, don't use the Qilin divine arm. I'm afraid that the origin of that fire Qilin isn't ordinary. Before we figure it out, it's best not to use the Qilin divine arm in public to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chapter 1451. After hearing De Huang Dog's reminder, Xianxia quickly retracted the Qilin divine arm that he was about to use. He almost used it out of impulse just now. After all, the Qilin divine arm was one of the more powerful skills that Xianxia currently possessed. It would still be very powerful when used against Fu Wei. However, what De Huang Dog said was right. The fire Qilin must have a great origin. It might even be a sacred beast of some great power in East Xuanyu. If he used the Qilin divine arm in public, he would definitely be suspected and might cause unnecessary trouble. However, Xianxia was still very annoyed and depressed about not being able to use the Qilin divine arm. After all, it was an extremely powerful skill. Not being able to use it was a loss for him. It was originally his trump card against Fu Wei's Rakshasa three palms. Now that it was gone, he could only use the great divination art to deal with Fu Wei. Rakshasa three palms, first palm. Fu Wei moved and directly used the first palm of the Rakshasa three palms. Terrifying waves of chi rolled everywhere. A terrifying palm print was struck out by him. It was originally a golden palm print, but there was a black radiance in the middle. Just the aura it emitted was enough to make people shudder. The huge palm was like a heavenly palm, covering the sky and the earth, and it was still growing. Divination before me, dragon and sword unite. Xianxia also moved. He turned into a real dragon and completely fused with the heavenly saint sword in his hand. He slashed at the Rakshasa palm. Rumble. Under the operation of the great divination art, Xianxia seemed to have the ability to predict. When the dragon sword collided with the palm print, it happened to be the weakest point of the Rakshasa palm, which was also the weakness of the Rakshasa palm. This attack caused the power of the Rakshasa palm to be unable to be fully exerted. In other words, Xianxia used the foresight ability of the great divination art to forcefully interrupt the execution of the Rakshasa palm, causing its power to be greatly reduced. The void was torn apart. Even if the Rakshasa palm didn't fully exert its power, it was still not something that Xianxia could resist. He was directly separated from the heavenly saint sword, and many wounds appeared on his body. What method did this bastard use to pinpoint the weakness of my Rakshasa palm so accurately? Fu Wei was shocked. He looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at a ghost. He knew very well how powerful the Rakshasa palm was. However, in the battle just now, the Rakshasa palm did not display its full power. Otherwise, Xianxia would not just be pushed back. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Rakshasa three palms, second palm. I'd like to see how long you can withstand it. Fu Wei was furious. Xianxia's abnormality had indeed shocked him, but no matter what, he had to kill him today. The second of the Rakshasa's three palms was displayed, but Xianxia moved again like lightning. He once again displayed the unity of dragon and sword. He accurately found the weakness of the Rakshasa's three palms and rushed over. Hong Long. The result of the second collision was the same as the first. The Rakshasa palm was destroyed by Xianxia's sword before it could be fully displayed. However, Xianxia didn't have it easy either. Once again, the heavenly saint sword was separated from his body. A few of the scales on his body were shaken off and a lot of blood flowed out. Such injuries couldn't be said to be light. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. However, Xianxia had the support of the wood's spiritual qi, which helped Xianxia recover from his injuries at all times. Under such circumstances, the endurance of the battle was greatly improved. King Fan Jiang brother is really extraordinary. He can actually predict the trajectory of Fu Wei's Rakshasa palm. However, the Rakshasa palm is just too powerful. Obviously, Jiang brother isn't a match for it. He has already suffered some serious injuries. If he continues to fight, he won't be able to hold on any longer. Old man Bai Weng said worriedly. Through the battle between Jiang Qin and Fu Wei, everyone was very impressed by Jiang Qin. Not only did they admire his means and abnormal ability, but they also admired Jiang Chen's perseverance. At the same time, they also felt distressed because they could see the current situation very clearly. No matter how capable Jiang Chen was, there was still a huge gap between them in terms of cultivation base. Under such a gap, it was impossible for him to be a match for Fu Wei. If the battle continued, the final outcome would certainly be disadvantageous to Jiang Chen. Yang Bufan stared unblinkingly at the battlefield, as if he didn't hear old man Bai Weng's words. No one knew what he was thinking. On the battlefield, Fu Wei looked somewhat flustered and exasperated. Although he had the upper hand all the time, suppressing Jiang Chen and even causing constant damage to Jiang Chen, such a battle had made him feel extremely aggrieved. He couldn't fully exert his combat strength. Anyone in his position would feel very depressed. Jiang Chen, take my third palm strike. I'll see how long you can last. Fu Wei's eyes turned red. His palms began to form seals. The third palm strike of the Rakshasa palm was about to be cast out. The power of the third palm strike was the sum of the previous two. He believed that even if Jiang Chen found his weakness, he would still be able to inflict heavy damage to Jiang Chen. Come. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He circulated the great divination art to the extreme. The heavenly saint sword in his hand burst out a deafening roar. A huge palm seal was formed in an instant. Jiang Chen struck out decisively. The terrifying great divination art allowed him to accurately find Fu Wei's weakness. The heavenly saint sword turned into a long dragon and rushed towards Fu Wei. Hong Long. This time the void was completely smashed. It had completely turned into a chaotic battlefield. Colorful rays of light covered everything. The entire light barrier was filled with destructive energy waves. The earth trembled violently. If it wasn't for the defensive barrier, the entire King Fan prefecture would have turned into nothingness in an instant. Everyone was watching the battlefield nervously, wanting to know the situation and the outcome of the battle. Very soon the light vanished. The scene inside the battlefield reappeared in everyone's eyes. The current Jiang Chen had returned to his half-human and half-dragon form. He was holding the dazzling golden heavenly saint sword in his hand, but his body was trembling violently. There were wounds all over his body. The ground was covered with his blood, but the wood's spiritual qi was rapidly healing Jiang Chen's injuries. Jiang Chen had to admit that the genius of East Xuanyu was indeed terrifying. This Fu Wei wasn't an ordinary late immortal king could be compared to him. Could be said that they were on completely different levels. Jiang Chen had already exerted his full strength, but he still wasn't a match for Fu Wei. Little Chenzi. Wu Ningzhu's face was full of worry. Jiang Chen's current state was just too frightening. She couldn't help but worry about him. Damn it. Why is this bastard so tenacious? Chapter 1452. The scene became restless once more. At this time, even the enemy's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at Jiang Chen. Although he was defeated in the previous battle, such a defeat wasn't something that an ordinary expert could have. A late golden immortal could actually fight a late immortal king genius to such an extent. It was no longer an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen couldn't even begin to describe it. Just like Fu Wei, no one had thought that Jiang Chen would be able to hold on. The fact that the three palms of Rakshasa couldn't kill Jiang Chen didn't mean that Fu Wei wasn't strong enough, but that Jiang Chen was just too abnormal. I have no idea where this man came from. He's just too threatening. If we can't use such a person, we must eliminate him as soon as possible. King Ping's eyes lit up. He was no longer as calm as before. Not only him but the people of Crown Prince Palace also had the same thought. While they admired Jiang Chen, they also felt the threat of Jiang Chen. It was a kind of hidden threat. Everyone on the scene could be said to be geniuses. There weren't many people who could win their admiration, but the appearance of Jiang Chen had directly subverted their understanding of geniuses. They suddenly felt that even the holy son and saintess of the 11 major powers couldn't be compared to Jiang Chen in terms of talent. Perhaps only the legendary Immortal court could have such an abnormal monstrous genius. At the same time, Jiang Chen's terrifying talent had made them feel a hidden danger. Both the Crown Prince and King Ping knew very well that they were Jiang Chen's opponents. They wouldn't wish for such a terrifying genius to exist in their camp. Although Jiang Chen was abnormal, he still wasn't a match for Fu Wei. He had already suffered serious injuries while Fu Wei was still in his peak condition. Under such a contrast, the outcome of this battle was predictable. If the battle continued, Jiang Chen would die for sure. Jiang Chen, I have to admit that my brother's death in your hands isn't unjust, but I still have to take revenge. You will soon be an arrow at the end of its flight. You are no match for me. I will kill you now. Next, I will use an even more terrifying technique. There's another move in the 3 Rakshasa palms called 3 palms as 1. It can unleash the power of the previous 3 palms. No matter how capable you are, you won't be able to resist my 3 palms as 1 with your cultivation base. Fu Wei spoke. He had no idea why his brother would die in the hands of a golden immortal. Today, after fighting Jiang Chen, he finally understood. Given Fu Tian's cultivation base, it wasn't unjust for him to die in Jiang Chen's hands. Hold on. At this time a voice was heard. The one who spoke was Yang Bufan. At this moment his face was incomparably solemn. He cared about this battle more than anyone else. It wasn't only about his reputation but also about Jiang Chen's life. Everyone shifted their gaze to King Fan, wondering why he called for a pause at this time. Could it be that he wanted Jiang Chen to admit defeat? Almost everyone thought so. After all, anyone with discerning eyes could see that this was an unchangeable situation. If the battle continued, it would only cost Jiang Chen his life. However, Yang Bufan did something that made everyone's jaw drop. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Yang Bufan took out an item. It was the Snow Jade King Ginseng. That's right. It was the Snow Jade King Ginseng that Yang Zhanqing had given him not long ago. Brother, catch. Yang Bufan glanced at the Snow Jade King Ginseng, then threw it into the light barrier. This action stunned everyone. Who would have thought that Yang Bufan would give a precious treasure like the Snow Jade King Ginseng to Jiang Chen? Who would be able to do such a thing? Not to mention the people of Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture. Even Old Man Bai Wang and the others of King Fan Prefecture were dumbfounded. By God! This King Fan is too generous. He actually gave away the Snow Jade King Ginseng, which was given to him by Prefecture Master Yang Zhanqing just now. What kind of figure is this Jiang Chen? How could he be worthy of such treatment from King Fan? The Snow Jade King Ginseng is a venerable grade spiritual herb. It's priceless. Even in the hands of Prefecture Master Yang Zhanqing, this treasure can help King Fan break through to the Immortal Emperor realm in the future. How could he give it away to someone else? Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. If it was me, I wouldn't take out such a precious treasure even if I was beaten to death. However, this shows how much importance King Fan has placed on Jiang Chen. No one wasn't shocked. Even the Crown Prince and King Ping were moved. They asked themselves honestly. If they obtained this Snow Jade King Ginseng, they would never give it away. While the people of King Fan Prefecture were shocked, they couldn't help but nod and feel gratified, feeling that it was the right decision to follow such a master. Such a generous gift could only be done by a magnanimous person. Obviously, Yang Bufan was such a magnanimous person. What else could they say about following such a person? Jiang Chen received the Snow Jade King Ginseng. His face revealed a look of astonishment. It was out of his imagination that Yang Bufan would give him the Snow Jade King Ginseng at this time. After all, this thing was just too precious. He knew that Yang Bufan was doing this for the sake of the outcome of the battle, but he also knew that Yang Bufan was doing this to save his life. Yang Bufan wanted him to make a name for himself in today's battle, so that the reputation of King Fan could spread. Hurry up and refine it. My future is in your hands. Don't let me down. Yang Bufan whispered to Jiang Chen using divine sense. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Although Yang Bufan said that it was for his reputation and future, Jiang Chen knew that Yang Bufan wasn't a man obsessed with fame and fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left Great Qian Empire for the evil abyss. Even if it was for reputation, who would use the Snow Jade King Ginseng to exchange for it? Jiang Chen believed that if it was someone else, Yang Bufan would never take out the Snow Jade King Ginseng. However, Jiang Qin didn't decline it. He had already accepted Yang Bufan's kindness. What he needed to do now was to use the Snow Jade King ginseng to break through to the half-step Immortal King realm, and then get rid of Fu Wei so that today's king conferring ceremony would become a legend in Great Qian Empire. King Fan sure is generous. A venerable grade Snow Jade King ginseng is really enviable, but it's already too late for this. No matter how precious the divine pill is, it won't be able to improve one's cultivation base in the shortest time. Jiang Chen's ending still can't be changed. This Snow Jade King ginseng is really wasted. King Ping shook his head. Chapter 1453. As a matter of fact, just as everyone expected, Fu Wei wouldn't give Jiang Qin any time to advance. Psychologically speaking, Jiang Qin had already left a shadow in Fu Wei's heart. He was almost sure that if Jiang Qin advanced to the half-step Immortal King realm at this time, he would be no match for Jiang Qin. He was afraid that his ending would be the same as his brother. Of course, Fu Wei didn't believe that Jiang Qin could advance in such a state. Even with the help of the Snow Jade King ginseng, it would still take a certain amount of time. First, Jiang Qin needed to recover from his injuries. In everyone's point of view, King Fan had already lost his composure. Taking out the Snow Jade King ginseng at this time would be a real waste. A diluted venerable grade spiritual herb was wasted just like that. Thinking about it was really a pity. Those who didn't know Jiang Qin would never understand why he would do this. Naturally, he had his own reasons for doing so. If it was an ordinary genius, he wouldn't have taken out the Snow Jade King ginseng to waste. But now the one standing on the battlefield was Jiang Qin. So Yang Bufan was almost sure that this Snow Jade King ginseng wouldn't be wasted. What others couldn't do, Jiang Qin would certainly be able to do. Fu Wei wouldn't give Jiang Qin any chance to advance, but Jiang Qin would create an opportunity for himself. Advancing a level in a short period of time wasn't really a big problem for Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, this wasn't the first time that Jiang Qin advanced in a battle. It could be said that he was very familiar with it. As for the injuries on his body, they were nothing to him under the powerful recovery of the wood's spiritual qi. He would be able to fully recover in no time. As for the Snow Jade King ginseng, it could also be quickly refined under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill. This Snow Jade King ginseng is a rare venerable grade treasure. If I refine it, I can immediately advance to the half-step Immortal King realm, or even the peak of half-step Immortal King realm. However, I still have to take it slow and stabilize my cultivation base at the half-step Immortal King realm first. Anyway, the medicinal strength of the Snow Jade King ginseng is too strong. It's impossible to refine it all at once. Jiang Qin could feel the tyrannical qi emanating from the Snow Jade King ginseng in his hand. His mind couldn't help but feel a little stirred. It was impossible for him not to feel touched when Yang Bufan gave him such a treasure. As for Fu Wei, Jiang Qin didn't care about him at all. He wasn't a match for Fu Wei right now, but it was impossible for Fu Wei to stop him from advancing. Without the slightest hesitation, an incomparably tyrannical crushing force fell on the Snow Jade King ginseng. The Snow Jade King ginseng immediately exploded, turning into a stream of medicinal energy that rushed into Jiang Qin's body. Seeing his method of refinement, everyone rolled their eyes. They couldn't help but curse at how wasteful it was. A Snow Jade King ginseng was gone just like that. Hiss! After the medicinal energy of the Snow Jade King ginseng rushed into Jiang Qin's body, it immediately penetrated into his limbs and bones, making his soul sublimate to a certain extent. The terrifying energy that was like a vast ocean was rampaging in Jiang Qin's body. Even Jiang Qin felt like his body was being torn apart. If it was someone else, he or she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of such a vigorous medicinal energy. Their body might even explode and die. However, Jiang Qin's physique was so strong that he could withstand the impact no matter how strong it was. Without any delay, the dragon transformation skill began to circulate crazily. Under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill, countless medicinal energy began to turn into the purest energy and rushed into Jiang Qin's qi. New dragon marks were condensed in an instant. Pong! A powerful qi rushed out of Jiang Qin's body like a stormy sea. Everyone gaped in shock, because they found that in this very short period of time, Jiang Qin's injuries from the battle with Fu Wei had completely recovered. Not only that, his strength began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it. What kind of monster is this guy? His recovery speed is way too fast. Plus, the Snow Jade King ginseng has just been absorbed into his body, and there's already such a huge reaction. How is this possible? Look, his chi is growing so fast. If he continues like this, I'm afraid that his cultivation base will soon break through to the half-step Immortal King realm. At that time it will be almost impossible for Fu Wei to kill him. He might even be killed by Fu Wei. Monstrous. This guy is a monstrous monster. Many of them exclaimed, especially those who thought that the Snow Jade King ginseng was destined to be wasted. They even had a feeling that Jiang Chen would very likely break through to the half-step Immortal King realm in a short period of time and reverse the situation. If that was the case, it would be too shocking. The corner of Yang Bufan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He already knew that this would be the result. There was no doubt that Jiang Chen's power was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this time, the one who was the most shocked was, of course, Fu Wei. His eyes almost popped out when he saw that Jiang Chen was getting stronger. This situation finally made him understand that a monstrous monster like Jiang Chen couldn't be judged by common sense. Damn it. I won't give you a chance. Fu Wei was furious, or perhaps it could be said that he was afraid. He immediately unleashed all of his energy. Sparks kept appearing between his palms, and layers of terrifying palm prints were condensed by him. Next, he would no longer show any mercy. He was going to unleash the most terrifying attack of the Rakshasa three palms, combining all three palms into one. He believed that Jiang Chen would definitely die under the powerful attack of these three palms. Three palms as one. Fu Wei bellowed. The void was shattered inch by inch. Those terrifying palms eventually converged into a huge destructive palm. The huge palm was like a heavenly barrier, filling every corner of the battlefield and pouncing at Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was hit by this palm, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right. Fu Wei roared. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was already prepared. His current strength was much stronger than before. In this extremely short period of time, 10,000 dragon marks were condensed in his chi. Of course, although his combat strength had increased a little, Jiang Chen couldn't fight with his full strength. He needed to divert most of his attention to refine the medicinal power of the Snow Jade King ginseng in his body. Therefore, he could only choose to temporarily resist Fu Wei's powerful attack. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout as well. Countless 5-colored true dragons dashed out. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed the 9 Phantom Wolves. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with his phantoms. The main purpose of this skill was to temporarily confuse the enemy, making them lose their focus and unable to find their true target. Although the 3 palms as one was an omnidirectional attack, it also needed to focus on the target. When one target became 9, the power of the 3 palms as one would have to be dispersed. Moreover, the powerful attack of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal also needed to be resisted. This kid really has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Fu Wei was very depressed. The battlefield was too chaotic. Even he couldn't immediately find out which of the 9 Jiang Chens was the real one. However, the attack had already been launched. He could only destroy all 9 Jiang Chens at the same time. Rumble. The roar of the dragons shook the void and the earth. A crack appeared on the golden light shield. It had to be said that the power of Fu Wei's 3 palms as one was too amazing. Jiang Chen's shadow was destroyed in an instant. Even the dozen of dragons that he had sent out were completely destroyed. However, because the power was dispersed, Jiang Chen's real body didn't bear much power. Even so, Jiang Chen was once again shaken to the edge of the light shield. Barf. Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. Once again he was injured, but Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change at all. Instead, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile, because he understood very well that the attack just now was already Fu Wei's most powerful attack. The injury that Jiang Chen suffered because of the shock was nothing at all. It could be said that the impact wasn't big at all. His chi buzzed. Terrifying energy kept rolling like waves. Dragon marks were forming at lightning speed. In just a single attack, another 10,000 dragon marks were condensed in Jiang Chen's body. The number of dragon marks he had before was 1 million. Now it was 1,020,000. As long as he could condense another 30,000 dragon marks, it would reach 1,050,000, directly advancing to the half-step Immortal King realm. The scariness of the Snow Jade King ginseng was more than enough for Jiang Qin to advance to the half-step Immortal King realm. Good. Old man Bai Weng seemed incomparably excited and couldn't help cheering. As an immortal emperor, how could he not see Jiang Qin's current situation? It wasn't just him. Most of the people on the scene could see it too. Fu Wei had already struck out 3 palms as one, but he still couldn't kill Jiang Qin. This basically meant that Fu Wei had lost his chance to kill Jiang Qin. Even if Fu Wei attacked again, the result would still be the same. Plus, as Fu Wei continued to attack, the consumption of Jiang Qin's energy was also increasing. Under such circumstances, one could already imagine what would happen to Jiang Qin's cultivation base. The suspense of this battle that originally had no suspense at all had now been revealed. King Fan, you have a good eye. De Huang Dog stood beside Yang Bufan and said with a smile. De Huang Dog was very satisfied that Yang Bufan was willing to give the Snow Jade King ginseng to Jiang Qin. His impression of Yang Bufan had improved a lot. Of course. Yang Bufan shrugged with a smile. He had never doubted Jiang Qin's ability. How many miracles had Jiang Qin created? How could a mere Fu Wei stop Jiang Qin's advance? Clang. Chapter 1454. Fu Wei's battle sword was a powerful king-grade immortal weapon. It was much more terrifying than Chu Shuangting's earlier attack. There were lines of runes engraved on the surface of the sword, emitting a mystical light, showing how powerful the sword was. Both of Fu Wei's eyes were bloodshot. He was in a berserk state. The stimulation he received today was too great. Other than the hatred for his younger brother, today's battle was also a huge blow to him. His original arrogance became so fragile in front of Jiang Qin that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Anger, grievance, hatred, all of his negative emotions transformed into an attack from his battle sword. Fu Wei had to kill Jiang Qin no matter what. If he didn't kill Jiang Qin, he felt that he wouldn't have the face to continue living. Screech. The battle sword let out an earth-shaking cry. Just the sword chi alone was enough to tear apart the void, locking onto Jiang Qin's aura and slashing towards Jiang Qin. The power of this attack seemed to have carried all of Fu Wei's energy. Its destructive power was even more terrifying than the 3 palms combined into one. Unfortunately, the current Jiang Qin was even more tyrannical than before. With an increase of 20,000 dragon marks, it made it even more difficult for Fu Wei to kill Jiang Qin. Even if he unleashed his strongest battle sword, it was still impossible. Clang. Almost at the same instant when Fu Wei's battle sword rushed out, Jiang Qin's heavenly saint sword also rushed out. The terrifying battle sword directly transformed into a dragon, the world-defying heavenly dragon. It brought along endless flames as though it wanted to burn half of this world. The 2 battle swords collided with each other, wiping out a huge wave of flames. The entire battlefield was enveloped in raging flames. The scene was incomparably explosive and terrifying. This was Fu Wei's strongest attack, but Jiang Qin didn't use his full strength. Therefore the ending could be imagined. Even though Jiang Qin had condensed 20,000 dragon marks, he was still not a match for Fu Wei. Under the violent collision, Jiang Qin was once again sent flying. However, the place where he stopped was still at the edge of the light barrier. He wasn't directly sent flying out. Jiang Qin coughed out blood again and again. He looked extremely miserable. The heavenly saint's sword fell to the ground and kept bouncing. Judging from this scene alone, Jiang Qin had been defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. However, no one in the audience laughed. Even Fu Wei couldn't laugh. Everyone understood that injuring Jiang Qin and killing Jiang Qin were 2 completely different concepts. They were very clear that the Snow Jade King ginseng was playing an extremely important role. Jiang Qin's defeat was because most of his mind was focused on advancing, and he didn't have much thought to resist Fu Wei. However, even under such circumstances, Fu Wei still failed to kill Jiang Qin and merely injured him. This was not the first time that such a situation had occurred. Jiang Qin had at most spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood than before. However, it would not take long for Jiang Qin to recover. That terrifying and abnormal recovery method had also astonished them. The number of dragon marks continued to rise. In just a single attack, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased by another 10,000, reaching 1,030,000. There were only 20,000 left before he could advance to the half-step Immortal King realm. The Snow Jade King Ginseng itself also had the ability to recover injuries. Now that it had fused with the wood's spiritual qi, healing Jiang Chen's injuries became an incomparably easy task. How could this be? Fu Wei had the urge to cough up blood. He could clearly feel the continuous growth of Jiang Chen's strength. This was just too great a blow to him. Before he came to King Fan Prefecture, he had never thought that such a scene would happen. To him, this was a scene that would never happen even in his dreams. Fu Wei was shocked. Crown Prince, this Jiang Chen is too powerful. It seems like Fu Wei is going to be finished soon. Someone from the side of Crown Prince Palace said in a low voice. The Crown Prince nodded his head. With his eyesight, of course he could tell what was happening on the battlefield. Fu Wei had unleashed all his skills, and the Rakshasa palm and combat sword attacks had consumed a lot of his energy. On the other hand, although Jiang Chen was constantly injured, his combat strength was still improving. If this situation continued, it was easy to imagine what would happen to Fu Wei. At this time, the Crown Prince felt somewhat fortunate. He felt fortunate that he had given the opportunity to Fu Wei instead of letting someone else attack. Otherwise, he would have lost 3 rounds in a row today, losing his face all the way to his grandmother's house. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of King Fan anymore. Now this face had been thrown away by King Ping on his behalf. On the other side, King Ping's face didn't look good. No matter how shrewd and restrained he was, the shock in his heart was like a stormy sea. Just like the Crown Prince, he felt a deep sense of threat. It wasn't a good thing for King Fan to have such a monstrous genius by his side, even if Jiang Chen was only a late golden immortal and might advance to the half-step Immortal King realm soon. What they were worried about wasn't the current Jiang Chen, but the future Jiang Chen. As long as he was given enough time, a monstrous genius like him would be able to grow up very quickly. Haha. Fu Wei, hurry up and admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't even be able to keep your life. De Huang Dog laughed and ridiculed Fu Wei. Scram. Fu Wei's eyes turned red. He turned his head and roared at De Huang Dog. Given his identity, since when did a dog have the right to order him around? Yo. Your temper isn't small at all. Seems like you brothers are going to have a reunion today. That's right. A reunion between brothers is also a joyous occasion. De Huang Dog spoke in a strange tone. This dog had always been a master of angering people to death. Fu Wei had an impulse to rush out and slash this dog to death, but his real target was still Jiang Chen. This was the real scary guy. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that I can't kill you. Fu Wei raised his sword once again and lunged at Jiang Chen. There was no way out for him. He was ready to risk everything today. Furthermore, his mind had been clouded by anger, and he could no longer maintain his basic rationality. As a matter of fact, if he was rational, he should admit defeat right now. That would be the best choice. As the saying goes, be wise and play safe. A wise man submits to circumstances. Unfortunately, Fu Wei had lost his rationality. No one would remind him. If King Ping didn't say anything, no one dared to say anything. However, King Ping wouldn't say anything. After all, Fu Wei was representing himself. He was not representing Divine Line Sect but King Ping's mansion. If someone from King Ping's mansion admitted defeat during the battle, it wouldn't just be a shameful thing. It would be a great shame. King Ping's face was more valuable than Fu Wei's life. At least that was what King Ping thought. Howl. The combat sword whistled and slashed at Jiang Chen again. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 40,000. His aura was much stronger than before. With a thought, the heavenly saint sword once again turned into a dragon and collided with Fu Wei's combat sword. Rumble. The void cracked and the earth collapsed. Terrifying energy waves filled the entire light shield. It was a destructive color. Thump thump. Jiang Chen was pushed back again, but this time he only took 2 steps back and didn't vomit blood. In other words, this wasn't considered a failure. Fu Wei was dumbfounded. He knew that he no longer had a chance. The current Jiang Chen's combat strength was almost the same as his. Jiang Chen's qi had reached the peak of late golden immortal realm, only a step away from the half-step Immortal King realm. How could this be? Fu Wei shook his head. He couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. His eyes were glazed over. The huge blow and frustration hit his soul, making him temporarily forget to continue the attack. In other words, he had lost the motivation to continue the attack. A crisp sound rang out from Jiang Chen's body. Everyone was familiar with this sound. That was the sound of a bottleneck being broken. In other words, the current Jiang Chen had already reached the half-step Immortal King realm. That's right. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 1,050,000. A large number of immortal metastones had been refined by him. His cultivation base had instantly risen to the half-step Immortal King realm. The energy of the Snow Jade King ginseng was just too huge. It was worthy of being a venerable grade spirit herb. The remaining half of the energy had been forcefully suppressed by Jiang Chen, storing it in his body. He would slowly refine it in the future. The cultivation base of the half-step Immortal King realm was already enough to deal with Fu Wei. This was a great advancement. To Jiang Chen it was a kind of sublimation. Powerful qi gushed out of Jiang Chen's body like tide water. The current Jiang Chen could only be described as powerful. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. This roar directly jolted Fu Wei back to reality from his infatuation. Fu Wei looked at Jiang Chen and felt as though he was facing a huge mountain, making him look so tiny. Dong. Jiang Chen took a step forward. As soon as his foot landed on the ground, the entire King Fan prefecture trembled. Many people gaped in horror. At this time, everyone could feel the power of Jiang Chen, a kind of invincible terror. Amazing. Truly amazing. He's truly a peerless monstrous genius. He was able to refine the Snow Jade King ginseng in such a short period of time and use it to advance to the half-step Immortal King realm. I'm afraid that only Jiang Chen can achieve such a feat. King Fan's eyesight is really good. He didn't misjudge Jiang Chen. The Snow Jade King ginseng wasn't wasted after all. After today's battle, the reputation of King Fan Prefecture will spread across the entire East Xuanyu. Fu Wei is finished. Jiang Chen will never let him go. The people on the side of King Fan Prefecture were incomparably excited. There was no reason for them not to be excited. Today's battle could be said to be full of twists and turns. Jiang Chen alone had withstood the pressure of the Crown Prince and King Ping Prefecture. This was something that they had never thought of. Dong. Chapter 1455. Jiang Chen's body was filled with killing intent. At the same time he carried an extremely strong oppressive force. He was like a giant mountain constantly pressing down on Fu Wei. At this moment Fu Wei suddenly felt a sense of despair. It was a kind of despair that he had never felt before. At this time he suddenly felt a little regretful. He regretted admitting defeat just now. Unfortunately he no longer had the chance. It seemed that Jiang Chen wouldn't give him a chance. As for resisting, Fu Wei could only smile bitterly in his heart. Given the current situation, what else could he use to fight against Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen's strength had firmly suppressed him. There was no chance for him to turn the situation around. Sigh. Many people shook their heads and sighed, feeling sorry for Fu Wei. They seemed to have seen the ending. Although they hadn't dealt with Jiang Chen before, they could tell that he was absolutely not a kind person. He was a ruthless character. Fu Wei basically had no chance of survival even if he was a genius of Divine Line sect. The genius of Divine Line sect could indeed walk unhindered in East Xuanyu. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke him. However, this was King Fan Prefecture. Others might not dare to provoke him, but King Ping did. Fu Wei, do you have any last words before you die? Jiang Chen came to a place not far from Fu Wei and asked. Dealing with Fu Wei was different from dealing with Chu Shuangting. He wouldn't give Fu Wei any chance of survival. Jiang Chen, if you kill me today, my father won't let you go. Divine Line sect won't let you go either. Fu Wei said ferociously. Humph. Fu Wei, you are a genius of Divine Line sect. How can you say such childish words before you die? Do you really think such words can threaten me? If it's possible, your brother wouldn't have died. Don't worry, as long as your father dares to seek revenge from me, I guarantee that you and your father will be reunited in the underworld. The same goes for the people of Divine Line sect. Whoever dares to find me will die. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and said unhurriedly. He believed that Fu Wei was a sensible person. Fu Wei knew that it was useless to threaten him at this moment. Jiang Chen, I don't believe that you can kill me so easily. Fu Wei still couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated by a half-step golden immortal. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today. Immediately he raised his sword and slashed at Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, he didn't know how big the gap between him and Jiang Chen was. It was an almost insurmountable gap. That invincible and terrifying sword was caught by Jiang Chen's dragon claw, making it impossible for Fu Wei to pull it out. Jiang Chen exerted his strength and pulled Fu Wei's sword over. Fu Wei was a dignified late immortal king supreme genius, but he couldn't even protect his immortal weapon from Jiang Chen. This itself was a great irony. Fu Wei, it's over. Go down and accompany your brother. Jiang Chen was cold and merciless. With a backhand slash, Fu Wei's head was chopped off. He didn't even give Fu Wei a chance to struggle. Jiang Chen used Fu Wei's combat sword to kill Fu Wei. To Fu Wei, this was the most humiliating way to die. Jiang Chen didn't look at Fu Wei's corpse. His eyes fell on Fu Wei's sword. Even he had to admit that this sword was very good. It was an extraordinary king-grade immortal weapon. It just so happened that Wu Ningzhu didn't have a suitable immortal weapon. This sword was a good gift for Wu Ningzhu. After killing Fu Wei, Jiang Chen retracted his qi and reverted to his human form. He strode out of the light barrier and came to Yang Bufan. He knew that today's battle was over. The Crown Prince and King Ping wouldn't send any more people to fight because they couldn't afford to lose face. Haha, good brother. King Fan patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and laughed heartily. He had a reason to be happy. He felt even happier when he saw the ashen faces of the Crown Prince and King Ping. Awesome brother Jiang Chen. I had never thought that your talent is so heaven-defying. A genius like you will be one of the best even in Genius Prefecture. The people at the back immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. The more they looked at this new genius, the more they liked him. Putting everything aside, Jiang Chen was the great hero of King Fan Prefecture. If Jiang Chen wasn't here, today's situation wouldn't be easy to handle. King Fan would certainly lose his face in his king conferring ceremony. On the other side, the atmosphere of the people of Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture became incomparably depressing. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that they had lost today. They had lost completely and miserably. Crown Prince, what should we do now? Should we send a half-step immortal emperor to get rid of this brat? One of the people of Crown Prince Palace whispered. The Crown Prince glared at him. Idiot. Even if the Crown Prince was an idiot, he knew what it meant to send a half-step immortal emperor. In Great Qian Empire, those who could bear the title of immortal emperor were the experts of the experts. Even a half-step immortal king was an extremely extraordinary existence. The competition between the geniuses of the Great Qian Empire would usually send immortal kings. Immortal emperors had never been sent out. Furthermore, it would be extremely shameful to send a half-step immortal emperor to fight against a half-step immortal king. Even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious at all. Moreover, which half-step immortal emperor would fight a half-step immortal king in front of so many people? That would be lowering their own status. No one would do that. More importantly, the performance of this Jiang Chen was just too miraculous. Who knew what other miracles this bastard could create? If a half-step immortal emperor couldn't deal with him, it wouldn't just be shameful. Moreover, they had already sent out 3 powerful geniuses, ranging from early to late immortal kings, but all of them were killed by Jiang Chen. 2 were injured and 1 was dead. No matter how thick the skin of the Crown Prince and King Ping was, they wouldn't be able to continue the battle. Your Highness Crown Prince King Ping, do you still want to fight? Isn't it time to send out a half-step immortal emperor? My brother is warlike by nature, especially when it comes to fighting geniuses. Even if you send out a half-step immortal emperor, my brother will still dare to fight, Yang Bufan said with a smile. Even a fool could tell that he was mocking the Crown Prince and King Ping. It's really enviable that King Fan has such a genius following him. It's really enviable to have such a genius following King Fan. There's no need for another competition today. We have all witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. It's a pity to keep such a genius in King Fan Prefecture. King Fan, why don't you let him enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation? Chapter 1456. That's right. It's not appropriate for such a genius to not enter Genius Prefecture. After all, he's a genius of Great Qin Empire. Crown Prince nodded. Upon hearing this, Yang Bufan harumphed coldly in his heart. He knew too well what these two fellows were thinking. Obviously, the existence of Jiang Chen had made them feel a great threat. They must be thinking about how to get rid of Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen continued to stay in Qingfan Prefecture, they wouldn't have the chance to make a move. Therefore, they wanted to let Jiang Chen enter Genius Prefecture. Genius Prefecture gathered all the geniuses of Great Qin Empire. Experts were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. The competition was also the most intense. More importantly, Crown Prince and King Ping had deep-rooted forces in Genius Prefecture. As long as Jiang Chen entered Genius Prefecture, they would be able to find an opportunity to deal with Jiang Chen. How smart was Yang Bufan? How could the little thoughts of King Ping and Crown Prince be hidden from him? You don't have to worry about this. Today's king conferring ceremony has ended. I've prepared a banquet in my prefecture. Do you two want to stay and have a few cups of wine? Yang Bufan said. By asking the Crown Prince and King Ping to stay and have a drink, he was already driving them away, because he knew very well that they wouldn't stay and have a drink. There's no need for a drink. We're here to congratulate you. Since the king conferring ceremony has ended, we won't disturb your celebration any longer. As soon as King Ping finished speaking, he turned and left, heading towards the gate of the prefecture. The people of King Ping Prefecture followed behind him and soon disappeared, followed by the people of White Tiger. It did not take more than 2 minutes for these menacing people to vanish without a trace. It was as if they had never been there. After the Crown Prince left, the light shield disappeared as well. As for Fu Wei's corpse, it was taken away by the people from King Ping's mansion before they left. No matter what, Fu Wei had followed King Ping here. If they did not even take his corpse away, it would disappoint the people from King Ping's mansion. How could someone as shrewd as King Ping allow such a thing to happen? Moreover, Fu Wei had another identity, a disciple of Divine Line Sect. King Ping still had to give some face to Divine Line Sect. Moreover, Fu Wei's father, Fu Kuei, was also an immortal emperor. Now that both of his sons were dead, if Fu Wei's corpse was sent back, it would definitely enrage this tiger. An immortal emperor who was enraged was very scary. He could do anything. It was imaginable that there was only one thing that Fu Kuei wanted to do in the remaining days of his life: to seek revenge on Jiang Chen. After personally witnessing the threat posed by Jiang Chen, King Ping would not let go of any possibility to eliminate the threat. Fu Kuei was one such possibility. After everyone left, hearty laughter came from Qingfan Prefecture. Today was destined to usher in a carnival. Today was an incomparably important day for Qingfan. Everything that happened in Qingfan Prefecture today would soon spread across the entire imperial capital, the entire Great Qian Empire, and even the entire Eastern Xuanyu. Yang Bufan knew that many people were watching his king conferring ceremony from behind. The Emperor of Great Qian Empire, Yang Zanqing, and many higher-ups were watching. If he couldn't handle the pressure from the Crown Prince and King Ping, he would certainly disappoint the people behind him. But now it seemed like he didn't disappoint everyone. It was imaginable that his and Jiang Chen's reputation would soon spread across the imperial capital, becoming a popular topic after a meal. Jiang Chen didn't participate in the festivities, but let Wu Ningzhu and a Huang dog take his place. As for himself, he had already entered the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. This advancement to the half-step Immortal King realm had given him tremendous benefits, especially the essence of the Snow Jade King Ginseng. Until now he had yet to fully digest it. Jiang Chen needed a certain amount of time to completely stabilize his cultivation base in the half-step Immortal King realm. The 33rd level was the best place for quiet cultivation. The Snow Jade King Ginseng is a venerable grade spiritual herb. The benefits it brings to me are too great. It has directly improved my cultivation base. Not only will it not affect my foundation, but it has also made my foundation more stable. I can only remember Brother Yang's kindness in my heart. Jiang Chen thought to himself. It was really unexpected that Yang Bufan would give him the Snow Jade King Ginseng today. He knew the value of this Snow Jade King Ginseng very well. It was Yang Zanqing's private collection. Buzz. This time, Jiang Chen used 2 days to completely stabilize his cultivation base, and used the remaining energy of the Snow Jade King Ginseng to condense another 20,000 dragon marks, increasing the number of dragon marks in his Qi Si to 1,070,000. As long as he condensed another 30,000 dragon marks, Jiang Chen's cultivation base would be able to advance to the true Immortal King realm. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry during this process. The Immortal King realm was just a threshold. It was useless to be anxious. He must solidify his foundation before he could continue advancing. After withdrawing his qi, Jiang Chen casually tidied his clothes and walked out of the Zulong Tower. 2 days had passed in the Zulong Tower, and the banquet in King Ping's mansion had just ended. Yang Bufan had been waiting in Jiang Chen's secluded courtyard ever since the banquet ended. He had long known that Jiang Chen had a mysterious magical weapon, so he wasn't surprised that Jiang Chen could appear out of nowhere. "Brother, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise I, the newly conferred king, would have lost face," said Yang Bufan with a smile. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Only he knew how much benefit Jiang Chen had brought him today. Just this incident alone had allowed him to gain a firm foothold in Great Qian Empire. From now on, anyone in the imperial capital would have to be respectful to him and wouldn't dare to show the slightest bit of neglect. "Brother Yang, you have given me such a precious treasure. If I still can't defeat you, I will feel sorry for you." Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't say those words of gratitude. Since Yang Bufan had treated him as a brother, there was no need to be courteous. Some things should be understood in their heart. It would make them feel like an outsider if they said it aloud. He believed that Yang Bufan was the same kind of person. Only people with similar temperament could become true friends. "You don't say." "Giving that Snow Jade King Ginseng to you really made my heart ache. That's a Snow Jade King Ginseng. After the Master of Prefecture gave it to me, I had already warmed it, but before I could even warm it up, I gave it to you." Yang Bufan curled his lips, feeling that he had suffered a great loss. Of course he was just joking. Treasures were worldly possessions that could be fought for in the future. "Don't worry, Brother Yang. When you advance to the Immortal Emperor realm in the future, there will be even more precious spiritual herbs," Jiang Chen said. "Brother Yang, we didn't manage to drink today. Let me treat you to a bowl of good wine. I'm sure you will be interested." Chapter 1457. Good things naturally had to be shared. Anyway, there were no outsiders here and Jiang Chen didn't treat Yang Bufan as an outsider. No matter how good the wine was, it couldn't be compared to the Saint Blood of Qilin. "Oh, it seems like you have a private collection of fine wine, but I don't believe that your wine can be better than the imperial wine of the empire." Yang Bufan didn't seem to have much hope in the wine mentioned by Jiang Chen. After all, the wine they drank in the banquet today was the imperial wine personally bestowed by the emperor. It was the best wine in the empire. Jiang Chen was merely from one-line sky. How could the wine of that place be compared to that of Great Qian Empire? "Jia, don't look down on it, kid. You'll know in a while." De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh. He had drunk plenty of the imperial wine of the imperial capital, but it wasn't on the same level as the Saint Blood of Qilin. Jiang Chen turned his palm and took out a big bowl. The bowl was filled with golden blood, exuding a very strong and pure qi. When the qi diffused, the atmosphere of the entire courtyard began to change. Yang Bufan's indifferent face changed instantly. His eyes couldn't move away from the Saint Blood of Qilin. As a half-step Immortal Emperor expert, it was impossible for him to not see the extraordinariness of this Saint Blood. "What's this? What a pure qi. So strong and yang. I can smell a sense of nobility." Yang Bufan was shocked. He took the big bowl from Jiang Chen and examined it carefully. He couldn't tell the source of the blood, but one thing was for sure. The blood in this big bowl was extraordinary. "Brother Yang, have a bowl first," Jiang Chen said. "All right." Yang Bufan nodded. Apparently he was very interested in the blood in the big bowl. Immediately he gulped it down as if he was drinking wine. Pong. After the big bowl of Saint Blood entered his body, a huge amount of pure energy immediately spread out, rushing towards his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel the tremendous benefits he had gained. He could feel that his energy had increased a lot. "Brother, what exactly is this?" Yang Bufan couldn't control his emotions anymore. It was beyond his imagination that Jiang Chen had such a treasure. "To tell you the truth, this is Qilin's sacred blood. Jiang Chen said. He didn't intend to hide the matter about Fire Qilin from Yang Bufan. In East Xuanyu, Yang Bufan was the most trustworthy person. What? The blood of the legendary sacred beast Qilin. Brother, where did you get it? Yang Bufan was shocked. Brother Yang, come with me. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen opened the door of Zulong Tower and led Yang Bufan in. The space they entered happened to be the space where Fire Qilin resided. This was the first time Yang Bufan entered the Zulong Tower. Even though he was prepared, he still couldn't help but gape in shock. He had imagined that Jiang Chen's magical weapon would be magical to this extent. Bastard! Bastard! Let me go now. Let me go. Fire Qilin bellowed. It could be said that he had suffered all kinds of humiliation during this period of time. A dignified Fire Qilin was imprisoned by someone and had his blood drawn without any warning. No matter how cultured he was, he wouldn't be able to stand it. This is Sacred Beast Fire Qilin. Yang Bufan's eyes widened at the sight of Fire Qilin. But immediately his face changed because he thought of the Fire Qilin in East Xuanyu. Although he had never seen it before, he absolutely didn't believe that two Fire Qilins could appear in East Xuanyu at the same time. That's right. This is the blood of this guy. It tastes good, doesn't it? Master Dog has been using it every day. Kaka. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Upon hearing De Huang Dog's laughter, Fire Qilin's body couldn't help twitching. In his eyes, this dog was simply a god of plague. It was too scary. Thinking of his miserable experience in the hands of De Huang Dog, Fire Qilin almost burst into tears. Brother, where did you imprison this Fire Qilin? Yang Bufan asked hastily. When De Huang and I first arrived at East Xuanyu, we happened to encounter this Fire Qilin behaving atrociously in a mountain range. It wanted to eat us, so we joined hands to imprison it. I also refined the Fire Qilin's natal bloodline and obtained the divine ability of Qilin's divine arm. But I don't know if this Fire Qilin has any great background, so I didn't dare to use it when I was dealing with Fu Wei. Jiang Chen said. Brother, fortunately you didn't use the Qilin's divine arm. Do you know the origin of this Fire Qilin? Yang Bufan heaved a sigh of relief and tried his best to calm down. He looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly. He was already lawless enough, but compared to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog he was still lacking. What origin? Jiang Chen asked. Judging from Yang Bufan's reaction, he could feel that this Fire Qilin indeed had a great origin and wasn't a simple character. This is the Saint Beast of Nanbei family Qilin. It represents the auspicious sign of Nanbei family. It has always been treated as the lifeblood of Nanbei family. Today you actually imprison this Fire Qilin and let it drink its blood every day. If the people of Nanbei family knew about this, I'm afraid that they will slaughter their way to Qingfan Prefecture. Yang Bufan spoke. He knew very well about the matters in East Xuanyu, especially the 11 major powers. The Fire Qilin was the Saint Beast of Nanbei family. No one would dare to touch it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were stunned. They had thought that the Fire Qilin might have an extraordinary origin, but they didn't expect it to be so great. Is Nanbei family very powerful? De Huang Dog asked. Of course they are. Even Great Qian Empire wouldn't dare to provoke a family with such an inheritance. Their foundation is much deeper than the empire's. However, what has been done can no longer be undone. You can either kill this Qilin or hide it. You'd better not use the Qilin's divine arm in front of too many people, especially the people of Nanbei family. Yang Bufan reminded. Since what had been done had already been done, there was no turning back. Don't worry. No one will be able to sense my spatial zone. Brother Yang, you don't have to worry at all. Just drink the saint blood. Jiang Chen didn't mind at all. He didn't have a good impression of the surname Nanbei. Chapter 1458. After the initial shock, Yang Bufan had completely accepted this fact. There weren't many people in the entire Eastern Profound Domain who had the guts to kill the Fire Qilin, but unfortunately, Jiang Chen had the guts to do so. If this was done by someone else, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death, but since it was done by Jiang Chen, he had no choice but to believe it because there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to do. Brother Yang, there are some things that I can't tell you for the time being, but I have a feeling that Nanbei family and I will be enemies sooner or later. So killing the Fire Qilin is already a great gain. Don't think too much. Let's drink to our heart's content today. Jiang Chen said with a smile. As soon as these words left his mouth, the fire Qilin went berserk. Bastard! You're a devil king. You're inhumane and heartless. The fire Qilin cursed. Both of his eyes turned red. He felt that he had never cursed so much in his entire life. He had never hated someone so much in his entire life. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was a devil king who was extremely ferocious. Who could bear letting him bleed every day. And now his blood was being served as fine wine for others to taste. Thinking that the dignified fire Qilin had fallen to such a state, he might as well just die. The entire spatial zone was filled with laughter. Of course, it was accompanied by the miserable shriek of the fire Qilin. Jiang Chen had prepared a table for Yang Bufan, Wu Ningzhu and a Huang dog. They sat around the table and started the most inhumane drinking session in history. The fire Qilin lay on the ground weakly. Tears flew out from his eyes. He felt wronged. How could he be involved in such an unlucky thing? The fire Qilin scolded himself for being too despicable. Why didn't he just stay in Nanbei family? Why did he have to come out and have fun? Now he wouldn't have the chance to have fun anymore. In the next few days, Jiang Chen was still meditating in the depths of Qingfan Prefecture. He didn't step out of the door. He wouldn't open the door even if someone came to visit him. He didn't like this kind of behavior, but his reputation had already spread far and wide. He wouldn't dare to say it in the entire East Xuanyu for the time being, but at least everyone in the imperial capital knew about him. Currently, the incident that happened in Qingfan Prefecture had already spread to every corner of the imperial capital. The names of Jiang Chen and Qingfan were being discussed in every street and alley. The two of them had become completely famous. Qingfan has really stolen the limelight with his powerful return this time. Not even the Crown Prince and King Ping could suppress him. I wonder what Qingfan has experienced in the past 10 years. It's all because of that genius named Jiang Chen. I heard from the people who entered Qingfan Prefecture that day that Jiang Chen was merely a late golden immortal, but he was able to easily defeat an intermediate and early immortal king genius of Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, he had already killed young Master Futian in Futian Manor. That day, Fu Wei of Divine Line Sect planned to kill Jiang Chen with the help of King Ping to avenge his brother, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so powerful. He advanced to the half-step Immortal King realm at the critical moment and killed Fu Wei of Divine Line Sect. There's no one else like him. That's right. I heard that King Fan was even more generous. He gave the Snow Jade King ginseng that the Master of Genius Prefecture Yang Zanqing gave it to Jiang Chen, allowing Jiang Chen to break through to the half-step Immortal King realm and kill Fu Wei. From this, it can be seen that King Fan is a very good person. He treats his people very well. The Snow Jade King ginseng is a rare venerable grade treasure. Even Master Yang Zanqing has to treat it like a treasure. I reckon that he would grit his teeth and give it to King Fan, but I have never thought that King Fan would give it to Jiang Chen. However, King Fan's effort has also been rewarded. At least, Jiang Chen has made him famous in the king conferring ceremony. No one in the entire Great Qian Empire will dare to look down on King Fan. More importantly, this Jiang Chen is a peerless monstrous genius. It's hard to find a second one like him in the entire Genius Prefecture. His future achievement is destined to be limitless. The fact that King Fan has obtained him is a great value. I believe that the Crown Prince and King Ping are already jealous of him. Discussions about Jiang Chen and King Fan were everywhere. Many of them described the battle vividly as if they had experienced it themselves. Some of them even described the moves that Jiang Chen and Fu Wei used in the battle clearly. In the past few days, King Fan Prefecture was filled with songs and laughter. However, compared to the cheerful atmosphere here, the atmosphere in Fu City was incomparably depressing. In the main hall of the prefecture, Fu Kuei looked at the headless corpse of Fu Wei on the ground. His body trembled violently. He couldn't accept this result at all. When Fu Wei went to King Fan Prefecture, he had never thought that it would end like this. Oh wait, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked you to seek revenge on that Jiang Chen. Fu Kuei cried. In just half a month's time he had lost 2 sons that he was proud of. Such a psychological blow wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. It was a kind of despair. That's right. At this moment, there was only despair and hatred left in Fu Kuei's heart. His 2 sons were his greatest hope. Now that the hope was gone, he felt that the world had turned dark all of a sudden. After crying bitterly, Fu Kuei's eyes began to reveal an incomparably ruthless glint. The murderous intent of an immortal emperor overflowed from his body, affecting the entire prefecture. Many people began to shiver. That was the pressure of an immortal emperor. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear it. Wait, I will certainly avenge you. I won't rest until I kill Xianxia. Fu Kuei gritted his teeth so hard that blood came out. He would use the rest of his life and all the connections and forces that he could use to avenge Xianxia. This would be his next goal, the only thing that would keep him alive. Qingfan Prefecture. 7 days had passed since the king conferring ceremony. Everything in Qingfan Prefecture had been arranged. The new young king of Great Qian Empire had been stabilized. During these 7 days, no one had come looking for trouble. The crown prince and King Ping were too embarrassed to come, and the others weren't qualified to come. In addition, Qingfan Prefecture had recruited another 2 powerful immortal emperors. One of them had even reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm, directly establishing the foundation of Qingfan Prefecture. Little Qinzi, follow me to Genius Prefecture, Yang Bufan said to Xianxia. Yang Bufan said to Xianxia. He was once a disciple of Genius Prefecture. Now he was going back to Genius Prefecture to cultivate. Even though he was King Ping now, he couldn't leave Genius Prefecture. Genius Prefecture was the foundation of Great Qian Empire. Anyone who was qualified to enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation was a kind of glory in itself. For a royal descendant like Yang Bufan, he had enjoyed the resources of Genius Prefecture since he was young. Although he was now King Fan, a half-step immortal emperor expert, Genius Prefecture was still the best place for cultivation. Can I enter Genius Prefecture? Xianxia asked. If it was in the past, it might be a little troublesome, but now, the gate of Genius Prefecture welcomes you at any time. Yang Bufan said with a smile. From the very beginning, he had planned to let Xianxia enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. After all, this place had extremely good cultivation conditions, but Xianxia was an outsider after all. He had no foundation and wasn't a native of Great Qian Empire. Genius Prefecture wasn't a place that anyone could accept. Yang Bufan had asked Xianxia to perform hard in the king conferring ceremony just for today. If Xianxia wasn't qualified to enter Genius Prefecture in the past, then now, just like what Yang Bufan had said, the gate of Genius Prefecture was open to Xianxia at any time. If Xianxia didn't enter Genius Prefecture, he was afraid that the higher-ups of Genius Prefecture wouldn't be willing. Perhaps Yang Zhanqing would even come to invite Xianxia personally. After all, Xianxia's performance that day was just too outstanding. If Genius Prefecture didn't firmly grasp such a monstrous genius, it would be the greatest loss to Great Qian Empire. Alright, I'll go with you to Genius Prefecture. Xianxia nodded. He understood Yang Bufan's intention. Since he was already here, he would help Yang Bufan to achieve his goal. At least he had to establish Yang Bufan's position in Great Qian Empire. Moreover, from his point of view, it was the best choice to enter Genius Prefecture. Xianxia cultivated the dragon transformation skill. The further he progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. He needed a good environment, and the so-called good environment was an extremely strong competition. The competition in Genius Prefecture was imaginable. The growth of the dragon transformation skill was a process of battles. Continuous fierce battles and continuous high-pressure pressure. Under such never-ending pressure, Xianxia had no way to stop his footsteps. He still had a lot of things to do. Now he had to make use of all the available environment and conditions to improve his cultivation base. Putting Yan Qinyu's matter aside, there was already Nanbei family in front of him. It was very likely that the northern and southern dynasties would jump out at any time. Apart from Nanbei family, he had already offended the Huangquan Gate, Corpse Yin sect and Divine Line sect. He had no doubt that these 3 major powers would kill him as long as they had the chance. Little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu stood beside Xianxia. Sister Ning, you stay in Qingfan Prefecture for the time being and cultivate under the guidance of Old Man Bai Weng. I'll go to Genius Prefecture to see what's going on. I'll bring you over after everything has stabilized, said Xianxia. He knew that Wu Ningzhu didn't want to leave him. After all, they hadn't been together for a long time, but the competition in Genius Prefecture was just too intense. With Wu Ningzhu staying in King Fan Prefecture, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in Genius Prefecture. All right. Wu Ningzhu nodded her head. She was a sensible person. No matter how much she loved Jiang Chen, she wouldn't become his burden. She wouldn't be Jiang Chen's worry. She knew that her man was a man who was destined to achieve great things. This was something that she was proud of. You're right. Furthermore, King Fan Prefecture wasn't a bad place. There were countless experts here, including mighty immortal emperors. Any one of them was enough to guide Wu Ningzhu. Chapter 1459. Genius Prefecture was located at the edge of the imperial capital. In other words, Genius Prefecture itself was isolated from the imperial capital. It was thousands of miles away from the city wall of the imperial capital. Genius Prefecture was an independent institution of Great Qian Empire. It was located at the core of the empire. The entire Genius Prefecture occupied a large mountain range. From the outside, it didn't look as magnificent as the imperial capital, but the sky above the entire Genius Prefecture was filled with nobility and arrogance. The mountain range where Genius Prefecture was located had a radius of at least a few thousand miles. Palaces stood in great numbers and ancient pagodas reached into the clouds. The sky was filled with 7-colored rays of light. That was the symbol of the entire empire. Under the lead of King Fan, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog arrived at Genius Prefecture. There were no guards at the entrance because there was no need for them. In the entire East Xuanyu, no one would be stupid enough to come here and cause trouble, because that was no different from courting death. This is Genius Prefecture. Little Chinzi, what do you think of it? Yang Bufan asked. It's not as magnificent as the imperial capital, but it has a sky-piercing luck and atmosphere. It's a blessed land for cultivation. Jiang Chen looked at the vast Genius Prefecture with an infatuated gaze. Even he had to admit that this Genius Prefecture was extraordinary. The luck here was sky-piercing. That wasn't the luck of one person, but the luck of the entire Genius Prefecture. This place had gathered the geniuses of the entire Great Qian Empire. The number of geniuses that could enter this place was just too huge. Those who could enter this place all had a certain amount of luck. With so much luck overlapping together, it had created such a scene. That's right. This place is overflowing with geniuses and experts. In this place, geniuses are nothing. The lowest threshold to enter this place is the Immortal King, a young immortal king. This is the core of the entire Great Qian Empire. Everyone here is the target of the empire's nurturing. I believe that you will be able to get what you want in this place. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked mediocrity. Coincidentally, there were no mediocre people in this place. It was impossible for anyone to have a peaceful life here, especially when Jiang Chen had become famous. As the saying goes, people are afraid of fame as pigs are afraid of being fat. The greater one's fame, the more trouble he would face. Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen were very clear about this. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He had begun to look forward to Genius Prefecture. Just as Yang Bufan was about to bring Jiang Chen into Genius Prefecture, a fat old man flew out and stood in front of them. The fat old man had a plump body and a smile on his face, giving people an amiable feeling, but his cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the terrifying Immortal Emperor realm. In East Xuanyu, an Immortal Emperor would be valued no matter where he went. Even to the 11 major powers, an Immortal Emperor was rare. The foundation of a major power was built by an Immortal Emperor. Elder Yu. Upon seeing this fat old man, Yang Bufan greeted him with a smile. Hee. I didn't expect King Fan to still remember this old man. Back then, when you decided to leave, this old man already knew that you would become a great figure. Sure enough, this old man didn't misjudge you. The old man chuckled. It seemed like his attitude towards Yang Bufan was very good. After all, Yang Bufan was now King Fan, no longer the inexperienced prince. In the face of a young king who was likely to be the future ruler of the imperial capital, even if the old man was an immortal emperor, he wouldn't dare to show any neglect. For example, Old Man Bai Wang and the others had already chosen to follow King Fan. They weren't interested in King Fan's current cultivation base and status. but his future. It was a wonderful process to follow a young king step by step to the peak. That feeling was even more exciting and comfortable than following a superior. How could I dare to forget Elder Yu? Elder Yu has taken good care of me in the past. Yang Bufan smiled, then introduced to Jiang Chen, "Little Chenzi, this is Elder Yu Guangqing of Genius Prefecture." Jiang Chen pays his respect to Elder Yu. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Yu Guangqing. His first impression of this fat old man wasn't bad. At least the fat old man didn't give off the feeling of being insufferably arrogant. "You're that Jiang Chen? Not bad indeed. I have heard about the king conferring ceremony. Jiang Chen, although you have just arrived in Genius Prefecture, your reputation isn't weak here. The prefecture master has asked this old man to come and greet the two of you." Yu Guangqing nodded at Jiang Chen. There was a trace of astonishment in the depth of his eyes. Obviously there was a gap between Jiang Chen and what he had imagined. In his opinion, the figure who could suppress all the experts and kill late Immortal King geniuses at the half-step Immortal King realm should at least be tall and sturdy. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be such a handsome young man. If one only looked at his appearance, it was really hard to associate Jiang Chen with the god of slaughter. Of course, after seeing so many geniuses, Yu Guangqing knew that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, especially this Jiang Chen who was personally instructed by Yang Zonqing. One should know that in Genius Prefecture, there weren't many people who could be personally arranged by Yang Zonqing. Even if it was a relative of the emperor, as long as Yang Zonqing didn't put them in his eyes, he would ignore them. In the past, there was an arrogant prince who thought that he was a prince and didn't put Yang Zonqing in his eyes. As a result, he was slapped by Yang Zonqing from Genius Prefecture to the imperial palace of the imperial capital. In the end, the emperor was infuriated and revoked the identity of the prince, forcing him to face the wall for 10 years. Since then, no one dared to challenge Yang Zonqing's authority, and no one dared to be arrogant in Genius Prefecture. Even if it was a prince, he would only be a member of Genius Prefecture. In this place, strength was the only thing that mattered. If one didn't have the ability, even if he was a prince, he would have to lie down obediently. Master of Prefecture is really considerate. I'm really flattered that Elder Yu has come to welcome us personally. I think Elder Yu has already arranged everything. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Yang Bufan said. King Fan's identity is different now, so naturally your treatment will be different. Master of Prefecture has already prepared an independent cultivation place for you, with your own mountain peak and palace. Yu Guangqing said. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog couldn't help but nod silently. They had heard from Yang Bufan that not everyone could have their own palace and independent cultivation place in Genius Prefecture, not even princes. Only those who had reached the Immortal Emperor realm were qualified to have their own palace and independent cultivation place. Yang Bufan was only a half-step Immortal Emperor, but he already had an independent cultivation place. Obviously he had been specially taken care of. Of course, given King Fan's current reputation, it was normal for him to have a palace. Elder Yu is very considerate. In that case, bring us there. Yang Bufan said. King Fan can go, but Jiang Chen can't. Yu Guangqing said, his eyes falling upon Jiang Chen. Why is that? Jiang Chen is my man. King Fan knitted his brows, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. This is specially ordered by Master of Prefecture to let Jiang Chen enter Genius Prefecture as a newcomer. King Fan should know that Genius Prefecture is divided into Outer Prefecture and Inner Prefecture. Even if Jiang Chen is cultivating in the Outer Prefecture, he will still be your man. No one in the entire Genius Prefecture doesn't know that Jiang Chen is a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. I think Master of Prefecture wants to train Jiang Chen. Yu Guangqing spoke, then turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I have never seen Master of Prefecture pay so much attention to a disciple in all these years I've been in Genius Prefecture. I hope you won't let Master of Prefecture down. Little Chenzi, in that case you will cultivate in the Outer Prefecture. Most of the disciples in Genius Prefecture are from the Outer Prefecture. The number of disciples in the Inner Prefecture is pitifully small, because the condition to enter the Inner Prefecture is to reach the Immortal Emperor realm. In the entire East Xuanyu, there aren't many young Immortal Emperors. It seems like Master of Prefecture thinks highly of you. This is a good thing. Given your ability, you will surely thrive in the Outer Prefecture. Yang Bufan said. It seems like I have to thank Master of Prefecture for thinking highly of me. Jiang Chen smiled. Such a decision was exactly what he wanted. If he followed Yang Bufan to cultivate as soon as he arrived, it would be meaningless. What Jiang Chen needed was to fight, and only in a crowded place could he fight. Moreover, he was very clear that his performance in the king conferring ceremony had successfully attracted the attention of Yang Zanqing. This was a good thing. Little Chenzi, there are many geniuses in the outer prefecture. There is no lack of truly outstanding geniuses. You must not be careless. Furthermore, there is another very important thing for you to do in the outer prefecture: to build up your network. Currently, the Crown Prince Palace and King Ping Prefecture have already taken shape and are growing stronger and stronger. As for my force, it has just begun. I don't have anyone in Genius Prefecture. Yang Bufan transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen, which was equivalent to giving Jiang Chen a very important task. Jiang Chen nodded. Even if Yang Bufan didn't mention this matter, he wouldn't forget it. He was very clear about the importance of wooing talents. Yang Bufan's competitors were the Crown Prince and King Ping. It was almost conceivable that the next successor of Great Qian Empire would be chosen from these three people. Only when there were more people supporting him would there be hope. Therefore, he must form his own force and attract a large number of geniuses to his side in order to gradually compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. Jiang Chen, your identity has been settled. This is your identity jade token. Take it and report to the outer prefecture. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Yu Guangqing directly handed a blue jade token to Jiang Chen. There was a complicated symbol embroidered on it. That was the symbol of Great Qian Empire. As for the specific meaning, he didn't know. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't care about this. He took the jade token. It seemed like Yang Zanqing had already expected that he would come and had already prepared everything in advance. Little Chenzi, go and make a name for yourself in the outer prefecture. Remember, do things according to your habits. No matter what trouble you cause, I will take care of it for you. Chapter 1460. Yang Bufan had been taken away by Yu Guangqing, leaving only the route to the outer prefecture for Jiang Chen. He didn't even tell Jiang Chen about Yang Bufan's independent cultivation place. It seemed like Genius Prefecture really wanted to train Jiang Chen. De Huang, we brothers have become isolated again. I wonder how the outer prefecture is like. Let's go and have a look together. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head, causing De Huang Dog to show a look of reluctance. The outer prefecture is better. The more people there are, the more competition there will be. What's the point of following that brat Yang Bufan? Boring cultivation isn't the life that Master Dog wants. Since we are here, we have to create chaos in Genius Prefecture. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of our time? De Huang Dog wagged his sturdy tail. This bastard had always been craving for the world to be in chaos. In his eyes, there was no difference between this mighty Genius Prefecture and Jiang Chen. No matter where he went, he would be able to thrive. Let's go and report to the outer prefecture. Jiang Chen spoke and flew towards the direction of the outer prefecture. There weren't too many rules in Genius Prefecture. Geniuses didn't need too many rules to restrain them. As long as they were in Genius Prefecture, they could fly in the sky here. Everyone who cultivated here was an immortal king. Each of them had a strong background and wasn't to be trifled with. Any one of them would be a giant existence in one-line sky. There wasn't a clear boundary between the outer prefecture and the inner prefecture of Genius Prefecture. They were only separated by a small mountain peak. The outer prefecture was filled with exquisite courtyards. The immortal qi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. At first glance, one could tell that this was a paradise suitable for cultivation. No other place could be compared to it. The courtyards stretched on different mountains. As far as the eye could see, one couldn't see the end of it. As a matter of fact, apart from the immortal emperors who could obtain a mountain peak as their independent cultivation place, the geniuses of the outer prefecture also had their own cultivation place. Although many courtyards were connected together, it was enough to ensure the supply of one courtyard for each genius. In this way, at least a lot of friction would be reduced. In addition, the geniuses here were all immortal king experts. They were all recruited from the lower sections. When they were in the lower sects, all of them were elites. Now that they were here, their treatment naturally wouldn't be too bad. It was noon, the time when the heaven and earth immortal qi was at its thickest and most violent. It was the perfect time for cultivation, so there weren't many people in the outer mansion. Most of the geniuses had chosen to cultivate at this time. Damn it, there are so many courtyards, which one is ours? De Huang Dog was dazzled. Elder, you gave me an identity jade token. Take this jade token to the registration area, and I'll be able to get my own cultivation place. Jiangchen said. With a sweep of his divine will, he quickly found the registration office. At the very front of the many courtyards, there was a small courtyard. Outside this courtyard, there were 3 words, carved with ancient wooden plates. On top of the words there were 3 big words. Registration office. It's over there. Let's go. Jiangchen said. He descended from the sky with De Huang Dog and strode towards the direction of the registration office. This combination of a man and a dog was very eye-catching in Genius Prefecture. Very soon someone noticed them. A youth in blue robe walked over with a smile on his face. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate Immortal King realm. He greeted from afar. Friend, are you new here? Yes. Jiangchen nodded. That's not right. If I'm not mistaken, you seem to only have a cultivation base of half-step Immortal King, right? Such a cultivation base isn't qualified to enter Genius Prefecture. It seems like you are a relative of the Emperor or a descendant of a noble. Only a relative of the Emperor can have such a privilege. The youth exclaimed in surprise. He had seen through Jiangchen's cultivation base. That was why he felt puzzled. He had been in Genius Prefecture for a year and knew the situation inside very well. Except for the relatives of the Emperor who could be sent here to cultivate from a young age, anyone below the Immortal King realm couldn't enter Genius Prefecture. Therefore he firmly believed that Jiangchen was a relative of the Emperor. I'm sorry, you're mistaken. I'm not a relative of the Emperor. Jiangchen smiled. I'm Dongfei. What's your name? Dongfei asked. He seemed to be very talkative, or perhaps he was very bored. Coincidentally, he met a newcomer. Even if this newcomer wasn't a relative of the Emperor, he still wanted to have a chat with him. More importantly, he was very surprised that a half-step Immortal King could enter Genius Prefecture for cultivation. I'm Jiangchen. Jiangchen said plainly. Jiangchen? Why does this name sound so familiar? Jiangchen, you're Jiangchen. So you are that Jiangchen of Qingfan Prefecture. My god. No wonder a half-step Immortal King is qualified to enter Genius Prefecture. At first, Dongfei only felt that this name was incomparably familiar, but then he recalled the identity of Jiangchen. One should know that although Jiangchen hadn't arrived at Genius Prefecture yet, his fame had already spread to every corner of Genius Prefecture. Everyone knew about him. Although Dongfei was an intermediate Immortal King expert, he knew very well that if he fought with Jiangchen, he absolutely wouldn't be a match for Jiangchen. Even Fu Wei had been killed, let alone him. That's right. I'm Jiangchen. I'm going to the registration office now. Is there anything else? Jiangchen said to Dongfei with a smile. He really didn't want to talk nonsense with Dongfei here. It's fine. I'll bring you to the registration office. Dongfei seemed very excited. He had a lot of admiration for this Jiangchen. He was born in a poor family. Like most of the people, he was selected from the lower sections. He was outstanding in his own sect, but when he came to this place he became very mediocre. Plus, he didn't join any organization like Crown Prince Palace or Qingping Prefecture. Therefore he had a very good impression of Jiangchen. Dongfei was very enthusiastic. He took the lead and walked towards the registration office. As a disciple of Genius Prefecture, he was very familiar with the registration office. Dongfei, what are the steps to advance to the next level? Jiangchen asked curiously. He had just arrived at Genius Prefecture. Jiangchen was very happy that Dongfei wanted to help him. Initially he thought that he would be disliked after revealing his identity as Jiangchen, or that many people would be waiting for him to come and find trouble with him. Now it seemed like that wasn't the case. Not everyone in Genius Prefecture had joined any organization. In this way it would still be beneficial to Jiangchen. At least he could win over many of such people and make them a force that would support Qingfan in the future. In Genius Prefecture, the 2 most powerful organizations were Crown Prince Palace and Qingping Prefecture. The The power of King Fan Prefecture was basically equal to 0 apart from himself. It's very simple. There's no need for any steps. There's only one Elder Yang in the registration office. You just need to hand your jade token to him. He will verify it. Your residence has been arranged in advance. Chapter 1461. The courtyard of the registration office wasn't big. It was only half the size of the courtyard used by the genius disciples, but it looked incomparably exquisite and the environment inside was really good. At this moment the gate of the courtyard was open. According to Dong Fei, there was only one elder in the entire registration office, because there really wasn't a need for too many people. Genius Prefecture would recruit top disciples from the major sects at a fixed time every year. Only during those 2 days would the registration office be busier. As for the rest of the time, the registration office was the most idle. Basically, there was nothing to do. So, the person in charge of the registration office was actually an idle job. Under the lead of Dong Fei, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog came to the gate of the courtyard. Without any hesitation they walked over. The small courtyard was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The scenery was incomparably beautiful. There were even rockeries. Upon entering the gate, they saw an elder who seemed to be in his 50s reclining lazily on a wide rattan chair. No one knew what he was chewing in his mouth. He was holding a golden fan in his hand which was flashing at a high frequency. This old man is really leisurely. Sure enough, he's the most leisurely position in Genius Prefecture. De Huang dog said enviously. Half-step Immortal Emperor cultivation base, but his chi doesn't seem stable. He must have used some kind of medicine to forcefully increase his cultivation base. Such a half-step Immortal Emperor is vulnerable, but it's understandable. After all, he's already old and his potential has been exhausted. It's already very good that he can maintain his current cultivation base. He won't have the chance to break through to the true Immortal Emperor realm in his lifetime. Jiang Qin murmured. With his sharp eyesight he could see the depth of this elder at first glance. Although this elder was a half-step Immortal Emperor, he was only a little stronger than an ordinary late Immortal King expert. Plus, his foundation was very unstable. He must have used some kind of medicine to forcefully increase his cultivation base. For a person like this elder, having cultivated to this level, he had nothing else to ask for. Being able to get an idle job in Genius Prefecture was also a pretty good choice. Brother Jiang, that being said, Elder Yang isn't someone to be trifled with. Because his surname is Yang and he's a member of the Yang family of Great Qian Empire. It's impossible for an ordinary person to get an idle job in Genius Prefecture. Dong Fei explained. I see. Jiang Qin and a Huang dog were enlightened. They finally understood why Elder Yang was able to enjoy life in Genius Prefecture even though his cultivation was so weak. It turned out that he was a member of the Yang family. In that case there was nothing more to say. The entire Genius Prefecture belonged to the Yang family. He's called Yang Ling, a member of Crown Prince Palace. Previously he was merely at the peak of late Immortal King realm. Later on, he broke through to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm with the help of Crown Prince. Dong Fei added. Hearing this, Jiang Qin could not help but frown. He did not have a good impression of the people from the Crown Prince Palace. However, he did not care about Yang Ling at all. Anyway, he was here to register. After the registration he would not have any contact with this old man anymore. Yang Ling sensed that someone had come. He did not even open his eyes. He said lazily, Who is chattering here? You are disturbing my rest. Dong Fei hastily took a step forward and saluted Yang Ling. Elder Yang, a new disciple has come to register. Jiang Qin didn't care about Yang Ling, but Dong Fei didn't dare to neglect him. Putting aside the fact that he couldn't afford to offend the people of Crown Prince Palace and Yang family, Yang Ling's cultivation base alone wasn't something that he could afford to offend. No matter what kind of method Yang Ling used to advance, Yang Ling was a true half-step Immortal Emperor. Given Dong Fei's intermediate Immortal King cultivation base, he wouldn't be a match for Yang Ling at all. Hearing the arrival of a new disciple, Yang Ling opened his eyes reluctantly. His eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. When he realized that Jiang Qin was merely a half-step Immortal King, he knitted his brows immediately. Is there a mistake? A half-step Immortal King has come to register? Is there a mistake? Yongling said. Elder Yang, there's no mistake. He's Jiangqin, the Jiangqin of King Fan Prefecture. He has an identity jade token. Dong Fei said. Jiangqin. Upon hearing the name of Jiangqin, Yongling's eyes flickered with a trace of coldness. Dong Fei might not be able to feel it, but Jiangqin could sense it clearly. This is my identity jade token. Elder, please arrange a place for me to stay. Jiangqin took out the identity jade token and handed it to Yongling. Yongling was still lying there lazily. The fan in his hand was constantly flashing. The corner of his mouth was wearing a smile, but he didn't have the slightest intention to take the jade token from Jiangqin's hand. Upon seeing this, Jiangqin was very annoyed. He had been very polite, but this old man still acted arrogantly. However, from the moment he heard that Yongling was a disciple of Crown Prince Palace, Jiangqin had already expected such a scene. He knew that a small registration would bring trouble to this place. The new disciple isn't polite at all. Can't you see that I'm resting? Just wait for a while. After I'm done resting, I'll handle it for you. Yongling said faintly. Clearly he was trying to make things difficult for Jiangqin. Elder is busy resting, but this disciple is busy cultivating. I hope Elder can handle it for me as soon as possible. Jiangqin resisted the urge to slap him and spoke in a tone as kind as possible. Why is this disciple of yours so insensible? You've just arrived at Genius Prefecture and you've already learned to talk back to the Elder. Fine, I'll handle it for you now. Look over there, keep walking until you reach a valley at the end. There's a northern courtyard in the valley. It's quiet and secluded. That will be the place for you to cultivate. Go ahead. Yongling was very impatient. Jiangqin looked in the direction where Yongling was pointing and saw a long row of courtyards. The valley at the end seemed to have been separated from the courtyard area. Dong Fei widened his eyes and said, Elder, that place is extremely old. There's no spiritual vein below. It's not a place for disciple to cultivate at all. But before Dong Fei could finish his words, Yongling had already slapped the rattan chair. Dong Fei, who do you think you are? How dare you point your fingers in front of me? Are you courting death? Yongling seemed extremely angry. Elder Yang, I think you'd better check the qi on the identity jade token. My residence has already been arranged. Jiangqin continued. There was a limit to his patience. What are you looking at? I'm the one who has the final say on the arrangement of the residence. You go there and scram. Yongling waved his fan, looking like he was asking for a beating. Brother Jiang, you can't go there. That's the forbidden area for the disciples of Genius Prefecture. Those who have entered that place in recent years have all died. No one knows what's hidden in that valley. Although it's not clearly marked as a forbidden area, no one dares to go there anymore. Dong Fei said. Upon hearing this, if Jiangqin could still endure it, De Huang Dog absolutely couldn't. Fuck you, old fart. What the fuck are you being so arrogant for? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Chapter 1462. De Huang Dog's eyes were about to spurt out fire. This kind of person was the most annoying. He, De Huang, would never tolerate such a person. The only way to deal with such a person was to beat him mercilessly. Both Yongling and Dong Fei were stunned. Both of them widened their eyes looking at this dog. At first they had only regarded this dog as a beast pet of Jiangqin. They didn't expect this dog to have such a temperament. Looking at the way it gritted its teeth, it seemed like it was going to tear Yongling into pieces and eat him. Pong. After a brief moment of being stunned, a powerful anger surged out of Yongling's body like a tide, instantly filling the entire courtyard. Yongling finally stood up from the rattan chair. This old man was so angry that his beard was trembling. What kind of identity did he have? He was a member of Yang family, an elder of Genius Prefecture and a half-step immortal emperor. In this outer prefecture, anyone who saw him would have to be respectful to him. Even the crown prince would give him some face. Today a dog had the audacity to curse him, calling him an old bastard, and even wanted to fuck him. Damn it. This dog was really audacious. No one had ever dared to curse him, let alone a dog. Bastard. Bastard. Bastard bastard. I don't know where this damned dog came from, but how dare you speak rudely in front of me? You're courting death. This is disgraceful. Jiangqin, Let me see what kind of disciple has what kind of dog. Your dog has disrespected me, and you won't be able to escape from the responsibility. I'm ordering you to kill this dog right now, right in front of me, Jiang Chen said coldly. Yang Ling spoke exasperatedly, staring at Jiang Chen coldly. Yang Ling believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to offend him because of a dog. Today, no matter how much Jiang Chen liked this dog, he must kill the Huang dog personally. Otherwise, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Old man, I've given you face, but you really think that you're a big shot? You're just an old bastard who relied on medicinal pills to advance to the half-step immortal emperor realm. What's there to brag about? Old bastard, I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. If you register my residence now, I, Jiang Chen, will pretend that nothing has happened before. Jiang Chen Ling said. His patience had always been limited. This Yang Ling had challenged his limit again and again. This in itself was a serious act of courting death. What? Jiang Chen's words stunned Yang Ling and Dong Fei on the spot once again. Both of them looked at Jiang Chen as if they had seen a ghost, especially Yang Ling. He was initially waiting for Jiang Chen to kill the Huang dog in front of him. At least Jiang Chen would apologize or something, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen would turn hostile and say something even more vicious than that dog? Dong Fei was also shocked, but he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen secretly. Admirable, really admirable. Rebellion. This is a rebellion. Yang Ling was about to go berserk. He had never seen such an arrogant new disciple. Not to mention the newcomer, even those old disciples and geniuses in Genius Prefecture didn't dare to insult and disrespect him like this. What kind of character was this? It was a very vile character, disrespecting his elders. Jiang Chen, this elder will give you one last chance. Kill this dog, then kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Otherwise, I won't let this matter go. Don't think that this elder is joking with you. Yang Ling gritted his teeth and spoke. He was a member of Crown Prince Palace. He knew that Jiang Chen was a threat to Crown Prince Palace. Therefore, the Crown Prince had secretly ordered him to move Jiang Chen's residence to the Forbidden Valley. However, he had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so arrogant that he didn't give him any face at all. This had already given rise to killing intent in Yang Ling's heart. He could use this opportunity to get rid of Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen didn't kowtow to him as an apology, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Old mongrel, you want to kill Master Dog with this kind of virtue? Don't be ridiculous. The Huang dog snorted disdainfully, totally not putting Yang Ling in his heart. Yang Ling, I advise you to hurry up and register me. I will treat it as if nothing has happened. Don't think that I'm joking with you. I only joke with my friends. You don't even have the qualification to be my enemy. Jiang Chen's body was exuding a strong domineering aura. Dong Fei was almost subdued by Jiang Chen's qi. Yang Ling almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Today he finally saw what was arrogance. This was already boundlessly arrogant. With his half-step immortal emperor cultivation base, he didn't even have the qualification to be Jiang Chen's enemy. Could he be any more arrogant? Pong. A surge of tyrannical qi suddenly surged out of Yang Ling's body, turning into a beam of light that rushed out from the courtyard. His murderous intent soared up to the sky. He was ready to strike. To him, this was an opportunity to eliminate Jiang Chen. He could use this to kill Jiang Chen, eliminating a potential threat for the crown prince. Little Chenzi, don't be polite. Beat him until half of his body is paralyzed. What's the big deal about an elder? The Huang dog shook his head and spoke as if he was watching a good show. All right. Jiang Chen said and immediately cast out his dragon form. Just like what the Huang dog had said, the big deal about an elder was nothing. This wasn't the first time they beat up an elder. Brr. Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. Waves of qi spread out, causing the entire outer prefecture to tremble. This is bad. Dong Fei couldn't help but shiver. The speed at which the conflict intensified was too fast. Dong Fei didn't even have the chance to react. Moreover, he had never seen such a hot-blooded person before. He even dared to beat up an elder. The Jiang Chen in front of him was totally different from the Jiang Chen that gave him the first impression. Moreover, the appearance of Jiang Chen's dragon form was really scary. Both Yang Ling and Dong Fei were stunned. Fortunately, they all knew that Jiang Chen had a transformation technique. The scene of the king conferring ceremony had been spread everywhere. Is this the terrifying transformation technique? Can exert 10 times the combat strength. Scary. Dong Fei was shocked. The commotion at the registration office was too big. It had alarmed all the geniuses who were cultivating in the outer prefecture. That powerful qi was enough to shake the earth and mountains. Anyone who couldn't sense it would be an idiot. What's going on? It seems like someone is going to fight at the registration office. That's the qi of Elder Yongling, a half-step immortal emperor, but it's extremely unstable. In the entire Genius Prefecture only his qi is like this. Could it be that Yongling is going to fight with someone? That old man is a member of Crown Prince Palace and a relative of the emperor. Who would dare to provoke him? Let's go and have a look. Let's see what's going on. Chapter 1463. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The tranquil outer prefecture became lively in an instant. Usually the registration office was the most boring and deserted place. Now silhouettes were rushing towards this place. Those who could appear in Genius Prefecture were all experts. They could feel the situation here. That was the qi that was about to erupt. They wanted to see what kind of person had provoked Yongling in this outer prefecture and who had the guts to go against Yongling very soon. The periphery of the registration office was filled with people. Some of them were hovering in the sky, watching everything that happened in the courtyard clearly. Who is that dragon man? Why is he fighting with Elder Yang? That man should have casted some kind of transformation technique, but his cultivation base seems to be only at the half-step immortal king realm. Isn't he courting death by confronting a half-step immortal emperor with such a cultivation base? In the end he's just a retard. That's Dong Fei. Ask him what happened just now. Discussions were going on. None of them knew what happened just now. Moreover, this dragon man looked very unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Someone pulled Dong Fei out and asked, Dong Fei, who is that? Why is he fighting with Elder Yang if he has the guts? He's that Jiangchen of Qingfan Prefecture. He came to register today, but Elder Yang deliberately made things difficult for him. Jiangchen was assigned to that valley. Jiangchen was infuriated and scolded Elder Yang. Now a fight is about to break out. This Jiangchen is really hot-blooded, cursing and fighting without caring about the identity of the other party. Dong Fei said in a low voice. Anyone could hear the admiration he had for Jiangchen in his words. After all, he knew everything that happened just now. He believed that no one would dare to do what Jiangchen did because it was simply courting death. What? Jiangchen? He's that Jiangchen of Qingfan Prefecture? No wonder he's so arrogant. Elder Yang is a member of the Crown Prince Palace. That is why he is making things difficult for Jiangchen. However, it is too much for Jiangchen to live in that valley. I heard that this Jiangchen has killed the late immortal King Fu Wei. In other words, Elder Yang isn't a match for Jiangchen at all. Although Jiangchen is a half-step immortal emperor, everyone knows his ability. If they were to fight, he wouldn't even be a match for Fu Wei. I wonder if Jiangchen would dare to fight Elder Yang. Of course, I would also like to see how powerful this monstrous genius who could kill a late immortal king is. That's right, Elder Yang. That's right. Everyone was curious. Their eyes fell upon Jiangchen, immediately making him the focal point. These days, the battle in the king conferring ceremony had been spreading like wildfire. Undoubtedly, Jiangchen was the main character. Today he had finally appeared in Genius Prefecture. Naturally, he would attract countless attention. Jiangchen's appearance in Genius Prefecture naturally attracted countless attention. After knowing the identity of Jiangchen and the course of events from Dong Fei, everyone knew what was going on. It was absolutely understandable for Yongling to make things difficult for Jiangchen. After all, the crown prince had lost his face in the king conferring ceremony of Qingfan Prefecture. He hated this Jiangchen to the bone. Plus, Jiangchen's talent was just too high. He was a great potential threat. If he couldn't be eliminated as soon as possible, he would certainly become a great threat in the future. Everyone could imagine that Yongling would make things difficult for Jiangchen, but no one had expected that Jiangchen would dare to confront Yongling openly. This was going to be a great show. If Jiangchen really dared to fight Yongling, it would be a huge matter. Although he was an elder and an old man, he had been pampered all his life and lacked combat experience. Compared to a killing maniac like Zhou Xian, the gap was absolutely huge. Therefore it was normal that he couldn't dodge Zhou Qian's slap. Of course, in Yang Ling's point of view, it was too abnormal. Chapter 1464. This slap was extremely loud. Not only did it stun Yang Ling, it also stunned everyone on the scene. Hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes were two different things. After all, they had only heard about the battle in King Fan Prefecture. Today they had witnessed the terror of Zhou Qian with their own eyes. What a powerful bastard. Is this bastard really only a half-step immortal king? How can he be so heaven-defying? Although Elder Yang's cultivation base isn't stable, he is still a half-step immortal emperor, but he was slapped so hard that he couldn't even defend himself. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I was beaten to death. That's right. I've only heard that this Zhou Qian is very heaven-defying and abnormal. Today I've seen it with my own eyes. It's really outrageous. Even in the entire Genius Prefecture, there hasn't been such a genius. Let alone Genius Prefecture, there isn't a second genius like him in the entire East Xuanyu. I wonder if the legendary Immortal Court has such a monstrous genius. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone on the scene was a genius. There were too few people who could be recognized by geniuses. It was even more difficult to be shocked to the point of being praised by geniuses. However, in the face of a monstrous genius like Zhou Qian, they had no choice but to praise him. Even the most arrogant person had to admit that he was no match for Zhou Qian. They weren't on the same level at all. When they recalled what they were like when they were at this cultivation base, they felt even more terrified of Zhou Qian. Bastard! How dare you hit me? Yang Ling felt extremely humiliated. Instantly he became incomparably angry. He couldn't believe that there was actually a disciple of Genius Prefecture who dared to slap his face. It was a solid slap. Plus it was a new disciple. How could he stand it in front of so many disciples? But unfortunately, before Yang Ling could finish his words, Zhou Qian gave him another slap on the same spot. Yang Ling spun 2 rounds on the same spot. Half of his face was swollen and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. This time Yang Ling was really shocked. Zhou Qian's movement was too fast. He tried to block it but it was useless. He couldn't sense the trajectory of Zhou Qian's attack at all. If the first time was an accident because he was careless, then the second time was definitely not an accident. The only thing that could be explained now was that he was no longer a match for Zhou Qian. This made Yang Ling feel incomparably uncomfortable. He couldn't accept it because he had just advanced to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. He thought that this realm was very powerful. At least in this outer prefecture, a half-step Immortal Emperor was the most powerful existence. Yet now, this sort of arrogance had been fiercely and mercilessly crushed by a half-step Immortal King, and such a blow was truly unbearable. Old mongrel, I have already told you not to provoke me just now, but you still provoked me. It seems like you have gotten used to living a comfortable life here. It's time for someone to teach you a lesson. Zhou Qian said, pouncing forward. His powerful qi turned into a cage and enveloped Yang Ling completely. Yang Ling's facial expression changed drastically. He felt that under the pressure of Zhou Qian's qi, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing on his chest. He couldn't even breathe properly. As a matter of fact, given Zhou Qian's current strength, he might not be a match for the half-step Immortal Emperor geniuses in Genius Prefecture, but Yang Ling was completely incomparable to the other geniuses in Genius Prefecture. Although he was a half-step Immortal Emperor, his combat strength was at most equivalent to an ordinary late Immortal King genius, or even slightly weaker. Zhou Qian used his qi to firmly suppress Yang Ling. Then he started slapping Yang Ling's face with his left and right hands. Slaps fell on Yang Ling's face like raindrops. Yang Ling's skin and flesh were split open, blood was flowing out and his teeth were spitting out. Yang Ling tried to use his hands to block the slaps, but his hands were smashed by Zhou Qian. Such a scene was too explosive. Everyone was stunned. There was only the sound of slaps in the courtyard. It seemed like Zhou Qian didn't have the intention to stop. His means were truly brutal. Gulp. Dong Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, feeling like he was dreaming. Who in Genius Prefecture would dare to beat Yongling violently? He was afraid that the only one who dared to do so was this lawless Jiang Chen. The scene was too violent. Jiang Chen had beaten Yongling violently. The nature of the situation had completely changed. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen would certainly be in trouble next. After all, the nature of beating an elder was still very bad. Plus, in Genius Prefecture, Crown Prince Palace wasn't a force to be trifled with. Jiang Chen had undoubtedly given Crown Prince Palace a very good excuse to find trouble with him. Stop. At this time a loud shout was heard. 7 to 8 geniuses rushed into the courtyard angrily. The leader was a peak late immortal king, only a step away from the half-step immortal emperor realm. In Outer Prefecture, true half-step immortal emperor experts were rarely seen. They would put all their effort into cultivation, just like breaking through to the immortal emperor realm as soon as possible. In that case, they would be able to soar into the sky, enter the inner prefecture and obtain better resources. From then on, they would have a very high status in Great Qian Empire. They are the people of Crown Prince Palace. These people weren't unfamiliar to them. In Genius Prefecture, Crown Prince Palace had great power. The people of Crown Prince Palace had finally appeared after Yongling was beaten. But Jiang Chen gave another slap to Yongling's face, slamming him to the ground. He couldn't stand up anymore. Blood spurted out from Yongling's face. Now his whole face was stuck to the ground. Blood kept flowing out, making him look miserable. Jiang Chen spat at Yongling. He would never be courteous to those who wanted to take his life, nor did he know what mercy was. According to his original style of doing things, it was already a great mercy that he didn't kill Yongling straight away. The entire scene turned silent. Everyone's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen and Yongling, who was lying on the ground. They had never seen such a scene before. This was absolutely the first time such a thing had happened in Genius Prefecture. Perhaps it would cause a huge commotion. However, one thing was for sure. Jiang Chen was going to become famous. Among the geniuses on the scene, many of them had begun to admire Jiang Chen. They were all geniuses and hot-blooded men. Which one of them wasn't hot-blooded? Everyone wanted to do earth-shattering things. When they were put in a difficult position by an elder, everyone wanted to beat up the abominable person. However, they didn't dare to, but Jiang Chen did. Therefore they admired Jiang Chen and worshipped Jiang Chen. Everyone worshipped the strong. This was an unchanging fact since ancient times. Jiang Chen, I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Chapter 1465. Brother Jiang. His name is Qingjun, a peak late immortal king. He's also a top genius of Outer Prefecture and a member of Crown Prince Palace. He's usually very arrogant. Even we don't dare to offend him. Today you have beaten Elder Yang, which is equivalent to offending Crown Prince Palace completely. There will certainly be big trouble coming later. In my opinion, Brother Jiang, you should bear with it for now. Don't make things too big. Dong Fei's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Dong Fei had a very good impression of Jiang Chen. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's power and dominance. Plus, he knew the tricks in Genius Prefecture and how powerful Crown Prince Palace was. So he wanted Jiang Chen to bear with it. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Jiang Chen revealed a trace of timidity at the corner of his mouth, then turned to Qingjun, who was brimming with qi. He understood Dong Fei's good intention, but he also understood that after the incident in Qingfan Prefecture, even if he didn't beat Yongling today, even if he endured it today, there would still be endless troubles in the future. Jiang Chen didn't like to submit to humiliation. He needed a domineering aura, a kind of arrogance that would allow him to do whatever he wanted. This was the essential requirement for cultivating the dragon transformation skill. He still had a long way to go, and on this path there would never be any compromises. Jiang Chen, how dare you beat an elder? Aren't you being too lawless and arrogant? This is Genius Prefecture, not a place for you to be arrogant. It seems like you don't even know where you are. Qingjun spoke lung. According to his usual habit, he wouldn't stand here and talk nonsense with Jiang Chen. He would definitely cripple Jiang Chen, but Qingjun wasn't a fool. He could sense the power of Jiang Chen. Even if he used his full strength, he might not be a match for Jiang Chen. Therefore, he didn't choose to attack directly. No matter who Jiang Chen beat, it has nothing to do with Crown Prince Palace. Don't think that Crown Prince Palace can cover the sky with one hand. Even if I beat an elder, it's not up to you to teach me a lesson. Don't put your position too high or you will fall miserably. He is an example. Zhou Xian spoke indifferently. He didn't forget to point his finger at Yongling, who was wailing on the ground. Currently Yongling couldn't stand up, but he was still conscious. He could feel countless eyes falling on him. To an elder like him, this was simply a humiliation, an endless humiliation. He hated Zhou Xian so much that he couldn't wait to kill Qian immediately, but unfortunately whether Zhou Xian would die or not wasn't up to him. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Everyone was subdued by Zhou Xian's arrogance. There were too many experts in Genius Prefecture and there were also too many arrogant people. However, Zhou Xian's arrogance had reached a new height, leaving everyone in the dust. Other people who had just arrived in Genius Prefecture would try their best to restrain themselves, but Zhou Xian didn't hide it at all. He had beaten the elder of the registration office the moment he arrived, and now he didn't put the people of Crown Prince Palace in his eyes at all. Looking at the entire Genius Prefecture, perhaps only Zhou Xian would dare to speak to the Crown Prince Palace in such a tone. Zhou Xian, I advise you to take back your words immediately. You must have no idea what it means to say such words in Genius Prefecture. Qingjun was enraged. He had never been so angry before. Now he was trying his best to restrain himself from going berserk and suppressing the urge to attack. As a matter of fact, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat Zhou Xian. You'd better not provoke me. This is the kindest advice. Zhou Xian said plainly. This Qingjun seemed to be stronger than Fu Wei, but he still had no chance of winning against Zhou Xian in his half-dragon form. Therefore Zhou Xian didn't put him in his eyes at all. If the other party really wanted to make things difficult for him, Zhou Xian wouldn't show any mercy. Since he had already beaten up an elder, it wouldn't be a big deal to beat up a disciple. In any case, they were all people of Crown Prince Palace. Since he had already offended them, he didn't mind offending them thoroughly. Moreover, King Fan and the Crown Prince would be irreconcilable sooner or later. Since Zhou Xian was on King Fan's side, there was almost nothing for him to say to the Crown Prince. Zhou Xian, I really don't know where your courage comes from. I know that you are following King Fan, but do you really think that King Fan can go against the Crown Prince? How naive. Qingjun Leng spoke. Now that he had personally stepped forward, if he couldn't make Zhou Xian admit his mistake and apologize, he would only be seeking his own humiliation. Not only would he lose his face, but he would also lose the face of the Crown Prince Palace. You are really hateful. Zhou Xian shook his head. With a sway of his body he arrived in front of Qingjun. He raised his palm and slapped Qingjun with lightning speed. Qingjun's expression changed. He never thought that Zhou Xian would be so insane. After a few words, Zhou Xian attacked him. Qingjun immediately let out a cold snort and raised his palm to block Zhou Xian's attack. He was very confident in his own strength. In his mind, even if he couldn't defeat Zhou Xian, he wouldn't be any weaker than him. Unfortunately, Qingjun's perception was very terrifying. The current Zhou Xian was even stronger than when he killed Fu Wei. Because of the Snow Jade King Ginseng, the number of dragon marks in his body had already reached 1,080,000. With another 20,000 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the Immortal King realm. For a character like Qingjun, even if he exerted all his strength, he still wouldn't be a match for Zhou Xian in his dragon form. But Qingjun's reaction was also very fast, at least much faster than Yongling. His palm blocked the dragon claw of Zhou Xian, causing Zhou Xian's slap to miss his face. However, Qingjun didn't feel good. After colliding with Zhou Xian, his palm produced cracking sounds. That was the sound of bones breaking. Dang dang dang. Qingjun was forced to retreat continuously. The injury on his hand had already made him feel that his entire palm had turned numb. Only after the collision did he realize how powerful Zhou Xian was. That was a kind of irresistible power. He felt that he and Zhou Xian weren't on the same level at all. Zhou Xian, how dare you hit me? Qingjun roared. This new disciple was truly audacious. He was completely lawless and had no respect for the Crown Prince Palace. Zhou Xian didn't say anything, he just continued slapping Qingjun's face. He hated this type of chatterbox the most. At first he didn't want to attack him, but judging from the current situation, it was useless to talk to someone like Qing Jun, who relied on the crown prince's power to bully others. The best way to deal with him was to beat him until his teeth fell all over the ground. Pong. Arg. Qing Jun was infuriated. He unleashed his qi, but unfortunately just as his qi was released, it was slapped back by Jiang Chen. The mountain-like palms slammed onto Qing Jun's body, causing him to scream in pain. Despite being a late immortal king genius, he couldn't fight back at all under the ferocious attack of Jiang Chen. Chapter 1466. The scene was too explosive. For many disciples their blood was boiling. Beating an elder was a rare thing, but it was equally rare for the arrogant and despotic Qing Jun to go berserk. Plus, they were all people of Crown Prince Palace. In Genius Prefecture, no one else dared to openly oppose Crown Prince Palace except King Ping Prefecture. However, even the people of King Ping Prefecture wouldn't be as arrogant and despotic as Jiang Chen. This was a kind of extreme insolence and overbearingness. Bam! Qing Jun was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen. He wanted to stand up, but Jiang Chen's big foot firmly stepped on him. Qing Jun roared, but it didn't help at all. Jiang Chen, how dare you treat me like this? How dare you humiliate the people of Crown Prince Palace? You are finished. Qing Jun's eyes were bloodshot as he continued to threaten Meng Qi. He was used to being domineering, so he had never been humiliated like this before. He had never thought that one day he would be ruthlessly trampled under someone's foot. I have warned you not to provoke me, but you didn't listen. Jiang Chen's face was cold. No matter how powerful an organization or force was, they wouldn't be able to suppress him. For a long time, those who acted tough in front of Jiang Chen were all fools. Seeing that something was wrong, one of the people of Crown Prince Palace hastily left. It seemed that he was going to ask for reinforcements. At this time, the only way to deal with Jiang Chen was to ask for reinforcements. The people of Crown Prince Palace could already see that this Jiang Chen was completely lawless. He was an absolutely ruthless character. It was impossible to use the name of Crown Prince Palace to suppress him. Qing Jun was lying under Jiang Chen's foot, struggling violently like a dead dog. Jiang Chen didn't even cast a glance at him. Today he wanted to show off his imposing manner and majesty, to let everyone know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. That kind of attitude of looking down on the world simply made people go crazy. The scene was quiet. The originally exquisite courtyard had turned into a mess. Since the establishment of Genius Prefecture, such a thing had never happened before. Ruthless. This man is too ruthless. It seems like Genius Prefecture will never be peaceful again. That's right. Because of the battle between White Tiger and King Ping Prefecture, Genius Prefecture wasn't peaceful to begin with. Now that King Fan Prefecture has been added to the mix, it will certainly be more chaotic in the future. This Jiang Chen is behaving so arrogantly today. Obviously he wants to establish his prestige and he has the capability to do so. Look, things have already gotten out of hand. The Crown Prince Palace won't let this go. The people of the Crown Prince Palace can't be stepped on as they please. Everyone sighed. Jiang Chen naturally had the right to be arrogant, but compared to the power of the entire Crown Prince Palace in the Genius Prefecture, Jiang Chen did not seem to be that powerful. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the remaining disciples of Crown Prince Palace. They immediately felt their souls shivering, not daring to say a word. They had the intention to help Qing Jun, but they knew their own limits. They knew that even if they helped, their ending would be the same as Qing Jun, or even worse than Qing Jun. Very soon, two silhouettes arrived in the sky and descended into the courtyard. One of them was a young man, the one who had just left. The other was an old man wearing the robe of an elder with a dignified face. As soon as the old man appeared, the atmosphere of the entire scene became even more oppressive. He was an immortal emperor, a true immortal emperor. Elder Hu. Jiang Chen is finished. Elder Hu is also a member of Crown Prince Palace. Upon seeing this old man, many of them couldn't help but shake their heads. Jiang Chen had just arrived in Genius Prefecture, but he had already gone against the Crown Prince Palace. This was a very unwise choice. Brother Jiang, this is Elder Hu Yao. He is basically in charge of all the matters in the prefecture. His cultivation base and status are much stronger than Yongling. You have to be careful. He is also a member of Crown Prince Palace. Dong Fei hastily used his divine sense to inform Jiang Chun about the basic situation of this old man. Zhoush. As soon as Dong Fei's divine sense was transmitted, Hu Yao looked at Dong Fei. His bright eyes were extremely dignified. Dong Fei hastily lowered his head, not daring to say another word. A mighty immortal emperor had extremely keen senses. Any fluctuation of divine sense couldn't hide from him. He could even intercept the content of the divine sense transmission. Hu Yao first looked at Yongling, who was wailing on the ground, and Qing Jun, who was being stepped on by Jiang Chen. Then his eyes fell on Jiang Chen. The anger in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. "Take your foot off me." Hu Yao spoke. The aura of an immortal emperor was released, sending shivers down people's spines. Jiang Chen looked at Hu Yao, but had no intention of taking his foot off him. Presumptuous. Jiang Chen, how audacious of you. Elder who is the elder in charge of the outer prefecture. Not only did you not salute when you saw him, you even turned a blind eye to his words. Are you tired of living? The disciple beside Hu Yao berated Jiang Chen loudly. Each of the people of Crown Prince Palace was stirred up. Jiang Chen's strength had indeed frightened them, but with Hu Yao's support, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. Disciple Jiang Chen greets Elder Hu. Jiang Chen lifted his feet and clasped his fists at Hu Yao. It didn't matter if Hu Yao was from Crown Prince Palace or not, he was still an elder of Outer Prefecture. He still had to give him some face. Of course, this didn't mean that he was afraid of Hu Yao. He was now a disciple of Outer Prefecture and a disciple of King Fan Prefecture. Even Hu Yao wouldn't dare to kill him in public. It was precisely because he was an elder that he couldn't act unscrupulously. After all, there were so many disciples watching. Jiang Chen, you are audacious enough to beat up an elder as soon as you arrived in Genius Prefecture. Your character is extremely vile. As the elder of Outer Prefecture, I have to punish you. Hu Yao spoke lung. Elder who seems to be a man who can distinguish right from wrong. I believe that you will definitely be impartial. The cause of this matter isn't my fault. Elder Yongling, as the elder of the registration office, didn't allow me to register and even attacked me. I was just defending myself. Jiang Chen spoke in a serious manner. Dong Fei, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. This Jiang Chen was really thick-skinned. If he didn't remember it wrongly, it was Jiang Chen who attacked first, and so did Qing Jun. Humph. It's rude of you to beat up an elder. As the elder of Outer Prefecture, I have to punish you for such a serious matter. Now I will punish you to face the wall in the valley at the front for a month. You can only come out after a month. Hu Yao harumphed coldly and pointed at the valley at the front. That valley was the place that Yongling assigned to Jiang Chen. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into an uproar. Beating up an elder was a very vile act. If it was just a punishment of facing the wall for a month, it would be too light. Basically, it was the same as no punishment at all. On the surface, Hu Yao seemed to be helping Jiang Chen, but everyone in Genius Prefecture knew that this was the most severe punishment. He was asking for Jiang Chen's life. Although that valley wasn't clearly marked as a forbidden area, it was a forbidden area in the hearts of many disciples. Even if Hu Yao didn't punish him to go to that valley, Jiang Chen would still be unable to resist the temptation and sneak in quietly. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. Jiang Chen was bold to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had the Zulong Tower as his trump card, there was no place in this world that he didn't dare to go. At the critical moment, relying on the Zulong Tower was enough to save his life. Jiang Chen, do you have any objection to my punishment? Stu Yao. He had already thought it through. As long as Jiang Chen dared to disagree, he would punish Jiang Chen in the name of an elder and cripple him. In any case, the crown prince would bear the responsibility if the higher-ups were to blame him. No objection. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen would resist, Jiang Chen actually agreed. This made everyone's eyes widen. They didn't know what happened to this arrogant guy. Why did he suddenly become listless? Or perhaps Jiang Chen didn't know how terrifying that valley was. This was also possible. After all, Jiang Chen was a newcomer. How could he know how terrifying that valley was? How could this guy agree? That's suicide. That valley is very strange. No one has dared to go there for a long time. I heard that those who have gone in have all died. None of them came out alive. Zhou Xian is a newcomer. He definitely doesn't know about the situation in that valley. If he knew, he definitely wouldn't agree. Sigh. What a pity. A peerless genius was destroyed in the cradle. This is a great loss for the great Qin Empire. Everyone began to sigh. They didn't know why Zhou Xian would agree to such a punishment. This was no different from suicide. Almost everyone believed that as long as Zhou Xian entered the valley, he would definitely die. Alright, since you have agreed, I will give you an hour to prepare. After that, go and find me. At that time, I will arrange a new place for you to cultivate. Said Hu Yao. Everyone could see the smile at the corner of his mouth. The disciples of the Crown Prince's palace also had a complacent smile on their faces. He still wanted to come out after a month? That was just a dream. That place wasn't a place where he could enter and exit as he pleased. Everyone disperse. Hu Yao waved his hand and disappeared in a flash. The people of the Crown Prince's palace lifted Qing Jun and Yang Ling, turned around and left the courtyard. Zhou Xian clearly saw Qing Jun raising his head and sneering at him when he was lifted up. That was a smug smile. After Hu Yao and the others left, Dong Fei was the first to approach Zhou Xian and reprimand him. Brother Jiang, I have already reminded you before. Why did you agree? That valley is very strange. There's no return for you. Sigh. Dong Fei felt deeply sorry for Zhou Xian. That's right, Brother Jiang. That's right, Brother Jiang. That valley has long been a forbidden area. All the disciples that have been there have died. Later on, that place became a place to punish disciples. However, only disciples who have committed grave mistakes will be allowed to live and die on their own. It has been a few years since someone has entered that place. Ordinary mistakes are not worthy of being sent there. Elder, who made you stay there for a month? Clearly he wants to kill you. Someone said. Zhou Xian, in my opinion, you'd better use your relationship with King Fan to settle this matter. With King Fan's current identity, it won't be a problem for him to protect you. Zhou Xian, that place is really scary. None of the disciples who went in have ever come out alive. You'd better take care of yourself. Many people said with pity. Chapter 1468. Countless people were feeling regretful. Judging from Zhou Qian's performance, there had never been such a powerful genius in Genius Prefecture for so many years. If he could be nurtured properly, he would certainly become the hope of the empire in the future. But now he had been destroyed by the competition between several young kings. Someone advised Zhou Qian to look for King Fan. As long as King Fan appeared, even if he couldn't escape punishment, at least he wouldn't have to go to that terrifying forbidden area. Thank you for your advice, but I, Zhou Qian, also want to go to that legendary forbidden area to have a look. Perhaps I can really come out of it alive. Zhou Qian shrugged with a relaxed look on his face. Upon seeing this, many people were stunned. They initially thought that Zhou Qian agreed because he didn't know the situation of the forbidden area, but they didn't expect that he would still take the initiative to go there after knowing the situation. His brain must have gone haywire. Ignorance, ignorance. How many geniuses have tried to explore the secrets of the valley in the past? But in the end, all of them died. Do you think you can be an exception? You're too confident. Sometimes overconfidence can be a bad thing. Zhou Qian, I advise you not to be too confident. You really can't go there. Listen to me. That's right, staying alive is more important. No one will have an accident. No one has ever walked out of that place. It's impossible for you to create this miracle. Many people continued to persuade Zhou Qian, hoping to make Zhou Qian give up. They had seen too many arrogant and confident geniuses like Zhou Qian. None of them had a good ending. Alright, I appreciate everyone's good intentions. I will be back in a month's time. Zhou Qian said with a relaxed face, then led Big Yellow out of the courtyard and strode towards the direction of the valley. He had always been fearless. Many things that were impossible in the eyes of others had been accomplished by him. Back when Tian Muyun sent him into the evil abyss, everyone thought that Zhou Qian would die for sure and that it was impossible for him to come out from there. But in the end, Jiang Chen came out unscathed and even ruled one-line sky. AI. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Another genius is about to fall. What a pity, what a pity. Looking at Jiang Chen's receding figure, many people could not help but shake their heads and sigh. I'll send him off. Although it's the first time we've met, I admire him a lot. Dong Fei said and strode to catch up. Dong Fei, why are you following me? Aren't you afraid? That's a forbidden area. Jiang Chen joked. He had a good impression of Dong Fei. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. I won't go near that valley. I'll send you off. Dong Fei said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. What did he mean by sending him off? It seemed that he was really going to die. Jiang Chen knew that Dong Fei was thinking like this now. He felt that this was a journey of no return. If he entered the valley, he would almost certainly die. However, Jiang Chen didn't care. After all, the horror of the valley was real. No one could walk out of there alive. It was reasonable for Dong Fei to think so. Soon Jiang Chen passed through the courtyard area and arrived at the border. Not far away from him was the valley. Looking at it from this angle, the valley looked like a circular sinkhole, and there was a layer of mist floating above it. Judging from its appearance, it didn't look scary at all. The only thing that made Jiang Chen feel uncomfortable was that the valley was too quiet, so quiet that it was scary. He couldn't feel any signs of life in this place, and there wasn't even a single bird in this huge valley. Or it could be said that even birds didn't dare to fly in this place. Brother Jiang, I'll send you off here. I still advise you to go back on your words and find King Fan to help you solve the problem. Dong Fei said, still trying to dissuade Jiang Chen. No need, buddy. Life and death are decreed by fate. What if I really come out of there? Jiang Chen patted Dong Fei's shoulder and said with a smile. If you can really come out of there alive, I, Dong Fei, will follow you for the rest of my life. Dong Fei spoke very seriously. If Jiang Chen could really create this miracle, it would be the biggest miracle in the history of Genius Prefecture. It was enough to prove that Jiang Chen was a man with great luck. He was willing to follow such a figure for the rest of his life. Just wait. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he flew towards the valley with the Huang dog. In order to win over people, he must subdue them. In order to subdue them, he must do something spectacular. Only then could he subdue people's hearts. AI. Dong Fei sighed, then turned and left. This place was very close to the valley. Usually no one would come here even if he was standing here. If he stood here for a long time, he would have a creepy feeling. That was a real terror. Dong Fei didn't believe that Jiang Chen could walk out of the valley alive, but for some reason he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog passed through the mist and landed in the valley. This valley had a radius of dozens of miles. There was a river, but it had already dried up. The entire valley gave people a gloomy and cold feeling. There wasn't even a single plant growing here. There was no vitality at all, which made people feel very uncomfortable. De Huang, can you sense anything strange here? Jiang Chen asked. I can't tell for the time being, but the environment here does make people feel very uncomfortable. Something strange really happens, it will come to us sooner or later. De Huang dog said. His eyes were very bright. He looked around but couldn't find anything. There's a yard over there. Let's go there. Jiang Chen looked not far away. There was indeed a yard there. It was a very old yard. It was unknown how long it had existed. It was covered with dust. The yard was built against the stone wall, looking very gloomy and cold. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog walked towards the yard. This would be the place where he would practice for the next month. At this moment, the old gate of the yard was half open. One of the gates kept creaking in the wind. This was the only sound in the whole valley which made people's scalp itch. Bang! Jiang Chen pushed the other gate with his hand. The gate seemed to be unable to bear any force. With a bang, it fell to the ground and broke into countless pieces. Obviously, it was so rotten that it could be destroyed with a casual touch. A gust of cold wind blew towards Jiang Chen's face, and it was accompanied by a rotten smell that made him want to vomit. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and unleashed a wave of air, blowing away the rotten smell. Only then did he feel better. For God's sake, this place is really broken. Even though Yang Bufan was King Fan, he didn't dare to show any neglect or arrogance in front of Yang Zonqing. He knew very well who was standing in front of him. This was a legend of the entire Great Qian Empire. Regardless of identity or status, Yang Zonqing was transcendent. The fact that the Emperor of Great Qian Empire was willing to hand over Genius Prefecture to him showed how extraordinary Yang Zonqing was. Putting aside his identity and status, Yang Zonqing's strength was also extremely powerful. How powerful was a half-step Immortal Venerable? Immortal Venerable was the Venerable of the heavens and earth. Yang Zonqing was only a step away from the true Venerable realm. Someone once predicted that if another Immortal Venerable emerged in Great Qian Empire, it would definitely be Yang Zonqing. Very good. You have been gone for 10 years. I didn't misjudge you. I heard that you have given the Snow Jade King ginseng that I gave you to a kid called Jiang Chen. That's really generous of you. Yang Zonqing said with a smile. Bufan knows that I'm wrong. Yang Bufan said. What did you do wrong? I really admire your way of doing things. The Snow Jade King ginseng is a venerable grade spiritual herb, a rare treasure. Gifting such a treasure to someone else requires great courage and spirit. This is a display of bearing. You have great bearing, which is the basic requirement of a superior. If the future of Great Qian Empire can be handed over to you, it will certainly not be too bad. Yang Zonqing said. He rarely praised people, but this time he was really praising Yang Bufan. As a matter of fact, the reason why he decided to let Yang Bufan here today was because he had given the Snow Jade King ginseng to Jiang Chen, which had won his approval. Just as Yang Zonqing had said, this in itself represented a kind of bearing. A true leader must have this kind of bearing. Only a person with such bearing could become a great figure, and only then would others be willing to follow them. Brother Jiang Chen is the best I have ever seen. His future achievement will surely be higher than mine. It's of great value to have such a talent in Great Qian Empire, Yang Bufan said. He had known Jiang Chen for a long time. From the evil abyss until now they had gone through a lot of storms together. Despite his pride, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the greatest monstrous genius he had ever seen. That kid is indeed not bad, but you can't fall behind. Now that the Crown Prince and King Ping have already reached the Immortal Emperor realm, it's not impossible for you to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm given your current strength. You have already prepared your foundation. All you need is an opportunity. In the past I obtained 3 Snow Jade King ginseng, all of them were conjoined. I have refined one of them and given you another one. Since you have given the other one to Jiang Chen, I will give this one to you. I hope you won't let me down and advance to the Immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible. Yang Zonqing said, turned his palm, took out another Snow Jade King ginseng and handed it to Yang Bufan. Master this. Chapter 1470. Just take it. Hurry up and break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Yang Zonqing threw the Snow Jade King ginseng to Yang Bufan. Thank you, Master of Prefecture. Bufan will go back and cultivate in seclusion now. Yang Bufan saluted Yang Zonqing once more, then left the pagoda with the Snow Jade King ginseng. He could only repay Yang Zonqing's kindness with practical actions, which was to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm as soon as possible. In Genius Prefecture, every Immortal Emperor who had an independent cultivation place had the best cultivation conditions and resources. Using his resources and the Snow Jade King ginseng, Yang Bufan was confident that he could break through to the Immortal Emperor realm in the shortest time possible. In that case he would truly have a place in Genius Prefecture. Although Yang Bufan was also a young king and had the same transcendent status as the Crown Prince and King Ping, he was still slightly weaker in terms of strength. Only by advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm could he be considered as qualified to compete with the Crown Prince and King Ping. Yang Bufan understood this very well. Since Yang Zonqing valued him so much, he couldn't let Yang Zonqing down. After Yang Bufan returned to his residence, he chose to go into seclusion. He didn't receive anyone, so he didn't know that Jiang Chen had been assigned to the valley. As for Yang Zonqing, he had a high position and authority. His name was merely a representative of Genius Prefecture. He rarely asked about the matters of his subordinates. In the quiet valley, the chilly wind whistled. The afternoon passed very quickly. Night fell. To this valley, The night was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. There was no light at all, just like a land of death. Everywhere was filled with deathly stillness. Swoosh. A chilly wind appeared in the courtyard like a sharp blade. Jiang Chen opened his eyes abruptly. He only saw a white shadow flashing past, but when he tried to catch it he found nothing. Everything seemed like an illusion. The Huang dog, who was sleeping soundly, shuddered and leaped up from the rock. His eyes shone brightly. At their cultivation base, there was no difference between day and night. You have felt it too. Jiang Chen looked over at the Huang dog. That's right. Looks like there really is something. Be careful. The Huang dog reminded. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were on high alert. Even if they were very brave, they still felt a little uneasy in this strange environment. After all, the legends about this valley were too strange. Shua. A few minutes later, the sound of a cold blade pierced through the void again. A white shadow flashed by at an extremely fast speed, but it was accurately caught by Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. The only regrettable thing was that the white shadow did not stop and disappeared again. Jiang Chen frowned, and in that instant, a white blur appeared once again, silently hovering in front of him. Jiang Chen jerked his head up to see a person standing in front of him. The person's face was deathly pale and there was a savage smile on his face. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were empty. There was a large hole in his chest and his heart had been dug out. Jiang Chen's scalp went numb. Immediately he sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with his composure, he was startled to encounter such a situation all of a sudden. In a flash, Jiang Chen came to the side of the Huang dog. What is this thing? Where did it come from? My divine sense has been enveloping this valley, but I didn't discover how this thing appeared. Jiang Chen was very surprised. He was very confident in his perception, but he didn't discover the origin of this white shadow in advance. He's wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture. He's wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture. He should be a disciple of Genius Prefecture who died here in the past. His heart was dug out by someone. No, he seems to have some vitality in his body, but he's obviously dead. Someone used some kind of powerful technique to forcibly refine him into a living dead. His last trace of vitality is supporting him, but he's indeed dead. His will has completely vanished, turning him into a living dead, no different from a puppet. The Huang dog spoke, immediately identifying the origin of this white shadow. This was a living dead that was refined by someone. Its nature was similar to a puppet. Sure enough, this is a strange place. There's actually such a living dead here. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed, but he didn't really care about this living dead in front of him. The combat strength displayed by this living dead was merely at the intermediate Immortal King realm. The living dead's body shook, then its head turned to the back. Then its body rotated, reaching out its withered hands. His palms turned into sharp claws and lunged at Jiang Chen. The movement of this living dead was very fast, as though it was being controlled by some kind of hidden force. In a blink of an eye, it had reached Jiang Chen. The target of the living dead's sharp claws was very simple, Jiang Chen's heart. Courting death. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Abruptly he struck out a punch. His speed was even faster than before, directly hitting the living dead's head. Given how powerful Jiang Chen's strength was, no matter how hard the living dead's head was, it wouldn't be able to withstand it and was smashed into pieces. However, even if its head was smashed, the living dead could still fight. Its sharp claws didn't stop and continued to attack Jiang Chen. Humph. Living dead, I'll turn you into a real dead now. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. Abruptly he struck out another punch. This punch was incomparably violent, shattering the entire body of the living dead into pieces. Then he released a ball of flame, burning the living dead into ashes. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen and the others maintained the highest level of vigilance, waiting for the appearance of the other living dead. To their disappointment, the entire courtyard was very peaceful after one night. No living dead had appeared. This made Jiang Chen suspect that there was only one living dead in this place. For God's sake, could it be that the strange phenomenon they were talking about is this living dead? The Huang dog said gloomily. Impossible. You have also seen it. That living dead was wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture last night. Plus, it had been refined by someone. Even after losing its heart, it could still maintain a certain combat strength. There must be a mysterious force controlling all of this. Since the establishment of Genius Prefecture, there must be more than one genius disciple who has died here. I'm sure that there will be other living dead appearing. Last night was just the beginning, Zhou Xian said. If what you said is true, what exactly is controlling all of this? Why did the disciple of Genius Prefecture lose his heart? De Huang Dog frowned and guessed. There must be a big secret in this valley. I'd like to see what exactly is hidden here. Stay vigilant at all times. I reckon that something strange will happen at any time. If there is a force controlling all of this in the dark, then we have already become the target of that force. Chapter 1471. The appearance of the living dead had made the atmosphere in the courtyard incomparably tense. Zhou Xian and De Huang didn't dare to be negligent. Only the unknown would instill fear in people. If there was only a living dead here, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog might not pay too much attention to it, but this living dead was wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture. This point alone was enough to show that this living dead was a disciple of Genius Prefecture, a disciple who had entered this place before. The legend of this valley was very strange. Everyone who came in had died. No one knew how they died because none of them had walked out of this place until now. Now there was a huge doubt. What kind of power killed the disciples of Genius Prefecture? What kind of power had refined them into living dead and turned them into killing tools? Moreover, the one that appeared last night was just one of the living dead. According to the disciples of Genius Prefecture, since the establishment of Genius Prefecture, the number of geniuses who had entered this place wasn't small. Therefore, Zhou Xian could almost guess that everyone who had entered this place had become a living dead, and no one knew where they were hiding. A living dead isn't scary. What's really scary is the power that controls everything in the dark. De Huang, let's check and see if we can find any clues. Since so many disciples of Genius Prefecture have become living dead, there must be a place where they are hiding. If we can find the hiding place of the living dead, we will be able to discover the secret of this place. Zhou Xian said to De Huang Dog. The sky was already bright. According to yesterday's scene, even if the daytime in this valley was still very dark, the living dead wouldn't appear during the day. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of during the day. They could take advantage of the daytime to find some clues. In the following time, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog turned into two rays of light, constantly appearing in different places of the valley. Both of their senses were extremely sharp. Not to mention Zhang Chen's great soul derivation technique, De Huang Dog also had an innate treasure hunting ability. Uncovering secrets was his forte. An hour passed by quickly. Zhang Chen and De Huang Dog had almost searched the entire valley, but they did not find any clues. There was not even a trace of a spatial crack. When the zombie appeared last night, I didn't even know where it came from. Zhang Chen frowned. He felt that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. This place is very strange. All we can do now is wait. De Huang Dog shook his head. He didn't have any good ideas either. De Huang, since those people have become living dead after death, why don't they walk out of this valley and cause trouble in Genius Prefecture? Zhang Chen asked. This was something he couldn't understand. If there was really some kind of force controlling the living dead, why couldn't they walk out of this valley and wreak havoc in Genius Prefecture? There should be some kind of restriction that prevents these living dead from leaving the valley. De Huang Dog speculated. In the face of such a situation, this was the only conjecture. Zhang Chen nodded, feeling that what De Huang Dog said made sense. Since they couldn't find any clues here, they could only wait. Zhang Chen had reason to believe that there would be other living dead appearing tonight. In the outer prefecture, many people were discussing Zhang Chen. They were discussing whether Zhang Chen was dead or not. Some bold ones even approached the valley, but unfortunately they couldn't see anything from here. Do you guys think that Zhang Chen is dead or not? I feel that he's still alive. Not necessarily. This valley is very strange. It's very difficult for those who enter it to come out alive. Zhang Chen is no exception. A genius of a generation. What a pity. I think I heard some movement in the valley last night. Really? Don't scare us. It's just an illusion. Many people were discussing. The more they discussed, the more scared they became. In the end, those who were close to the valley also left hastily. After standing here for a long time, they had a creepy feeling. The place ahead was like a gloomy hell that could always make people tremble in fear. It had been a long time since anyone went close to the valley. Usually, no one would even think of going there. But now someone had entered the valley again. This was destined to be a hot topic in the outer prefecture for the next month. Unless Xianxia really couldn't come out after a month. In that case, it was basically certain that Xianxia had died inside. Of course, everyone knew that there was almost no chance for Xianxia to come out of the valley. It was completely unrealistic. However, unrealistic was unrealistic. After all, the 1-month deadline was still there. If the deadline wasn't reached, people would become restless. Dusk fell and the night fell. The environment in the valley began to change again. It was gloomy and decaying. The chilly wind whistled. Xianxia and a Huang dog were sitting on a huge rock with their backs facing each other. Their eyes were incomparably bright like the stars in the sky. Even the dark night couldn't block the light in their eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a chilly wind flashed past. A white-robed silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was exactly the same as the previous day. It was another living corpse. His heart had been dug out, leaving a hole in his chest. Xianxia shuddered, but he was even more shocked in his heart. He had been using his soul power and divine sense to check everything in the surroundings. Any tremor in the void couldn't escape his senses, but even so he still couldn't sense any trace of the white silhouette. It just appeared out of nowhere as if it had always been here. There was no way that Xianxia wouldn't be shocked by such a situation. He couldn't find the truth of the other party, which made him feel insecure. A late immortal king living corpse. He's a level stronger than the one yesterday. The Huang dog looked at the living corpse and said, "Jejia." The living corpse let out an ear-piercing laugh, then reached out his palm at lightning speed, rushing towards Xianxia. The living corpse didn't make any extra movements after it appeared. It was a killing move. Xianxia's reaction was extremely fast. He threw a punch at the living corpse's sharp claw. Bang! The two collided, creating sparks. The living corpse was forced to take 3 steps back, but it didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Once again, it rushed towards Xianxia like a gust of wind. Obviously, the living corpse had a main purpose: to kill this human and dig out his heart. What a strong physique. This living corpse is really abnormal. After being refined and controlled by the secret power, he has become even more terrifying than when he was alive. I wonder if a half-step immortal emperor will appear tomorrow. Damn it. The Huang dog said. It's indeed strange. Now I have a little idea how those disciples died. Xianxia nodded. How did they die? The Huang dog asked curiously. I'm guessing that there must be a lot of living corpses being controlled by the dark force, but for some unknown reason the dark force can't do it personally. So they use these killing machines to help them kill. Moreover, the appearance of the living corpses depends on the cultivation base of the target. I'm only a half-step immortal king and you are only an early immortal king. That's why the dark force has sent an intermediate immortal king living corpse for the first time. According to the previous situation, an intermediate immortal king should be enough to deal with us, but they didn't expect that we would be so powerful that ordinary immortal kings couldn't deal with us. So they sent a late immortal king today. Just like what you said, the dark force won't give up. Xianxia said. He believed in his conjecture. This was the most likely situation. A half-step immortal emperor undead is truly terrifying. The Huang dog curled his lips. I'm looking forward to it now. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The Huang, I don't know if you have noticed it, but the two undead that appeared consecutively have one thing in common. Their bodies are very strong. The body of a late immortal king undead is already strong enough to fight against me. If I can fight against such an undead for a long time, I will certainly be able to refine my body and stimulate the hidden power within, allowing my cultivation base to advance further. Since I can't find out the secret of this valley for the time being, I can't come here in vain. If there are more powerful undead, they will become the perfect targets for me to refine my body. Zhou Xian was a smart man. He already had his own plan. To him, cultivation was more important than anything else. He had obtained the Snow Jade King ginseng and had a strong and stable foundation, but it would be very difficult for him to make a new breakthrough in a short period of time. These undead had extremely strong bodies and quick reflexes, which was exactly what Zhou Xian needed. In any case, he was going to stay in this valley for a month. He couldn't be idle for a month. Before he found out the secret of this valley, he would use these undead as practice. If he was lucky, he might get unexpected benefits. Additionally, the energy in the bodies of these undead could also be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower hadn't absorbed energy for a long time. It had been stuck at the 34th floor. There were still a lot of secrets in the Zulong Tower. As long as there was a chance, Zhou Xian would certainly help the Zulong Tower to absorb the energy and condense it. Of course, Zhou Xian wouldn't let the Zulong Tower absorb a rare treasure like the Snow Jade King ginseng. That would be a great waste. After refining such a treasure, it wouldn't affect his foundation in the slightest. Instead, it would strengthen his foundation. It seems like this is the only way. In any case, you have a way to deal with these undead. If you kill too many of them, I believe that the hidden force will take action. At that time, we will be able to find out the secret. De Huang Dog nodded. Both he and Zhou Xian were very interested in the evil of this valley. Of course, they also knew that this place was extremely dangerous. They had to be vigilant at all times. Chapter 1473. Just as Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had guessed, after the second living corpse was destroyed by Zhou Xian, the night was strangely peaceful. No more living corpses appeared. The valley was still peaceful until the next day. Of course, this peace didn't make Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog relax. Their spirit was tense all the time. This was only because they were bold and confident in their own strength. If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they wouldn't just be nervous. Their spirit would have collapsed a long time ago. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog didn't speak for a whole day. They no longer needed to guess the secret of this place because guessing was useless. It was certain that there was an evil existence in the dark. Zhou Xian was now looking forward to the night. He was looking forward to the arrival of those living corpses again. It was afraid that only Zhou Xian could look forward to the arrival of the living corpses in such an environment. If it was the other geniuses of Genius Prefecture, they would have been scared to death. The night fell quickly. This was the third day that Zhou Xian had come to the valley. Zhou Xian seemed to have adapted to the gloomy environment here. After all, he had experienced a lot and had even experienced worse environments than this. At midnight, the situation was exactly the same as the previous two times. Along with the whistling of the cold wind, the living corpses appeared once again, but this time, it wasn't just one living corpse but 8. All of them were at the peak of late Immortal King realm. Each of them was wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture. They had one thing in common: the same expression. Their hearts had been dug out from their chests. The remaining life force supported them to become killing tools. The half-step Immortal Emperor living corpses didn't appear. This made Zhou Xian somewhat disappointed, but there was one thing that made Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog feel incomparably shocked. With the experience of the previous 2 days, Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog had already spread their divine sense to every inch of the valley before midnight. Unfortunately, even so, they still couldn't find out how these 8 living corpses appeared. There was no trace of them at all. They appeared as soon as the wind blew, as though they were hiding in the wind. This made it incomparably difficult for Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog to find the secret of the valley. Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog were helpless. Since they couldn't find it, they could only give up. Jejia. The 8 living corpses let out a sinister laugh at the same time, coming from different directions. The instant they appeared, they had already surrounded Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog. It seems like Master Dog is going to show his strength. De Huang Dog shook his head. His body was filled with battle intent. Although these living corpses were late Immortal King experts, they only relied on their speed and physical strength. Therefore, De Huang Dog wasn't afraid at all. Whether it was his physical strength or speed, he wasn't any weaker than these living corpses. De Huang, you just go and watch the battle from the side. I will deal with them. Today I am going to use these 8 to refine my body. Zhou Xian said. Although he was looking forward to fighting those half-step immortal emperor living corpses, he had to admit that these 8 living corpses were the best targets for him to refine himself. If there were any half-step immortal emperor living corpses, Zhou Xian would have to transform into his dragon form in order to fight them. That's right. That's right. All right. De Huang Dog, who was already prepared for the battle, turned into a ray of golden light and rushed out of the encirclement of the living corpses. He stood on a large rock not far away, looking like he was watching a show. Although these living corpses were scary, De Huang Dog was incomparably confident in Zhou Xian. It was simply nonsense for these living corpses to want to take Zhou Xian's life. Caw. Zhou Xian clenched his fists. His fingers made cracking sounds. He was ready for the battle. Or it should be said that he was already prepared. This time he wouldn't use his flame or combat technique. He would only rely on his physical body to fight these 8 living corpses. Jejia. The living corpses laughed sinisterly. 8 of them attacked Zhou Xian at the same time. Their speed was so fast that it shocked Zhou Xian. Come on. Zhou Xian bellowed. His entire being turned into a ray of light. He struck out countless fists at lightning speed, colliding with the 8 living corpses. Ping ping ping. The void was directly smashed. The living corpses were really terrifying. Their sharp claws could pierce through the void at will. If one was caught by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even De Huang Dog, who was not far away, was dazzled by the scene. Zhou Xian was also wearing a white robe. If someone was here at this time, he would be shocked to find that the battle here was like a whirlpool. Whirlwinds were drifting and countless white shadows were colliding continuously. It was impossible to tell who was who. Tila. A living corpse's sharp claws scratched Zhou Xian's body, leaving a bloody wound on Zhou Xian's body. Blood flowed out from the wound. Haha, that was fun. Zhou Xian was injured, but he laughed and looked very excited. To be honest, he hadn't had such a good fight for a long time. Fighting against 1 living corpse and fighting against 8 living corpses were 2 completely different concepts. The speed of this group of living corpses was so fast that he couldn't believe it. Even with Zhou Xian's ability, he was still injured. However, this injury was nothing to Zhou Xian. At best, it was just a superficial wound. The corpse energy that entered his body because the living corpses scratched him had no effect on Zhou Xian at all. As soon as it penetrated into his body, it was burned away by the raging fire. With the protection of Wood's spiritual energy, such an injury was just like a tickle to Zhou Xian. As if smelling the smell of blood, the 8 living corpses became even more excited. They rushed towards Zhou Xian like crazy. Their goal was very simple, and that was to kill the guy in front of them. Zhou Xian's footsteps were mysterious, and his speed was also fast to the extreme. He could use the 9 phantom wolves, but now he didn't use it at all. He was now like the living corpses, completely relying on the strength and speed of his body to fight. Fighting 1 against 8, he was at a disadvantage at first, but gradually he was no longer at a disadvantage. But Zhou Xian had to admit that these living corpses were really powerful. From the beginning until now, there were already 3 or 4 wounds on his body. However, Zhou Xian didn't care about his injuries at all. His eyes were bright and he had already focused on the battle. The excitement made him unable to extricate himself and fascinated him. For him, this was the greatest and the most practical benefit. Now he really hoped that this kind of battle wouldn't stop. No matter how long it lasted, he wouldn't feel tired. Kid, you can get opportunities no matter where you go. It's really enviable. De Huang Dog curled his lips. He was speechless about Zhou Xian's terrifying luck. It seems like this trip to the forbidden land of this valley is worth it. Putting aside the hidden secret, these living corpses alone are worth the trip. It wasn't easy for me to temper my body this time. I will first use these late immortal king living corpses to temper my body. If there are any half-step immortal emperor living corpses in the future, I will be able to temper my dragon incarnation. If I'm lucky, my cultivation base will be stabilized at the peak of half-step immortal king realm, only a step away from the true Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen said. The process of fighting the undead was a process of improvement to him. Jiang Chen believed that the force behind it would appear sooner or later. At that time the secret would be revealed. Night fell once again. Jiang Chen couldn't wait any longer. He had been waiting for a whole day, waiting for the undead to appear. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could do this. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even be able to hide. Swoosh. Sure enough, as the cold wind blew, the 8 living corpses appeared once more. They were the same 8 as last night. As soon as they appeared, they attacked Jiang Chen without hesitation. They're finally here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been waiting for this moment for a whole day. He no longer thought about how these undead appeared. To the current Jiang Chen, this was no longer important. The battle was more important. The refinement of his body had just begun. Just like that, the valley wasn't peaceful for the next few days. These 8 undead would appear every time. From the beginning until now, they had been fighting Jiang Chen for 7 consecutive days. They would appear on time every night without exception. In these 7 days, Jiang Chen had obtained tremendous benefits. The number of dragon marks in his body had increased by 5,000, and his physical strength had increased immeasurably. Kid, you seem to be addicted to fighting. The Huang dog was very happy to see the changes in Jiang Chen. It was, of course, a good thing that Jiang Chen was getting stronger. After all, East Xuanyu couldn't be compared to One-Line Sky. In this place, without sufficient strength, it would be hard to move an inch. Not to mention the entire East Xuanyu, even the Great Qian Empire alone was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Given my current physical strength, those 8 undead can no longer satisfy me. If they appear again tonight, I will destroy them and let the Zulong Tower absorb the remaining energy in their bodies. As long as they are dead, half-step Immortal Emperor undead will appear. At that time I will be able to refine my dragon incarnation, Jiang Chen said. After 7 days of progress, he no longer put the late Immortal King undead in his eyes. Next he would need half-step Immortal Emperor undead to refine his dragon incarnation. This was an attraction to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen began to look forward to it. Chapter 1475. It had already been 10 days since they had entered the valley. At the beginning there were discussions everywhere in the outer mansion, but now it had already calmed down. Time could erase everything. Although 10 days was a short period of time for that valley, 10 days was really too long. Because no one could last 10 days in there, or it could be said that no one could last there at all. In their opinion, Jiang Chen was dead. Another genius had fallen. Moreover, he was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Thinking about it made people feel sad, but there was nothing they could do. This was competition. What a pity. It's really a pity. From time to time someone would say such words. When they thought of Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but look towards the direction of the valley. Dong Fei walked to the edge of the valley for a long time, but he didn't dare to stay here for too long. He only came here to mourn Jiang Chen. His thought was the same as the others. He basically believed that Jiang Chen was dead. He had tried to find King Fan a few days ago, but he was told that King Fan was in seclusion and wouldn't meet anyone. Therefore his last hope was dashed. Of course, Dong Fei also understood that it was useless even if he found King Fan, because Jiang Chen had already entered the valley. Even if King Fan knew about it, what could he do? It was impossible for King Fan to enter the valley to rescue Jiang Chen. That was a forbidden area. It was very evil. Genius Prefecture wouldn't allow King Fan to take the risk. Almost everyone believed that Jiang Chen was dead for sure. Most of them had begun to forget about Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had spent too much time in Genius Prefecture. He was sent into the valley in less than an hour. It was already very good that he could be remembered so deeply. No one knew what had happened in the valley because no one had ever come close to it. Night fell again. Without Jiang Chen's surprise, the 8 living dead were still there. After fighting with Jiang Chen for such a long time, even their strength seemed to have improved. These killing machines didn't have any intelligence, but when they saw Jiang Chen they seemed to have gained some intelligence. In an instant, endless killing intent erupted from them. Murderous intent soared into the sky as they attacked Jiang Chen. Today I won't be holding back. I'll let you witness my true abilities. Jiang Chen's physical strength erupted. His current physical strength was much more tyrannical than before. At the very least, in a one-on-one situation, none of the undead were his match. Jiang Chen made his move, displaying the 9 phantom wolves. For a time, Jiang Chen's shadows were everywhere, dazzling the living dead and causing them to attack indiscriminately. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted, to make it impossible for the living dead to concentrate on him. In that case, Jiang Chen would be able to defeat them one by one. Normally, if Jiang Chen used his combat skills or flames, it would be very easy to destroy these living dead, but Jiang Chen didn't have so many. He had an extremely strong desire to win. Since it had been a battle of physical strength for several days in a row, Jiang Chen also wanted to use his physical strength to destroy these living dead. This was a kind of domineering, a kind of strength. Bam. Jiang Chen's heavy fist smashed heavily on one of the living dead. The living dead immediately issued a bone-breaking sound. One of its arms was broken. Jiang Chen felt very sorry for these disciples of Genius Prefecture who had become the living dead. He felt sad for them, but he still had to kill them because the other party was bent on killing him. Bang! Jiang Chen's movement was very fast. After breaking the living dead's arm with a punch, he immediately launched a storm-like attack. Each heavy punch fell on the living dead like a storm. Each punch carried all of Jiang Chen's strength. Even a mountain would be smashed. No matter how tyrannical the living dead was, they couldn't withstand such a fierce attack from Jiang Chen. They were immediately smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen. The Zulong Tower released its aura and absorbed the living dead that had been smashed into pieces. On the other side, the doppelgangers cast by Jiang Chen were also destroyed by the living dead, but Jiang Chen had killed a living dead in this spare time. And this was just the beginning. None of these living dead in front of him could escape from Jiang Chen's crazy attack. No one was an exception. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen cast the 9 phantom wolves once again, exerting this mysterious movement technique to the extreme. Those living dead that had completely lost their intelligence couldn't find out which one was Jiang Chen's real body. Therefore their attacks were bound to be chaotic. Jiang Chen found an opportunity very easily. Bang bang bang. Jiang Chen's combat experience was just too rich. He was able to find the most suitable opportunity in an instant. His fists were invincible and could destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, the second living dead was completely smashed and absorbed by the Zulong Tower. 2 of the 8 living dead had been killed. To Jiang Chen, such a battle was like a fish in the water. The situation of the battle was imaginable. A few minutes later, the remaining 6 living dead were also completely smashed by Jiang Chen and absorbed by the Zulong Tower, turning them into dried corpses that disappeared with a gust of wind. After getting rid of the 8 late Immortal King living dead, Jiang Chen had gained a lot of benefits. Although the remaining energy in the bodies of the living dead was relatively small, they were late Immortal Kings after all. The 35th floor of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed, helping Jiang Chen to condense 3,000 dragon marks. To Jiang Chen, the increase of each dragon mark represented an increase in his strength. A floor of the Zulong Tower has been condensed. The number of dragon marks has also increased. With another 12,000 dragon marks, I will be able to advance to the true Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He was very satisfied with such progress. The living dead will probably appear again. The next time they appear they will surely be more powerful. De Huang Dog said. I hope that a half-step immortal emperor living dead will appear. At that time, it will be able to refine my dragon transformation. If I'm lucky, it won't be a problem to condense another 10,000 dragon marks. At that time, my cultivation base will truly reach the peak of the half-step Immortal King realm, and it will be easier for me to advance to the Immortal King realm. Jiang Chen said. He was looking forward to the next living dead. On the night of the second day, the chilly wind was howling fiercely. The entire valley seemed to be shaking, and the shabby courtyard was shaking especially hard. It looked like it was going to collapse at any time. Jiang Chen had never been captured before, and this situation had never happened before. It seemed like the hidden force was angered as well. That's why it was causing such a huge commotion. Chapter 1476. Hoo-hoo. The chilly wind was getting stronger and stronger, mixed with a pungent smell of decay that made people nauseous. When the spatial waves began to drift, a white figure finally emerged and stopped in front of Zhou Xian. It was exactly the same spot where all the living corpses had appeared before. After the appearance of the living corpse, the chilly wind in the entire valley stopped. The atmosphere became incomparably heavy, as though everything here was going to stop. The living corpse in front of Zhou Xian looked exactly the same as before. He was also wearing the uniform of Genius Prefecture and had lost his heart. The only difference was the strength of this living corpse. Just like what Zhou Xian had guessed, this was a half-step immortal emperor. Under the situation where he didn't use his dragon transformation, Zhou Xian could feel an invisible and incomparably gloomy pressure from this living corpse. A genius of a generation. What a pity. As a genius of Genius Prefecture, I should respect you very much, but it's a pity that you want to kill me. So I have to kill you. Zhou Xian spoke plainly. Roar. The living corpse let out a hoarse roar that made people feel incomparably uncomfortable, as though they were being bitten by 10,000 poisonous insects. Without the slightest hesitation, the living corpse raised his terrifying and eerie claws and clawed at Zhou Xian. Swoosh. The speed was too fast. It was at least 10 times faster than the late Immortal King living corpse. Immediately, a large gap was torn open in the void. Although Zhou Qian's reaction was already very fast, his chest was still cut open. Brr. After witnessing the terror of this living corpse, Zhou Qian didn't panic or fear. Instead, his face revealed a look of excitement. That's right, excitement. If this half-step immortal emperor living corpse wasn't this powerful, he would have been disappointed instead. Brr. Terrifying waves of qi began to roll. Zhou Qian had already used his dragon transformation. Under this state, not only did Zhou Qian's combat strength increase by 10 times, but his physique was also strengthened by 10 times. Previously, Zhou Qian had used those late Immortal King living corpses to refine his physique. Now he could use this half-step Immortal Emperor living corpse to refine his physique. Come, let's have a good fight. Zhou Qian shouted coldly and took the lead in charging towards the undead. That night, Zhou Qian found the feeling of using his physical body to fight the living dead. He fought to his heart's content, and his potential was constantly stimulated. He fought with the living dead until dawn, until the living dead disappeared. Zhou Qian had already gotten used to such a situation. The battle between him and the half-step Immortal Emperor living corpse had just begun. Tonight's fierce battle was merely a prelude. In the next few days, Zhou Qian would spend his time in the fierce battle, which was exactly what Zhou Qian needed. For 5 consecutive days, Zhou Qian and the half-step Immortal Emperor living corpse had been fighting fiercely for 5 days. The benefits that Zhou Qian had obtained in these 5 days were undoubtedly tremendous. The potential of his dragon body had been unlocked infinitely. The number of dragon marks in his body was constantly increasing. In just 5 days he had gained a total of 5,000 dragon marks. Even Zhou Qian couldn't believe such progress. Zhou Qian felt that he could already use his physical strength to kill the living corpse, but it had already been half a month since he came to this valley. Even if he killed the living corpse, he still wouldn't be able to find out the hidden secret of the valley. The hidden force was still holding its breath, and didn't produce any unusual phenomenon. Da Huang Dog, if I kill the half-step Immortal Emperor living corpse, will your hidden force appear? Zhou Qian asked. Noon was the time with the least number of people, but due to the advancement of King Fan, it had attracted a lot of people. As a result, the outer prefecture was now filled with people. Seeing the appearance of King Fan, everyone hastily lowered their heads, not daring to be negligent. Yang Bufan had a relaxed look and a smile on his face. He had no reason to be unhappy about advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. Where's Zhou Qian? Yang Bufan walked to the front of one of them and asked. That person shuddered in fear. He raised his head and glanced at King Fan, then lowered his head again. Greetings, King Fan. Zhou Qian, The disciple first saluted Yang Bufan, then stammered, unable to speak. Upon seeing this, the smile on Yang Bufan's face vanished instantly. He knitted his brows slightly. He glanced around and saw that no one dared to look at him. Immediately he felt that something had happened and it must be related to Jiang Chen. Speak. Where's Jiang Chen? Yang Bufan shouted coldly. After being the evil lord for 10 years, the strong aura of a superior had already seeped into his bones. A single glance from him was enough to make people tremble. King Fan should know very well that place. No one has ever walked out of that place alive. So everyone concluded that Jiang Chen is dead. Dong Fei said. What? Yang Bufan's face turned cold. Fury rose from his body once more. He didn't care about any kind of punishment for Jiang Chen, but he had never thought that Hu Yao would send Jiang Chen into that valley. Clearly Hu Yao wanted to take Jiang Chen's life. No matter how confident Yang Bufan was, his confidence vanished instantly when that mysterious valley was involved. Just like what Dong Fei said, that was a very evil place. Almost no one could walk out of it. The valley had become an indisputable forbidden place. Normally no one was allowed to enter it. However, Yang Bufan wasn't a fool. He knew that both Yang Ling and Hu Yao were from Crown Prince's palace. Jiang Chen had made the Crown Prince lose face in the king conferring ceremony. More importantly, Jiang Chen's performance was too terrifying, which made the Crown Prince jealous. That was why the Crown Prince wanted to get rid of Jiang Chen. Hu Yao could use this opportunity to punish Jiang Chen to take Jiang Chen's life. This was a very good plan, but the people of King Fan couldn't be killed by just anyone. Besides, Jiang Chen was his brother. He would never let this matter go so easily. Dong Fei, go and bring that old bastard Yang Ling to me. Yang Bufan said Lung Lung. Others might be afraid of Crown Prince's palace, but he wasn't. Yes. Dong Fei turned and walked towards the registration area. The matter of Jiang Chen had made him depressed for half a month. Today, with the appearance of King Fan, he could finally release the depression in his heart. King Fan, Jiang Chen is already dead. What's the point of making trouble like this? A person spoke. The person who spoke had already reached the late Immortal King realm. He was also a member of Crown Prince's palace. He was used to being arrogant. Now that he saw King Fan was going to deal with Yang Ling, he couldn't help but speak. Zhoush. Yang Bufan looked at that disciple. His cold eyes instantly made that disciple feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. His body began to tremble violently. That disciple was so scared that he was almost paralyzed. He had come into contact with plenty of immortal emperors, including the Crown Prince. He had seen how the Crown Prince looked when he was angry. But even a high and mighty existence like the Crown Prince absolutely didn't have the chi of Yang Bufan. That disciple was sure that this was the chi of death. A casual glance from him could sentence a person to death. This was a true superior. King Fan was like a dominator that no one dared to disobey. Regret. That disciple regretted it. He really shouldn't have said so much. Did Yang Bufan really think that he could act presumptuously in front of King Fan just because he was a member of Crown Prince's palace? What a joke. Let me tell you. All the people of Crown Prince's palace are dead. Jiang Chen won't die. King Fan, that little Jiang Chen has no respect for his elders. He was disrespectful to me and even took the initiative to beat me. Many people have seen this. So it's only right for Elder Hu to punish him. Yang Ling spoke. Is that so? I heard that you also wanted to send Jiang Chen to that valley at the beginning. Do you think I don't know your intention? Yang Bufan sneered. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling couldn't help but glare at Dong Fei. When he said this, Dong Fei was beside him. It must be Dong Fei who told King Fan about it. Otherwise, King Fan wouldn't know about it. It's a fact that Jiang Chen beat up an elder. He should be punished. I believe that King Fan is also a reasonable man. Elder Hu Yao has also handled this matter impartially. He only punished Jiang Chen to face the wall for a month. Yang Ling said, don't you know that entering that valley is equal to death? A month's time is enough for a person to die 10,000 times. Since you want to kill my people, you shouldn't live anymore. Chapter 1478. As soon as King Fan's killing intent emerged, many people were stunned. Even Yang Ling was dumbfounded. He had never thought that Yang Bufan would release his killing intent. It seemed that Yang Bufan was going to kill him. However, Yang Ling didn't believe that Yang Bufan would dare to kill him. After all, he was a member of Yang family and belonged to the same lineage as Yang Bufan. If Yang Bufan killed him for an outsider, it would be too insane. As a matter of fact, there was no friendship in the imperial clan. Even blood brothers would fight for it. What was a puny little Yang Ling worth? Yang Bufan made his move. A slap landed on Yang Ling's face. The strength of this slap wasn't small at all. Yang Ling didn't even have the chance to react. He was slapped dizzy and fell to the ground. Wah! Yang Ling spurted out blood. This slap from Yang Bufan had smashed his mouth, causing all his teeth to fall out. Could be seen how ruthless this slap was. Wah! The entire scene was in an uproar. Everyone was trembling with fear. King Fan's chi was just too powerful. He didn't care whether the opponent was an elder or not. As a matter of fact, a young elder of Outer Prefecture wasn't on the same level as King Fan. If this happened to Jiang Qin, it would be considered as treason and he would be punished. However, it was a completely different story when it happened to King Fan. Who would dare to punish King Fan, a young immortal emperor? Seeing Yang Bufan slapping Yang Ling like a dog, the disciple who was slapping himself shuddered and exerted more force. He didn't dare to stop at all, fearing that Yang Bufan would personally slap him after he stopped. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. Given Yang Bufan's strength, a slap was enough to send him to meet the King of Hell. King Fan, you and I are of the same lineage. Are we going to kill each other for an outsider? Yang Ling raised his head and spoke incoherently. In the face of the powerful King Fan, he began to feel a little scared. He knew that given Yang Bufan's identity, he was afraid that he would die in vain even if Yang Bufan killed him. Humph. An old dog doesn't deserve to be of the same clan as me. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Since you're so loyal to the Crown Prince, I'll kill you right now and see if the Crown Prince will come to save you. Yang Bufan was filled with killing intent from head to toe. Today he had to establish his might. King Fan Prefecture had just been established. If he didn't use some iron-blooded means, there would be people who would treat King Fan Prefecture as a pushover in the future. Bam! Yang Bufan swung his hand casually and a shining dagger fell in front of Yang Ling's face. Since your surname is Yang, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide. Yang Bufan said coldly. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. Many people noticed that in his eyes Yang Ling was already a dead man. This situation made the atmosphere more tense. At first, everyone thought that Yang Bufan was just going to beat Yang Ling to vent his anger, but they didn't expect that he would really kill Yang Ling. At this time, everyone could see that Yang Bufan wasn't joking. He really wanted to kill Yang Ling. This was the first time that an Outer Prefecture's registration elder was killed in Genius Prefecture. No one dared to speak. Everyone watched quietly. There was only the sound of the disciple slapping himself. The disciple looked like he was slapping himself with all his might. It was as if he wasn't slapping himself. Both sides of his face were swollen. Yang Ling stared blankly at the dagger that had fallen in front of him. A cold chill instantly penetrated his soul. Only now did he know that Yang Bufan wasn't joking with him but was serious. Yang Ling really wanted to kill him. King Fan, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was Elder who punished Jiang Qin by entering the valley. Yang Ling said in a trembling voice. He was afraid. In the face of death, everyone was fragile, especially people like Yang Ling who were born afraid of death. He had been used to living a comfortable life in Genius Prefecture. He felt that death was something far away from him, but he didn't expect that death would come so suddenly. You must die. Hu Yao must also die. You have taken Jiang Chen's life, so you will pay with your lives. Since you don't want to do it yourself, I will help you. Yang Bufan was determined to kill because he was too angry. As soon as his voice faded, he pointed a finger at Yang Ling's glabella. A golden light pierced into Yang Ling's glabella like a sharp sword. Yang Ling's body shook. The luster in his eyes began to fade. His vitality gradually faded. Then he lay on the ground motionless. Yang Ling died. His face was still filled with the fear and unwillingness before his death. Such a scene made people tremble in fear. Many of them didn't even dare to breathe. They were completely terrified. Yang Bufan's means was too cruel. He killed without any mercy. When he killed, there wasn't even the slightest ripple in his eyes. He was like a murderous maniac. Blood could no longer affect his emotions. No one knew how many people he had killed. He had stayed in evil abyss for 10 years. He was the evil lord. In his eyes, lives were like ants. The strong were respected. This was the first time he killed someone after returning to the imperial capital. Jiang Chen's domineering side was exposed in front of everyone, cruel, overbearing and merciless. What an overbearing King Fan. He killed without any hesitation. He didn't hesitate to kill an elder of Genius Prefecture for his own people. Only such a person is worth following. Dong Fei looked at the domineering King Fan and was deeply attracted and fascinated by his domineering aura. In his point of view, Yang Bufan and Jiang Chen were the same kind of people, very domineering. In this world where the strong were respected and the weak were prey to the strong, only the strong could survive well. Yang Ling was dead, but judging from Yang Bufan's attitude, this matter wasn't over yet. It had just begun. Yang Bufan had also said that Hu Yao wouldn't be able to escape after Yang Ling was killed. However, no one believed that Yang Bufan would really kill Hu Yao. After all, Hu Yao's identity wasn't comparable to Yang Ling's. Hu Yao was a true immortal emperor, an elder in charge of Outer Prefecture. He couldn't be killed so easily. However, this kind of assumption didn't exist in Yang Bufan's mind. He didn't even look at Yang Ling's corpse. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky, heading towards a palace in Outer Prefecture. That palace was where Hu Yao was located. Yes. My God. King Fan is really infuriated this time. He's going to wreak havoc in Genius Prefecture. Let's go and have a look. Is he really going to kill Elder Hu Yao? This is too crazy. It's highly possible. King Fan is obviously more ferocious than Crown Prince and King Ping. He's the same kind of person as Jiang Chen. He's not afraid of anything. Elder Hu Yao is going to be in danger today. Although he's also an immortal emperor, how can he be compared to a genius like King Fan? Even when King Fan was still a half-step immortal emperor, Hu Yao might not be a match for him, let alone now. The Outer Prefecture was in an uproar. Many disciples were rushing towards the direction of Hu Yao's palace. The day King Fan advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm was also the day that a major event would happen in Outer Prefecture. Most of the people had left, but the disciple of Crown Prince Palace was still slapping his face constantly. He was slapping very seriously. He couldn't remember how many slaps he had slapped, but it must have been a few hundred. He didn't even dare to stop slapping himself until he saw stars. King Fan's ferocity had truly frightened him. He didn't dare to stop. Yang Ling was already dead. If he stopped, he might die as well. He didn't do anything to Jiang Chen. It would be too unjust if he got himself killed just because of a sentence he said. King Fan's cruelty had truly frightened him. King Fan had even gone to kill Elder Hu Yao. What could a small shrimp like him do? King Fan could easily slap him to death. Hey, stop slapping him. King Fan has already left. Someone came to the front of the disciple and spoke with disdain. But he has already left? The fat face of the disciple revealed a look of panic. Only now did he remember that Yang Bufan had given him the order not to stop before King Fan left. Now that King Fan had already left, he could stop now. After stopping, the disciple fell on his buttocks. Both his hands and face were numb as though he was about to collapse. Yang Bufan stepped onto Hu Yao's temporary imperial residence. The moment his foot landed on the mountain peak, the entire peak shook. Rocks rolled down from the peak. Cracks appeared on the surface of the imperial residence, as though there was a great earthquake. Hu Yao, get out here. Yang Bufan's voice reverberated. Hu Yao, who was cultivating in seclusion, was immediately alarmed. He was incomparably angry. He was the Outer Palace's elder steward, and with his identity and status, there was actually someone who dared to come here and behave atrociously. How could this be? Who dares to act wildly in this elder's palace? Hu Yao's voice resounded from the palace. In the next moment, Hu Yao strode out in an imposing manner, but when he saw that the other party was King Fan, his facial expression changed immediately. The anger in his heart had been retracted. Congratulations to King Fan for advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. I wonder why King Fan has come to this elder's palace? Hu Yao spoke. Are you the one who asked Zhang Chen to go to the valley to face the wall? Yang Bufan spoke Leng Leng. So King Fan is here for that kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. That's right. It was indeed me who ordered that kid to go to the valley to reflect on himself. He's too arrogant and disrespectful to his elders. He has to go. As the elder of Outer Prefecture, I naturally have to lock him up. Hu Yao spoke in a deadpan manner. Hu Yao, listen carefully. It's not your turn to punish my people. You want Jiang Chen's life? Today I will use your life to pay for it. Yang Bufan's aura was full of power. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. Yang Ling had already been killed. This Hu Yao would have to pay a heavy price. He wanted everyone to know that he, King Fan, wasn't a person who could be offended. Could it be that King Fan still wants to fight with me? Hu Yao was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Bufan to be so overbearing, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he was an immortal emperor expert and had a certain status. Even if the opponent was King Fan, the opponent couldn't kill him just like that. Plus, he was a disciple of Crown Prince Palace. He couldn't afford to lose the face of Crown Prince Palace. I'm here to kill you. Yang Bufan spoke, then turned into a ray of light, lunging at Hu Yao. Hu Yao's facial expression changed dramatically. Judging from Yang Bufan's action, he knew that he was no match for Yang Bufan. Yang Bufan struck out a palm halfway. The terrifying palm reached Hu Yao's face in a blink. Hu Yao didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately he raised his palm to meet the attack. Bang! Ka-cha! Chapter 1479. Although Hu Yao was also an early immortal emperor, how could he be a match for Yang Bufan? Although their cultivation base was at the same level, their combat strength wasn't on the same level. In front of Yang Bufan, Hu Yao wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. To Yang Bufan, killing an immortal emperor like Hu Yao was just a piece of cake. So strong. Hu Yao was taken aback. His facial expression turned incomparably unsightly. In the collision with Yang Bufan just now, his arm had been broken, but to an immortal emperor, losing an arm wasn't a big deal because his arm was only broken. His bones were broken, but his entire arm wasn't severed. It was very easy for him to recover. That's right. King Fan is truly powerful. He's worthy of being a rare genius of Great Qian Empire. No wonder Master of Prefecture thinks so highly of him. He has just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, but he already possesses such terrifying combat strength. Elder Hu Yao is a veteran early immortal emperor, but he's completely vulnerable in front of King Fan. Geniuses like King Fan have extremely terrifying combat strength. When he was still a half-step immortal emperor, he could already defeat Elder Hu Yao, let alone now that he's already an immortal emperor. King Fan has such an imposing manner. It seems like he's really going to kill someone today. He has already killed Yang Ling. He wouldn't care about killing Hu Yao, but Hu Yao is an elder of Outer Prefecture and a person highly valued by the Crown Prince. Even if the experts of Inner Prefecture don't show up to stop him, I believe the Crown Prince will show up. Many of them were shocked by Yang Bufan's formidable qi and combat strength. If killing Yang Ling wasn't a big deal, then dealing with Hu Yao was a completely different story. In a battle of the same level, it was basically the most perfect suppression. This was enough to show Yang Bufan's tyrannical strength. Dong dong. Yang Bufan walked towards Hu Yao step by step. Every step he took caused the entire peak to shake violently. Rocks flew in all directions. Hu Yao's facial expression changed completely. He could feel the killing intent of Yang Bufan, or it could be said that it was a kind of contempt. Hu Yao understood that in the eyes of Yang Bufan, his identity as an elder was completely useless. If Yang Bufan wanted to kill him, it was entirely based on his mood. He wouldn't care about the rules of Genius Prefecture. Hu Yao understood that given Yang Bufan's current identity as King Fan, he wouldn't be punished even if he killed him. No matter from which aspect, an elder of Outer Prefecture couldn't be compared to a young king. King Fan, could it be that you really want to kill me? Hu Yao gnashed his teeth and said. Of course. There was no superfluous words or explanation. Two simple words came out of Yang Bufan's mouth, but it made Hu Yao's heart turn cold. Huff huff, Yang Bufan unleashed his enormous killing intent. His qi was much stronger than before, and it wasn't just a little bit. His palms were constantly blooming with light. Although the light was dazzling, it emitted a bone-chilling cold. Everyone held their breath. At this time, anyone could see Yang Bufan's intention. He was obviously going to deliver a fatal blow to take Hu Yao's life. Yang Bufan raised his hand and locked Hu Yao's qi. Under the pressure of this invisible qi, Hu Yao felt cold all over his body. It was difficult for him to even move. He finally understood how big the gap between him and Yang Bufan was. Hu Yao had no doubt that the next strike from Yang Bufan was enough to take his life. Yang Bufan's palms produced a pa-pa sound. That was the sound of energy rubbing against the space. Stop. Right when he was about to make a move, a loud shout suddenly sounded out from within the inner mansion. In the next moment, a young man in a yellow robe flew over. It was none other than the Crown Prince. Hu Yao instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was his savior. At this most critical moment, the Crown Prince had finally appeared. Yang Ling was already dead. Now Yang Bufan was going to kill Hu Yao. If the Crown Prince still didn't show up, how could he establish his prestige in the Crown Prince Palace in the future? However, Yang Bufan didn't even cast a glance at the Crown Prince. His palm struck at Hu Yao at lightning speed. Although the Crown Prince was powerful, it wasn't enough to make Yang Bufan retreat. Upon seeing this, Hu Yao's relaxed mood instantly tensed up again, because he could always feel the threat of death when facing Yang Bufan. This kind of threat was extremely terrifying, making him tremble with fear. Hong Long. The Crown Prince struck out decisively. He struck out the same attack, clashing with Yang Bufan. This was a true confrontation between two peak early immortal emperors. Any trace of energy was destructive. The spatial zone was torn apart, creating a huge hole. Cold spatial wind blew out from the inside. The Crown Prince descended from the sky and stood in front of Hu Yao. Hu Yao raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He felt that he had just returned from the gates of hell. This new King Fan was too ruthless. He was completely different from the young prince 10 years ago. Yang Bufan, I asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? The Crown Prince spoke furiously. Obviously he was angry. Who was the Crown Prince? He was the genius of the entire Great Qian Empire, second only to the Emperor. He had an extraordinary status in Genius Prefecture, the ruler of Crown Prince Palace. No one had ever dared to ignore him. However, Yang Bufan didn't give him any face at all and wanted to kill his subordinate in front of him. How could the Crown Prince bear this? Humph. Don't think that just because you're the Crown Prince, you can order everyone around. I won't give you any face. I'm going to kill him today. Yang Bufan harumphed coldly, totally not putting the Crown Prince in his eyes. This was the first real battle between him and the Crown Prince. Yang Bufan would never have stage fright. Moreover, he was incomparably angry with the Crown Prince, because Jiang Qin had entered the valley and no one knew if he was dead or alive. If it wasn't for the Crown Prince's order, Hu Yao and Yang Ling wouldn't have treated Jiang Qin like this. Therefore, if anything were to happen to Jiang Qin, the Crown Prince would be the culprit. Elder, who is my subordinate. King Fan can't kill him as you please. If you want to kill him, you have to ask me first. Don't think that you can be lawless just because you have just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. You are still far from that. Crown Prince Leng Leng spoke, showing his strong side. In the battle between the princes, no one would retreat easily. Plus, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm, whereas Yang Bufan had just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm. Naturally, the Crown Prince wouldn't put Yang Bufan in his eyes. Chapter 1480. It wasn't without reason that the Crown Prince was able to stand out among so many princes. The Crown Prince's talent was beyond ordinary. In the eyes of outsiders, only King Ping and King Fan could be compared to him among the princes of Great Qian Empire. It seems like the Crown Prince and King Fan are going to stand up. Who do you think is more powerful? Needless to say, it must be the Crown Prince. Both of them are rare geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Their talents are almost the same. The Crown Prince's cultivation base has already reached the terrifying peak of early Immortal Emperor realm, while King Fan has just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm today. The gap between them isn't small. I think so too, but King Fan also seems very powerful. Since the Crown Prince has appeared, it's basically impossible for King Fan to kill Hu Yao. Seeing the Crown Prince and King Fan getting serious, many of them couldn't help but guess which of the two young princes was more powerful. Needless to say, the Crown Prince was a peak early Immortal Emperor Supreme expert. If they really fought, ordinary intermediate Immortal Emperors wouldn't be a match for him. As for King Fan, no one knew what he had experienced in the past 10 years, but in any case he had just advanced to the early Immortal Emperor realm. It seemed like there was indeed a gap between him and the Crown Prince. Yang Bufan's body moved slightly. His entire body soared into the sky like a sharp sword, looking down at the Crown Prince with a cold face. "Crown Prince, since you want to protect Hu Yao, come up and fight me." King Fan took the initiative to issue a challenge. In the entire Genius Prefecture, he was afraid that only King Fan had the courage to challenge the Crown Prince on the first day of advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm. Arrogant and unruly. As the evil lord, Yang Bufan was a battle maniac. Today's incident with Zhou Xian had made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that the Crown Prince was going to step forward, it was just the right time for him to vent his anger and test his combat strength as an Immortal Emperor. Such a test of combat strength could only be done by an expert like the Crown Prince. It would be meaningless for any ordinary person. Furthermore, the battle between Yang Bufan and the Crown Prince had already begun the day he returned to Great Qian Empire. Therefore, there was no need for Yang Bufan to be polite to the Crown Prince. The fact that Yang Bufan took the initiative to challenge him had somewhat surprised the Crown Prince. It had been a long time since he felt the feeling of being challenged. In the entire Genius Prefecture, no one dared to challenge him. "King Fan, since you've overestimated yourself and want to humiliate yourself, this Crown Prince will fulfill your wish." The Crown Prince's face was full of arrogance. He flew to the sky and stood opposite of King Fan. As a matter of fact, he was very happy that Yang Bufan took the initiative to challenge him. He had long wanted to defeat Yang Bufan, but it was a pity that Yang Bufan was merely a half-step Immortal Emperor. If he made a move, he would surely be ridiculed by others. After all, the Crown Prince was a man who valued his reputation. Today, Yang Bufan had advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm and took the initiative to challenge him. This was exactly what the Crown Prince had been looking forward to. The Crown Prince had lost all his face in the king-conferring ceremony of King Fan. He had been depressed for a long time. Today was the right time to humiliate Yang Bufan to regain his face. At the same time, he wanted to let the entire Genius Prefecture know that he, the Crown Prince, was the #1 genius. Yang Bufan, who had recently risen to fame, was no match for him. Yang Bufan clawed at the void. Vortexes were formed from the center of his palm. Those vortexes were densely packed with runes, looking incomparably mystical. Very quickly, those runes turned into a giant golden hand, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, enveloping the entire void and attacking the Crown Prince. "Come on. Let this Crown Prince see what makes you, Yang Bufan, so arrogant." The Crown Prince's black hair fluttered in the wind. He raised his hand gently, extended his index finger, and drew a celestial river in the air. A huge crack appeared in the air as if it had been sliced open by a sharp blade. Muffled sounds of thunder could be heard coming from within. Voila! The Crown Prince's movement was very simple. His finger kept drawing abstruse seals. In just a few blinks, those seals had condensed into a giant palm. Crackling sounds were heard constantly from the surface of the palm. Under the control of the Crown Prince, it rushed towards Yang Bufan's attack. Hong Long. Although the Crown Prince and Yang Bufan didn't use any of their trump cards, the attacks that they had displayed were full of abstruse, which wasn't something that any ordinary immortal technique could compare to. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. It was just their first clash, but the entire sky was destroyed. Destructive power drifted about everywhere and dark clouds covered the sky. It seemed as though they would come crashing down at any moment, causing everyone to feel an invisible pressure that made them feel very uncomfortable. The fierce battle between the Crown Prince and Yang Bufan had attracted the attention of the entire Genius Prefecture. Many disciples and elders of Inner Prefecture had appeared, watching the battle in the sky. One should know that both of them were famous figures in Genius Prefecture. One controlled Crown Prince Palace and possessed an incomparably massive power, while the other was a newly promoted young king. Both of them were the proud sons of the current emperor. No matter who won this battle, it would certainly attract the attention of the people. The powerful collision produced a tremendous backlash, but Yang Bufan and Crown Prince didn't retreat. It could be seen that their combat strength was at the same level. Neither of them was stronger than the other. The Crown Prince's facial expression changed slightly. The way he looked at Yang Bufan had changed. Obviously, he hadn't thought that Yang Bufan could be so powerful. He had clearly just advanced to the Immortal Emperor realm, but he already possessed such powerful combat strength. King Fan is so powerful. He can actually fight the Crown Prince equally. It seems like his talent is even higher than the Crown Prince's. That's right. I really didn't think that King Fan could be this powerful. It seems like he has encountered a great fortuitous encounter in the past 10 years. It's like he has been reborn. As long as he can continue to grow, his future achievements will be limitless. Both of them have displayed powerful means just now. It's not as simple as a collision. Their combat strength has basically been revealed. Even if the Crown Prince has a powerful trump card and means, it won't be easy for him to defeat King Fan. However, with the protection of the Crown Prince, King Fan won't be able to kill Elder Hu Yao. The collision had surprised everyone. Many of them had a higher opinion of King Fan, even higher than the Crown Prince. That you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.